live from Myrtle Beach and the world beyond.
Live from everywhere.
Yeah, far from everywhere. So, hello, everybody. I'm not,
Hello.
for some reason, I am not seeing anyone on the chat other than David.
David's the only one on the chat.
So, I don't know that there's anybody on the chat. This isn't good. Is it just us? That would be kind of funny.
It would.
You know, I mean, the five of us will just talk.
Three.
Charles says, "Did you freeze or is it me?" It's like, Charles, we see you in the chat.
Hey, Gustavo. Good to see you.
And yeah, Gustavo, are you your mic on? Oh, can't hear you. No, still no audio. Due to technical difficulties, folks, the show is going to be postponed till next Saturday. Only kidding.
The usual gremlins.
Yeah. We'll say hi to Charles Davis, and we will say hi to Terry Gardner is here. And not very many people. Well, I see 12. It's my device says I have 12 people, but I only I guess
people are coming in.
Counting us, I guess. Oh, Ava's here. Hello, Ava. Thank you for once again stopping in. It's nice to have a female photographer on the show. Seems to be a rare occurrence, so I'm glad that you're able to make it.
Very valued.
Paul is here. That's great. I'm starting to see some names now. Robert Varner, Tommy Brantley. Hello, everyone. We hope everyone is healthy and doing well, and we will hold off from really starting any serious discussion here for a few minutes. Wait till we get a few more people in here. Hopefully, everybody. I'm sure most people are suffering from higher than anticipated temperatures in their region that they live in. It seems to be pretty bad in the U.S. And David is tempting Chuck with M&Ms if Chuck is watching. And hopefully Chuck and Maribel will have the time to come on for at least a little while tonight, because we do wish Chuck and Maribel and the family well as Chuck continues to progress and improve. And so we will see when and if they show up tonight. And Roy likes to show the webcam utility a lot.
It's just a matter of, I leave it too late to do these things. I have to get organized.
It's no fun to be organized, though.
No, it takes the fun out of it, doesn't it?
Hey, Roy turned into power lines.
Yeah, Roy's now power line with a bunch of leaves. Yeah.
I should be back now, maybe. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. Hello, Luke. Good to see you. And yeah, Charles is saying here we have some nasty storms rolling through here in southwestern Pennsylvania. I'll tell you, one day this week we lost power in the neighborhood I live in. Like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern time, and it wasn't raining at all. There was no weather problem at all. And then I found out today that a logging truck lost control, and the logs rolled off the logging truck, and I guess must have struck a utility pole and caused some damage and started a fire. So that's why our neighborhood lost power. So
I think I saw that movie.
yeah, I was on the computer at the time trying to edit photos, and everything just went poof.
Oh man, how long did it take to restore?
It wasn't. I mean, they were pretty quick. I called the utility company, and they recognized where I was calling from, what neighborhood I was in, and they said we already have a crew en route, and we hopefully you'll have the power within, from the time frame they gave me would have been 4 hours, but they had it up and running in 3 hours. That's not bad.
Cool.
That's not bad.
You're lucky. The last fire here took 2 days.
But, you never know what's going to happen. Topics for tonight, there will be a little bit of a discussion on the infamous Nikon ZF, which is like the chameleon that changes its colors every 30 minutes in terms of what it's going to have and what it's going to do, and so on and so forth. So
what color it is?
Yeah, it's almost like chasing a ghost. I don't really find it overly enjoyable to constantly get notifications or check the rumor sites, because it's just, I mean, it's subject matter for a chat. It's subject matter for a show that talks all gear all the time, but it does wear you out, and it gets you a little frustrating at the same time, because what everybody thinks something may have, we already know many times you get surprised when the final announcement comes out. So
I have a little rant. You want to hear?
Sure, go ahead.
The was a day before, I think it was a Z-Wade show, right? And the subject was, if your favorite camera company goes south, what would you get? Right. And so we were talking. So I said, look, I got them all. Well, it really doesn't matter. Right. I just go in there. I really don't care. I've seen so many camera companies go in and out of business. Never mind. It's no big deal. So then we were talking about medium format, and I said, well, I picked my Fujifilm with GFX 100S. And Z-Wade goes, oh, the colors aren't very good. And you go, well, he says, I tried it. I said, you tried it. I own it. I've owned it since day one. For 2 years, I use it daily. I use it all the time, plus the lenses. So how can you say, oh, the color's no good and the color is not so good? And you don't even use it.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
The funny thing is, and we all do this. You say, oh, Sony's colors aren't as good as Nikon. So and so is not as good as Nikon. Blah blah blah. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because once you create, once you make adjustments in your software and apply it to your images, you can make them all look the same.
Well, yeah, but
you really can. I mean, it's
my
just
rant is my issue is that if you don't own it, how are you going to know if it's the comment you're making is legit?
Yeah,
if you don't own it,
haven't had it long enough or used it long enough to try all the settings and change things, and
it's
experiment.
Just like the medium format thing. People say, oh, you don't need it. Well, people don't get it that 100 megapixel or these huge megapixel cameras, they're there for a reason.
We got Chuck in the house, folks. Chuck is here.
Oh, good to see
you,
Chuck.
To Chuck. Good evening, Chuck. And I'm assuming Maribel's with you. He's saying he's got bad weather his way. Yeah, well, you didn't get a lot of rain early in the year, Chuck, so you're going to get it all now. And Wayne is here. Wayne is in the chat. Hello, Wayne. And we got Joey from Joe Man's Land in the wings here, so we'll let him come in. Or we could just sit here. I could just sit here and look at him. Because he's in black and white right now, because I don't have him turned on. So it does look kind of cool. I might just want to, Joey, I might want to just look at you for like a few minutes in black and white, because it is kind of neat. But I won't tease you. I'll bring you in. Now you're in color. Now you're in living color, as they say, and I have to change the screen setup to fit you in. And you are here. And you are here. Are you live? Can we hear you?
Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. We hear
awesome.
that.
How you guys doing?
Okay, can I finish? So
yeah, go ahead, John. Yeah.
Yeah. So just finishing my point is that people say, you know, this 100 megapixel is not so sharp or whatever. They don't understand why they have it. So if you work for, if you're doing a job for, say, Procter and Gamble, are you familiar with P&G?
Yeah.
They do what? What do they make? Shampoo, correct?
Yeah, they make Pond's cream and all that stuff. Yeah.
So if you get a job with them, they want to see every strand of hair in their Head and Shoulders. Correct?
They won't get any they won't get any hair off of my head.
Well, I'm just saying. But that's why they want. That's why you use tools that have 100+ megapixels.
Yeah.
To get the dynamic range, so you see the fall off, and you see a 3D, almost a 3D rendition of the product. That's why. It's not to be handheld and shot like an Instamatic and say, "Oh, I don't like the color." I mean, it's just like it just grinds on me when people say that. I mean, from the peanut gallery.
GFX is a great camera. It's just not for me.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But I use it, and if you got a job, man, and they want to see DNA, that's what you get. I mean, Roy, I got the Hasselblad X2Ds. I got them all.
They want to when they want to see the tick sucking the blood out of your body. That's when you need
exactly. Especially if you're selling something. You know, if you're selling a product.
Whatever the resolution, the art director wants more anyway.
The whole point of having these 100 megapixel plus cameras is to see the rendition and to see the 3D effect, the fall offs, the beautiful gradation that you cannot get from full frame cameras. You cannot get it, period. Because that's what the artists are looking for, that beautiful fall off.
I still have to use my Hasselblad H a lot for that reason.
Well, H is not relevant anymore, Roy. It's gone. Roy it's gone.
It's bigger sensor though. It's a bigger sensor than GFX or X2D.
But Roy, it's gone. They don't make them anymore.
Yeah, I'm still using it though.
Yeah, you still use it, but there's no support for it. You can't get any parts for it. It's gone.
Terrible. Once it dies, it's dead.
It's dead.
Yeah. Then it becomes a display item for memorabilia.
I don't keep them.
If it wasn't for DJI, Hasselblad would not be in existence today.
They're not. DJI isn't Hasselblad.
Well, they bought them out, and at least they're doing something with it.
True.
Oh, we lost Joe, and now he's coming.
Otherwise,
back.
it wouldn't exist because their new X2D cameras and their 907s are pretty damn good.
They are.
Otherwise, if you didn't have DJI, it would be out there with Konica.
The 907 came out before DJI bought them, though. I'd like a 907. I'd use all the old Hasselblads.
Yeah, Craig is commenting here, or Leica, but dollar signs. Yeah, it's it's
Leica's not a studio camera though. It's
a street photography camera more than
not necessarily. You can use Leica for professional use. Sure, you can.
Oh yeah,
I got them. I've used them. You can't say you can't.
It's used a lot by street photographers, is all I'm saying, because it's small. It's not necessarily. Until people see the red dot on it and start chasing you down.
No, there's a Leica S. The Leica S is a medium format Leica.
Yes, I'd like to play one of them for a week.
See, so it's just not an M.
Yeah. Hello, Maribel. It's nice to see you. She's taking care of the cat due to bad weather. Yeah, animals do. If you're getting lightning and thunder, animals do not like that. And
I don't either.
My dog will hide. I mean, one day my wife and I left the house for like an hour. We came back. It had been raining while we were out. We come back. We couldn't find the dog. We're like, Patches, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Looking all over the house. Then all of a sudden we hear some noise, and she crawls out from under the bed. She almost got stuck, but she was hiding under the bed because of the thunder. She cannot stand the thunder. I don't personally like it that much either, but let's see who else we got in here. We got Jeff and Leslie is here, and like I said, Chuck is in here, folks, and Maribel's in here. So everybody say hi to them.
Hi, Chuck.
And so the some of the things, we got 30 people in here now, so I guess I'm not going to per se go on a rant, but part of a little bit of the discussion will be on the Nikon ZF, which will make some people happy and other people not so happy, but I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. But I'm going to talk about a feature that they're surmising is going to be in the camera, and talk a little about that feature. I'm going to bring up an article on my screen, and I'm going to give the person credit because I'm not the one that came up with this information. So I'm going to tell you where I got the information from. But one of the features is pixel shift. And pixel shift, there's maybe 3 or 4 cameras that have pixel shift technology right now. Sony happens to be one of them. And it's getting a lot of attention. And to me, it's the same amount of attention, let's say, that cameras got when they started with the capability of doing stacked images. And that was the big thing. Oh, we could do focus stacking, and now, we could do pixel shifting and what have you. So I'm going to read to you part of an article that I got an email, I think it was either earlier today or maybe yesterday, and I didn't see it until today, from it's basically a place that does photocentric trips, but they also have a blog, and they do articles, and they talk about photography, they talk about techniques, and that's Backcountry Journeys. Okay, it's not Steve Perry. It's not Steve Perry. This is different. This is Backcountry Journeys, and it's an article written by Matt Meisenheimer, and hopefully I didn't screw up his pronunciation of his name. And I'm just going to read to you what he talks about with pixel shifting, and then I'm going to give you an opinion. So it says, when a camera captures a normal exposure, every single pixel on the sensor records either red, green, or blue exclusively. Each respective pixel then has to essentially approximate values for the remaining 2 colors based on what the adjacent pixels are recording. For instance, during an exposure, a pixel on the sensor is best optimized to capture the color red. That pixel accurately captures red, but then approximates the values for green and blue. It estimates those values depending on what the other pixels around it are doing. So what pixel shift does is the camera sensor shifts slightly after each shot is taken. Thus, every single pixel has a chance to accurately record red, green, and blue. And this is usually accomplished in 4 exposures, and then those exposures are stacked and merged together using some kind of software. Now, right now, Adobe cannot handle pixel shift exposures from all the manufacturers. So if you have a camera that does pixel shift, more than likely you're only going to be able to use that feature or benefit from that feature if you're using software that comes with the camera, or is Sony's proprietary software or Nikon's proprietary software, so on and so forth. So now he says the results are an almost super resolution image, and he clarifies that to say resolution doesn't actually change, but your color resolution is much improved and images are noticeably sharper. Now he then shows some images that he got from Sony, how the technology works, and I'm not going to show you the images. And then he shows a picture of a RAW file, picture shot in RAW, and a picture shot with pixel shift. And I'll be honest with you, if I didn't have the native files in front of me looking at it on my monitor, I can't tell the difference between the two, to be quite honest with you. And here's where it gets fun, is limitations, because unfortunately, the camera manufacturers come out with these new things that everybody gets all hyped up about and all excited about. But in reality, there's limitations. And sometimes the limitations are so big that there's very few opportunities for you to actually use this supposed great feature. So the limitations are motion is a big limitation, you know, because the camera needs to be perfectly still. You're going to have it on a tripod because the sensor typically between shots needs 1 second to stabilize before as it's shifting the pixels to get the next image. So if you've got blowing trees, moving water, moving clouds, or animals or people moving around, it's not going to work for you. It's not going to work out. And you could say the same thing for stacking images. Okay, you can't do a stacked image on a flower if you got a 10-mile-an-hour wind and the flower is moving around. You can't do it. So this feature, you know, he goes on to say later on that, oh, it's great for a still image like a landscape. But okay, but in a way, how many times is your landscape perfectly still? Do you not have wind blowing? Do you not have clouds moving? You may or may not have water in the image that's moving. So all the things that he talks about in the previous sentence, and then he says, oh, it's great for landscape. Well, I don't see how. I mean, you know, I see both, whether it be pixel shift technology or focus stacking technology, to be limited to really product photography or still life photography. When you're in a studio, you're in a controlled setting, you're in a controlled environment, nothing is moving. Then you're going to optimize the use of these features. But I think it's just too much marketing mumbo jumbo in a way, because it's such a finite area where you could take advantage of it. But they talk about it like, well, everybody's just going to go out and use it. It's gonna be like the next revelation. It's going to be the next thing in technology, and it will give you a great result if you have the conditions in which you can get that great result. But it's very, very limited. So, I mean, that's my feeling about it. I mean, is there anybody that has a camera or has used a camera that has pixel shift and you're like totally wowed and blown away by it?
I've got it. I don't use it. It's terrible. The precision required to get the camera that still is just impossible. Even in a studio, it's really hard. The HC H has got it, and the GFX has got it, because I tried it on the GFX, and you can do it, but it's just so difficult. It's just not worth the effort.
I mean, so to me, like when you think about these magic pills that you're going to take that are going to give you this great photo, you got pixel shifting, you got focus stacking, you got HDR. Now, out of all those, HDR actually works pretty good, and is actually, I've done HDR with landscape photography with a slight breeze, and it tries to line everything up, and it does a pretty good job of it. And depending on what's moving, you get some pretty good results with HDR. And of course, in the early days of HDR, and John's wife, you know, she uses HDR. She'll take the exposure the camera recommends and then shoot one stop overexposed, one stop underexposed, merge it all together so that you get that better dynamic range, and then you adjust from there if you want to adjust from there. And of those three technologies, to me anyway, HDR is the one that's going to probably give you a better result most of the time. And then that's just my opinion.
And pixel shift gives you really big files. I get 400 megapixel files on my HC. And they're not nice.
So here you go. Go out and get a server.
I've got a server. What do you mean? It's hard on the server.
It's,
I've got an ICL server sitting upstairs.
Hey, Roy, Olympus is the one that came out first with it, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they probably were.
Years
Yeah.
and years ago.
yeah.
Hessie has had it for a decade at least, but it's old technology. It never really took off.
It's yeah. I mean, but the thing is, if people get the impression that it's going to make such a difference, and whether that's a realistic expectation or an unrealistic expectation, it's just that if people think that, and the camera manufacturers start using that in their marketing, then they get people to buy that camera because they go, well, that one's got pixel shift technology and I want it. And then
Well, you can't even breathe.
Yeah,
you
when
can't
they
even
get
breathe
it,
around the camera.
When they get it, they can't use it.
No. I mean, it has to be so still. The earth can't even move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even a normal tripod's not strong enough. You need a really steady tripod.
Yeah, exactly.
Rock solid.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's going to be interesting when they actually come out with the camera. Like, is this going to be something that they're going to really, really push? Like, is this going to be the feature that they're saying, this is why you should buy it? Like, what does the camera not have anything else? Like, that's what I'm a little bit worried about, is if
I get frustrated when camera companies, and I don't care which brand it is, it doesn't matter, but when a camera company starts pushing something that has such a finite element in terms of how you could use it, it's really kind of faking out the consumer. I mean, it's misleading the consumer that they're going to get something that's going to make such a big difference in their end result that I can't live without it. I have to get that latest camera because it's got this feature. And I wish they would stop doing that. I know it's all a game. I know it's all part of the one guy wanting to leapfrog over the other guy, but you know, it's just, to me, it's frustrating. And but supposedly the ZF's going to have that, and I'll bring up a few other things and talk about the ZF a little bit. And
I hope it doesn't.
You know, it's like some of the things that are being rumored, and obviously it's rumored. And Gustavo, I'm going to use some of your topics from that you sent me in an email the previous week. I have your email on my screen. I'm going to bring up and talk about a few of those things as well, or bring that up.
Beautiful. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now. Yes.
Very loud.
Beautiful.
You're as good as AT&T. I could hear you now.
oh yeah.
So the ZF, okay, you know, not a big deal. Oh, it's going to be a black body. Oh, what did he do? Okay. 2 card slots, an SD slot and a micro SD slot. Seriously, a micro SD slot?
Oh, I don't see that.
So
What the heck are you going to do with
Those
that?
things. Hate those things.
Those things are horrible. It's going to use the ENEL15 battery, which is fine. They're going to have the USB-C fast charging technology, so you could charge your battery and through the USB, which is good. And then, of course, like I said, they talk about this high-res mode, which is pixel shift, which to me is, I don't know,
Waffle.
not a big deal. They're saying up to 30 frames per second using JPEG or that new HEIF format that's supposed to replace JPEG. But they don't say what the frames per second are going to be in RAW. 25-ish megapixel new sensor. And, you know, that whole sensor thing drove me nuts. You know, 1 minute we're going to use the Z6 II sensor. We're going to use the Z7 II sensor. We're going to use the Z8 sensor. It's going to be 45.7. Oh, now it's 24 or 25. And to me, a camera body of this style lends itself for portrait photography, you know, you would think would lend itself to street photography, portrait photography, maybe wedding photography, and hopefully landscape photography. But as soon as you, if it happens, as soon as you say, oh, it's going to be a 25-ish megapixel camera, to me, as someone who took a lot of landscape photos, I'm not going to take landscape photos with a 25 megapixel camera. I'm going to use a full frame camera. I want higher resolution files. I'm not going to use a 24 megapixel camera. Fine for vacation photos, fine for, you know, that kind of stuff. But if I'm going to make a nice print to hang up on my wall, it's a 20 by 30 or something like that, I'm going to take that landscape photo with a full frame camera. I'm sorry. So to me,
25.
To me, that's a big disappointment. If they're going to go with a APS-C size sensor, now it's like mostly pictures of people, vacation photos, photos of your kids, some street photography, maybe a wedding photographer may or may not use it. You've just chopped off a big section of the market because
and if you need more pixels and you want a more resolution in a landscape photography, my go-to is panorama. Correct? Just teach the photos, and then you get as large file as you want.
Yeah,
if you can.
The only thing I tell you, the only thing with panorama, I'll be honest with you, I fooled with it with, phones obviously do it, but I never make a print from a phone, and I've never tried it only because I've maybe artificially convinced myself to say, if I did a panorama, knowing me, it would be way too big, and if I wanted to make a print, they'd say, "Hey Jeff, that print's going to cost you $1,000," and I'd be like, "I'm never doing another panorama again."
Well, I think one of the sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's one day I was out, and the only piece of glass I had with me was my 500 PF, and there was a nice trestle bridge out there, so I shot it as a panorama in portrait mode. And I think I had 30 some shots that I put together, but it worked. My computer's got a little bit of horsepower, but the other thing, if you use a longer lens with your perspective control that you have using a longer lens, it can be in there and it'll be sharper and it'll look better than using a wide angle lens. But it can go both ways. But the other thing is if you're shooting a panorama, you don't need as much glass. You don't need your wide angle glass. You just use long stuff and stitch it together.
Wide angle.
I think one thing with. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Wide angle's got too much distortion for panorama.
Yeah, that's right.
The tilt shift lenses for panoramas are fantastic, right? I mean, you can, take an image, then you shift it a little bit and take another image, and both sides, it gives you fantastic files, and they stitch perfectly, correct? Because they
Gustavo, you're absolutely right. Laura makes a beautiful tilt shift lens in which you take 7 pictures, exactly. 7 shots, and it's perfect, absolutely.
Yes,
straight.
Backtrack.
You gotta have the ball head. You gotta have a gear head. Use a gear head, though.
No, of course.
Drunk wedding photographer. Excuse me. Drunk wedding photographer comments that he's a target audience for the ZF, but didn't want to wait anymore for it. Picked up a practically new D700, sticking his tongue out at Nikon.
Yeah, well, I think just backtracking what you were saying.
Go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to backtrack to what you were saying about the sensor as well. I think like 25 megs full frame is like okay for a hybrid shooter if it's shooting video, but with the ZF being a photo first camera, now looking like it's going to be APS-C. I mean, Fuji's got an APS-C sensor in their newer XH2 series and XT5, and it's 40 megs, right? So like, I don't see who, if anyone, this camera's going to be for, because even at $2,000, you can get that Fuji, I think like an XH2 used for 2,000, 1,800, somewhere in there. So like, I just don't see who would buy this camera over that. Yeah, or the Panasonic. Yeah, exactly. Like who would buy this camera like for that price as well? Like if we're talking APS-C, like
there's
too
nothing
expensive
on it. Somebody asked about the black and white mode. As far as from what I'm hearing, which I'm not hearing anything. Nikon doesn't call me up and say, "Jeff, I'm going to give you a leak here," but I'm thinking the black and white. Becky and Khan talked about it. That black and white mode on the switch mode, and they're making the assumption, and I agree with them, that all that's doing is instead of you having to go through the settings to make it monochrome, it's just doing it automatically for you. So it's not like doing anything. It's not doing anything special. It's just letting you take a black and white image quicker without having to go through some of your menus. So I don't think it's massaging it in any special way or doing anything extra other than giving you a shortcut to taking a black and white photo with the camera. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, that you could do it quicker. That's not a bad thing, but you know, and they talk about video, and I'm not going to get into every single thing that's on Nikon rumors list, you know, 4K 60 frames per second. They don't talk about what type of codecs it's going to use or anything like that. And there's just so many gaps in what is talked about with this camera that, to me, it's like anything else, is you have to wait until Nikon actually does an official announcement and you see the real deal, because all these rumors, honestly, they're just that. They're just rumors. So, you know.
The only thing I care is that it looks cool.
Yes, it does look cool, and I love retro cameras, and I'll tell you, if they made it 10-bit video, and they made it a high resolution sensor, I would seriously think about buying it.
The rest is secondary. For me, the primary thing is it looks cool.
You know, but let's see.
I don't look cool anymore, John.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what camera I use.
The Canon R7 is 33 megapixels, according to Jeff and Leslie. Canon R7 is 33 megapixels. I would have thought that would be where they would go, but
I think the 47 is a sweet spot.
You know. Well, I mean, if you're doing APS-C, if it's APS-C, you would have thought it would have been a 33 megapixel sensor, not a 25-ish. But the rumor is still out there. Who knows what it's going to be, right?
45 is the new 24, correct?
Yeah.
That will be a statement from Nikon if they do that. If they come with the retro camera with 45 and gradually move everything up to the higher megapixel, that way Nikon will be making a statement. But I don't believe that will be the case for this camera.
Not for this camera. If they're going to do like a 61 megapixel camera or higher, which I really don't think is necessary, my own opinion, which doesn't necessarily mean squat, that'll be in a Z7 III.
Now, Roy, you make a comment here and interacting with somebody about viewing in black and white.
Yeah, if you're doing a shoot,
is that an option for the C9 or not?
You can view it.
Okay,
you can view it in black and white, and that you can actually see the lighting a lot better in black and white than doing color.
Yeah, that is. I mean, if you are going to, for sure, take a black and white picture, that makes sense, correct? Because you will see differently.
To set up the lights, just the way the lights look.
Exactly.
Often it's better to have it in mono.
We have Cooley Priestley in the house. So hello, Cooley. Nice to see you on the show in the chat. You know what I found? I don't know if any of you guys get any information or go on Photography Life's website. I really like Photography Life. I mean, they do some real decent reviews of gear. They have some educational content, you know, whether it be, you know, how to do stacked imaging, how to do how to stitch photos, you know, how to do this, how to do that. It's actually a very good site, and they recently reviewed a lens which I'm actually somewhat interested in. It is a TT Artisan. It's 100 millimeter f2.8 macro that does 2:1, so it does 2 times life size.
Yeah,
2:1. It's a tilt shift lens as well, and it's $389. And the only knock they had on it really was, if you're not using it for macro, if you were using it for like a 100 millimeter portrait lens or something, the knock was that it didn't have real good flare control, you know, in terms of the coatings on the lens. But in terms of, using it strictly for a macro lens, they said it was really, really good. They really liked it.
Hey,
and for $389, hey, 2-to-1 on a
hey,
macro.
Jeff, I got several TT artisans, right?
Yeah.
So I got this one. Diana bought one for her Leica, and it's like this 28 mm 5.6 knockoff of a Sumeron lens, and it was like, how much was it? It's like $250, right? $250,
Amazing, isn't it?
and it was like, oh my god, $250. I mean, this thing is like, damn,
Well, did you like it? I mean, is it good?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so then I bought for Christmas, I bought her a real Leica one, and that was like $3,000, right? And if you match those two images up between the TT and the Leica, you be splitting hairs, my friend.
Wow.
Especially if you should stop it down a little.
Crazy.
And the reason why Diana says that TT Artisan is so cheap, because you just can't make it like that, is because the government of China subsidizes a lot of these companies.
Makes sense.
So they're making sure they stay in business, even though
Exactly.
they're probably selling the product at a loss.
Oh, I'm sure. And now TT Artisan is making what? AF lenses?
Yeah.
Go figure, right?
And these plastic elements aren't as bad as people think either.
Vitrox and all these funny lenses that are coming out for almost nothing, but pretty damn close to the real McCoy, right? They're taking
better than buying a Russian copy.
Yeah. Remember the Russian copies?
Yeah. Every second one didn't work.
Right. So these Chinese ones are like, oh my god,
they're getting better.
How much was this? $250.
$389 for 102.8 macro.
Yeah.
2-to-1.
2-to-1.
I mean, I'm probably gonna buy it.
Yeah. How do you do it? How do you do it for $389 retail?
And
that means the dealer's making dough.
And aren't most of their bodies, John? Aren't most of their lenses metal?
Yes,
they're metal too. It's
I mean, they even make a 75 millimeter 1.25 Nocticon, right? And it was like, $800, and the real one's $13,000.
That's the price of one
$800
macro.
For a 1.25. 75 mm.
John, imagine if they had a pop-up store. You could just like roll up with $500 and just make it rain lenses. You could literally buy all the stock.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm going to do a Roy right now. Just a second.
Okay. I'm going to just put up business. I'm going to put up a few comments here quick. I kind of agree with Tim here, and I did kind of mention it. So many rumors on this ZF. Not going to invest any energy on this camera until it's actually announced. I'm going for the Z8 or Z9 anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
This is a
John, I'm going to put you on the big screen here.
What is this? Here. This is a TT Artisan. What is this? 1.1 50 mm TT Artisan.
And it's red.
Thing.
And it's red.
This thing is solid. It's even got brass in here. It's got all the good stuff, right? Now it doesn't have clicks.
It's better made than the ZFC.
You know how much this thing costs? It was like $250.
Yeah, they're not making money on these lenses. There's no way.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
the Leica one is $13,000, and this is like a couple $150. And then if you order a few of them, like 20 pieces, you can even have your own private logo on there. You can have a Jeff Neville selective imagery lens cap.
John, are you a brand ambassador for
can I
this is great. Like that's not all.
See, I can't even sell it on my channel, John, because I don't have enough subscribers to be able to do any of that stuff.
And John, and they give it to you in red for good luck photography.
Yeah, well, that's why it's red, because it was
Exactly.
It was a special edition for Chinese New Year's.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I had to get it,
Oh,
show some support from my friend.
I'm going to throw
Just
up another
before we
comment
keep
here.
going, folks. If you guys don't
amazing.
mind me asking, I don't mean to squirrel the conversation, but do any of you have a recommendation for an all-in-one compact for less than 500 that's great for walking around with? I've been thinking about getting an all-in-one just for my day-to-day carry, just so I've got something with me always, but I'm trying to look for something that's like pretty cheap. Doesn't have to be brand new, doesn't need 4K. Any recommendations?
$500?
Yeah, 500 or less. I'm looking for an all-in-one, not full frame.
No, wait a minute. I actually had a boy, you're going to make me dig here. You're going to make me dig. Okay, let me see if I could find it.
Video is going to be a concern too, which I don't understand.
I bought I think they still make it. Hopefully I still have it on my list because I got rid of it. So I don't know if I kept it and just lined it out on my spreadsheet here. Oh, I had a Panasonic Lumix, a DMC-GX85. It's only 16 megapixel mirrorless digital 4/3 camera. Had two lenses, a 12-32 and a 45-150. I got it at B&H Photo. They had it on sale, and I got the camera and the two lenses for under $500. And it took the very nice pictures. So it was a DMC-GX85 micro 4/3 Panasonic Lumix. I think you could find something in the Panasonic Lumix product line for a day-to-day camera that will meet your budget. That's
cool. Thanks, Jeff.
Well, Joe, I have an EPL2, which is 8 megapixels, and it fits in my pocket. Yeah, and they're already up to the 7 now, so anything in there. But I don't know about video because video is not something that I do that often.
That's my problem.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm not thinking about this one for video as much, right? Like I've got my Pocket 2 I take with me anyways, and I use that for most of my video when I'm out vlogging, but it's just like, I don't know, I keep having these moments where something cool will happen, and people are always like, oh, well, the best camera is the one that's in your pocket, but my cell phone, I find by the time I open up the app, get it dialed in, the moment's passed. So that's why I'm wanting to just get like a compact. Like I went out today and I shot with this old Canon power shot for a video I'm doing about Topaz denoise, and this thing honestly did pretty good. I'm just wanting like slightly better than this, just so I can keep it with me more, and it doesn't run on AA's then.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll find something. I mean, I like the camera a lot. I mean, I ended up trading it in when I bought my Z9 because I didn't have the cash. I had to sell a few things, and it was a little bit. I didn't use it often enough where every time I wanted to use it, I had to like relearn the menu system because I forgot the menu system. So it's kind of nice when you're, that's what was nice about vintage cameras. You had no menu system. You had basic controls. You had to know photography, and you had to know how to do things. And you could pick up any brand camera and use it because you didn't have all these variables that you have now with all these cameras that are out there today.
I missed that.
Nuts. Yeah. I want to put up something that warms my heart too. Jeff and Leslie came up with a comment here they said is off topic, but being a nature photographer, I got to throw this up there. A doe he's been watching for 4 years with floppy ears came out to see him, and there's nothing that gets you more excited and feeling good that if you have somewhat of a recognizable subject that you've been following for a long time but never got really close to it, all of a sudden reaches out to you like that. So I'm very happy for you, Jeff and Leslie, and that's something that you won't forget. I mean, that's really cool. And Joe, I hate you're going to leave in 5 minutes, man. What's going on? You got a hot date, don't you?
Actually working on the video. I'm just waiting for the sun to get a bit lower, and I'm going to head back out and get some more street shots with this little thing.
You could have lied.
Chasing the golden light, Joe.
You could have lied and said you had a hot date.
Yeah, no, my fiance is too busy tonight. It's just me. But yeah, it's like not dark enough yet, so I gotta wait a little bit. But I need to go out and get some batteries because the AA's in this thing died while I was out shooting earlier today.
And John, since you're talking TT Artisans, they're saying use the promo code John Ishii to get it cheaper.
Yeah, right. Get it cheaper. Buy them secondhand. It's really cheap.
Drunk
Wedding cheaper. You'd have to pay you to take it.
Joe, this is for you. This is another option. Joe Mansland Lumix G100 used with kit lens, $500.
That's really good.
So there's you'll find something out there, and Panasonic, they are good cameras. They really are. They're good. The lenses are decent too,
especially for video.
Yeah, they're underrated for sure.
Yeah, yeah. People pass them over, but they're decent. Let's see what else we got.
When you search in there, let me ask a question to David. When we were talking about black and white, David. So the infrared, how do they look in the viewfinder? Well, not in the viewfinder, sorry, in the LCD. Do they look the same way that when you process them?
No.
Oh.
No, I have to shoot my infrared with live view, and but when I use live view, the autofocus works, and the auto exposure is maybe a couple of stops off, but sometimes it's off one way, sometimes it's off the other. So I use my exposure compensation to bring it on.
Okay.
And and then you got to adjust yourself here, because what you see has got a red tinge to it normally.
Okay.
So then you can get something that is not too bad, and then but it takes a bit of experience looking at it to figure out what you're going to make it look like when you finish.
Okay.
But
that's good.
It's not that hard, and then you still, with mine, because it's full spectrum, I get more than red. I get some blue and in there too, and so you can change it around, but it depends on what, if you have a filter on it or not. If you're using a filter, then you get the effects of the filter. And,
of course.
And I'm sure Roy's got something to tell you too.
Yeah, it tends to be totally black when I do IR without a converted camera. You focus and everything before you take the picture, then you put the filter on, then you're totally blind.
Okay. Yeah, but then of course in that DSLR you are looking normally until you take the picture, but then in live view give you a better idea in the LCD.
Yeah, it's hard though. It was easier in film days because then you could actually see what you're doing.
Exactly. Okay.
But
no, a filter, yes, we would have a better idea.
But the way that I've got mine set up with the live view, it actually works well. You can compose your picture and everything else exactly what you want. You can set your exposure, and like I say, even the autofocus works. But if I try to look through the camera viewfinder, well, it's kind of like being in a coal mine after dark with the lights out.
Yes.
Z-Wade is in the house saying hello to everybody. So let's return the hello to Z-Wade. Hello, sir.
Hello, Zach.
And,
hey, Z-Wade. Bye, Z-Wade. Got to run, guys.
Take care, Joe. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, you know what? When you're done with everything, you got time, come back on. if
Sounds
you
good.
can't.
Will do. Have a
We'll
good
be
night,
here.
guys. I might just watch.
Okay.
Sounds good. And miss you, Chuck. Glad you're here too.
I want to
See you,
throw up. I don't want to throw up. That didn't sound too good. I shouldn't say that. I want to wait a minute. I want to throw up. No, excuse me. Oh, I saw something in here I wanted to share, because this is a question that I can let Gustavo start with, and then I could potentially add my 2 cents, because it's only worth 2 cents. Oh man, where is it?
I'll give you a flat nickel.
You flat nickel? Yeah. A wooden nickel. You can give me a wooden. I actually have a wooden nickel, actually.
No.
Yeah, I do.
No, really?
Yeah, a wooden nickel.
Where'd you get it?
My dad had it.
Don't
Wooden
take
nickel.
any wooden nickels.
You know?
That's what I always say.
Trying to find. Okay, here we go. I think this is the one I wanted to bring up. Here you go, Gustavo. I'm going to let you start, and then everybody else can chime in. What are some of the stuff you do to prepare to go shoot nature? And that list can be like 10 miles long, so get ready, baby. You asked, you will be entertained.
But you mean a person coming new to nature photography, or what I do every day?
Well, I think he's asking what are the things that you think about, and how do you get ready to go out and shoot nature? And that's a broad, that's kind of broad, because nature could be okay. Is it large animals? Is it birds? Is it I guess be as generic as you can. I guess.
Yeah, I think with any photography, you have to have a plan. You have to have a subject in mind. You have to have a location in mind. Okay, preferably one that you have researched either before through the internet if you have not been there, or after you have been there. You go with some. I always go with something in mind. Then if it's uh, uh, then you prepare your bag. Correct. I actually, when I take the longer, let's say, out trips, several days, I take my camera bag, put everything out, put everything in, correct? And I am one that keep the things that I use every day in my camera bag, not in my closet, because I work out of my camera bag even when I'm at home, correct? So I think preparation for nature photography, like probably any other type of photography, comes with the day before or just before going there, right?
Yeah, and I think like if let's say you're going to take, knowing the thing with nature photography is, and some people think nature photography and they go, oh, I want to go to 100 different places. So let me tell you, you start off finding a place close to where you live, and you go there a lot. You go there so you know that area like the back of your hand, because one, you're gonna learn the behavior of your subjects. Okay, right. You're gonna know where the hot spots are that other people won't know, that are just maybe visiting for the day. You're gonna know if you're, like, say, in a tidal marsh, you're gonna want to know what the tide schedule is, because you want to get there. Let's say you don't want to be there at high tide. Okay, a lot of birds are not going to do anything when you have high tide. They're going to want to be there when the tide is going out, maybe an hour before low tide, or just as the tide starts going back in, because that's when it's bringing in fresh food for them to eat. So they like it when the water's low, and either fish are trapped in the water that's left behind, and they can go into those little pockets of water, and you can get a feeding frenzy going on, or the other way around, when the tide starts coming back in, it's bringing in some fish, and you're there to catch it, that when the tide's coming back in, and you'd be surprised. Once again, that's when the birds are more interested. So if you show up at high tide, you're going to be disappointed. So it all depends on where you're going, what your subject matter is. But nature photography in general, I think I could say honestly, you got to get up early in the morning. You want to be there before the sun comes up. And if anything, if it's a big area, so that you have enough time to spot check a few areas ahead of time and decide where you want to start. Okay, so you want to get there before the sun comes up and kind of do a spot check, figure out where you want to start the day. And do not think you're going to get great pictures if you're staying there till high noon, because it's all your white birds are going to be blown out so bad. You're going to be underexposing 2 stops, 3 stops. It ain't worth it. So you want to get there early in the morning, or you want to get there late in the afternoon, early evening, as the sun's getting ready to set. And if you like sunset pictures, don't leave too early, because sometimes the best color is an hour or more after the sun goes down. So there's a lot of planning, but find a couple areas that you want to explore and learn them like the back of your hand, because then that experience and learning the behavior of your animals or your birds, then when you go on a trip somewhere else,
Absolutely.
you have part of that knowledge already baked into you at that point. You're not learning on the fly, you'll be much better off. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And also, you learn your skills. And I mean, everybody that loves nature knows you have to be reactive quickly, correct? Boring or nothing happened, and then suddenly everything happens. So it can be frantic. That's the time to be ready. So you anticipate a little bit, and then you're ready to react. I'm sorry here about my dog. He wants to go out at one point. So.
And Jeff and Leslie make some good comments, because it's not all about just learning about what you want to shoot, but it's preparing in terms of your clothing. They bring up good subjects, like especially now in the summertime, very hot, humid, moisture wicking clothing, wear a hat, good hiking boots if you're going to be walking through the woods. Make sure you have plenty of water with you so you don't get dehydrated. Have a few snacks to keep you going. That's very good advice. And then spare batteries is brought up. They also brought up, always make sure, that you have spare batteries. And buy some, let's say we're going to assume, and I don't like to assume, but let's say you're going to do birds, buy some bird guides and just flip through it. And it'll tell you what a certain bird may like to eat. And what a bird likes to eat, okay, some birds like insects, and that's all they like is insects. Well, so that might be a bird that's more that you're going to see in a forest area or a wide open field, grasshoppers, stuff like that. Bird likes fish. Obviously, you got to be near water, right? So you got to be near water to get that fish. So it's a good idea to flip through, not necessarily memorize, but flip through some of the bird guides and look at the behavioral patterns of some of these birds that are described in these books, because they're really good information in the books.
Yeah, and I think I believe Steve Perry made a video, I think almost a year or 2 years ago, that he said the kind of attitude or skills that typically wildlife photographers have. If you want to get into wildlife photography, that's a good place to start with. He actually described his own journey through wildlife photography. You see, he started like Jeff and Leslie. For people like Jeff and Leslie and us, it started by love of nature. It start by liking the animals, correct? So wildlife photography started with wildlife watching. Photography comes after.
Yeah,
By the way, talking about hats,
many people start off
this is
as bird watchers.
My favorite hat. My favorite hat for wildlife photography is this one, for one reason. Soft, correct? So you get behind the camera and then you can, you don't have a baseball cap or something that is going to bump into your camera. So softer hat, good protection for the sun, ideal.
Here we go.
Exactly.
Battle of the hats.
Exactly.
Yeah, my
The
wife
softer
gets
the
mad at me
brim,
because
better.
I own hats and I tend not to wear them. And
And we need extra protection here.
and she said, "You're gonna get skin cancer. You don't wear a hat often enough." I'm like, yeah. You know, it's which I probably will because I'm stubborn.
Yes.
Let's see what else we got here.
Another thing.
Here's Mazman saying hello here. I didn't see the text, Mazman. I always stuff the phone away where I can't hear it ring when I'm getting ready for the show. So Mazman just is moving into a new place. So he's killing himself and doing multiple trips to Home Depot now. Everybody knows his name at Home Depot, and you could probably get the Mazman discount if you go to the store that he goes to, and he might be able to give you a discount by mentioning his name because he's making a zillion trips to the home improvement stores. So hopefully he can join us after he has his dinner. And here's Z-Wade with a funny comment. You don't want to learn how to do bird photography, go to the city and shoot pigeons. When you say shoot pigeons, though, a lot of people are using guns, and that's how they're shooting the pigeons. But I'll tell you though, Albert's talking about. I'm commenting, I think, back to something that Roy said. Getting a pristine copy is vital. Sadly, you can only trust Japanese merchants if you want a mint camera on eBay. Well, I bought my first thing from a Japanese vendor and it didn't work. And I sent it back and the person insisted after he got it back that it worked, and it did not work.
That's the same everywhere though.
It did not work accurately. So, but
Japanese tend to be better than most.
No matter who you buy it from, whether it's US or Japan, you just make sure they have a return policy where they allow you to send it back, because there are a lot of people on eBay that say no returns. And those are the people that are going, the people that say no returns are people that don't know anything about cameras, number one. They're picking them up at estate sales, pennies on the dollar. They're pulling numbers out of the sky, what they think it's worth, charging much more, typically asking much more than the camera's actually worth, and they know nothing about it, and they can't give you any information, and they'll tell you, well, it seems to work. Well, I don't buy something that somebody says it seems to work. I want to know that it works. I want to know if you put a roll of film in it. I want to know certain things. If you are going to buy vintage stuff like I have been doing have done for many years, but just started doing it again, you have to ask a lot of questions. And then even then you assume the person is answering you honestly. And I've gotten burned a few times. Luckily, I'm not typically buying stuff that's overly priced. So sometimes I got to take it on the chin, but there's a lot of questions you should ask any retail or any eBay person. And if they go, I don't have a clue, then you just don't think of buying it. Don't even think about it.
I don't collect camera, but this issue with the Japanese in eBay, I heard conflicting indications. Sometimes that they ratings are not reliable. Sometimes that they pass stuff that is already scratched or something like that. What is your experience, Jeff?
People will say EX plus near mint condition. I'll tell you, look at the photographs really, really close and know what you look for. You look to see if the leather or the leatherette is lifting up at all around the edges. You look to see where you have like the metal. Let me find a
brassing.
Yeah, you look for brassing, or say you have a black camera like this, okay? Let me get some more light on it here. You look at the edge here of the black trim.
Mm-hmm.
See if it's all scratched to heck. See if it's all dented. I mean, look at every nook and cranny that you could see on every photograph they post. Zoom in on it if you could zoom in on it. And you look for, and so many of these cameras that they sell, it's I find it embarrassing. They don't even bother to clean them. They look like they were sitting in a shoebox for 25, an open shoebox for 25 years in somebody's basement. It's like when it has so much crud on it that you need a scraper to get the dirt off. Don't even think about buying it. Don't even think about buying it. I mean,
and black is better because the chrome ones hide all the faults.
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to do a lot of questioning and pay a lot of attention to the photos before you buy anything old, and make sure you get it from somebody that lets you bring it back within 30 days if you don't like it.
Did you see Vaughan's latest purchases?
Yes, I did.
Man, he scored.
Well, what I don't understand, at least with one of them anyway, is he owned a 600 F4. He decided he didn't want it. He sells it. And then he goes back and he buys another one. He's all excited he buys it. It's like, I don't know if he's having a midlife crisis or what, but either you want the damn thing, excuse me, you want it or you don't. I don't know why you get rid of it and then you go buy another one again. But, you know.
He's a different type of collector. I think he's a different type of collector.
He collects on a whim, and then he gets tired of it. He gets rid of it, and then he misses it, and he goes and buys it again.
Well, I think he enjoyed the hunt.
The hunt. I don't enjoy the hunt. To me, the hunt is hard work. If you don't want to get screwed, the hunt is hard work.
But not for me. Not for Mr. Bahagan. He liked the hunt.
I like that D5 he got for $900.
Yeah,
even if it has 800,000, whatever, you know, it's cool.
With an interview, John, he also did an interview at the same time. That guy was a stellar photographer, or is a stellar photographer.
Oh man, you see the front covers is
Sports
Illustrated. Hey, who says that Nikons aren't any good? Who says that DSLRs ain't any good?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
They're awesome.
You just say that's going to be my non-video camera, and it's for my stills, and I still to me now, having done both film stills and video, because I never did video before, they tell two different stories, and you tell different stories with it. You could show a complete sequence of events when you're doing video. But I'll tell you, you have a special photo when that single image is so good that it tells the story all by itself with that one picture. And that is, to me, the challenge of a still image photographer is to do their best to try to capture that special something in that moment in time. Because with video, if you stay on the subject long enough, you're going to see something interesting, and everybody's going to go, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, you know, oh, that's great. But you know what? I'm not saying video editing is fun and that it's easy and that it isn't hard work, but I'll tell you, it's a lot harder to get that perfect image than it is to do the video. You got to be on the top of your game. You got to be paying attention. You got to be looking at the behavior of whatever you're doing. You have to be able to predict what you think is going to happen next. And even if you're doing weddings and stuff, okay, you got timing, right? Timing is everything. Okay, I got to make sure that I get the bride and groom when they kiss at the end. I got to get that exact moment. I got to get a sequence of shots there when they kiss. I got to make sure that I get that perfect angle when the bride throws the bouquet. So it's not just stuff that a nature or bird photographer worries about. I mean, you're trying to capture perfect moments, no matter if you're doing auto racing. Okay, I used to take and Gustavo, you've done that. You go and you go to an auto race, and I hate to say it. I mean, a lot of people go to races. They want to see an accident. They want to see something. Unfortunately, they want to see something tragic happen. Nobody die, but they want to see an accident. And you, as a photographer, you're trying to capture that moment where there is an accident, because that's what is going to drive interest, and people are going to want that photo. So it's always about trying to just get there at the right time, no matter, and John doing photojournalism, it's timing, right? You want to get that moment. You want to get that picture that tells the story, that gets on the cover of Life magazine or the New York Times or the Washington Post or whatever. I mean, it is to me, it's a lot more challenging with a single shot.
Yeah, and John, for you, I mean, you'd always tell us that the biggest challenge is, out of the photo that you went out for an assignment, take the 10 photos that you wanted to send to your editor, correct? That was this part of your skill, selected the ones that you wanted to send to the editor, correct?
Yeah, well, the skill is you take the pictures before you even leave for the assignment. I mean, you already know what you want and how you get it before you even leave. That's the skill part, and then you make it happen.
Exactly.
And then, okay, what's the story? Of course, it's a story. If there's no story, then what's the point of doing it, right? Yeah. And to make it compelling enough for the editors. But yeah, I mean, it's just like wildlife photography, like Jeff says, got to get there early, and what the animal is going to do, what the tide is going to go out, and you don't want to do it at high tide, you want to do it low tide. The bird's going to look for the fish, blah blah blah. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
humans,
they're going to
do the same thing.
They're going to take a dump usually just before they get ready to fly. They're going to
they're going to take a dump. And humans basically do the same thing in a certain stressful situation. They're going to react this way. They're going to react that way. So then you just position yourself, and you basically predict what they're going to do, and then you're ready. Make sure, of course, you have the right tools and your settings right to capture it, because it's only going to happen once. It's very very similar.
And that's what I think we can learn from each other, correct? Because at the core, the skills are the same.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my decades of experience, I to share it with you guys, because I can't shoot bird photography if my life depended on them, but I talk to okay, Jeff says, well, you got to wait for this, and they take a dump just before they take off. I didn't know that. How would I know that? Right?
Well,
birds in flight, birds in flight is like, you see a bird with a background and just flying. What's the big deal, right?
Wayne Maddox is taken off. He's out of here. I hope you're still here, and wish you well, Wayne, and hope you're getting some nice pics wherever you may be. So he's leaving the chat. Hopefully, maybe he can come back later. But there's a lot of commonality between all photography, no matter what genre you shoot. There's certain things you have to think about, irregardless of what your subject is.
Exactly.
And there's a commonality there. There's a common thread, and that's what's cool about the people that are in the chat, and everybody that has been on Chuck's show, is that you have people from different backgrounds, people that might be focus on one part of photography. Some people are generalists. Some people are strictly they just do weddings. Some people, they do corporate headshots and portraits, and some people do just macro photography, and some people do landscape photography, and some try to do a little bit of everything, which I've tried to do that, and it just ends up costing you a lot of money because you end up with tons of lenses.
You know,
I should say that.
my cousin Jeff, he graduated one of the best photography imaging schools in the United States. It was the Kodak School, you know, up there in New York. I can't remember the name of it, but when he got out of photography school, he needed a job, so he ended up shooting. He got a job in the porn industry, you know.
Oh, hey, Chuck's taking off, guys. Everybody say goodbye to Chuck and Maribel, and thank you for stopping by, guys. Chuck, dream of Mr. Stewart choking on his M&Ms that he teased you with earlier. I'm sure you don't want him to have any joy eating those M&Ms right now, but he bought 2 stashes worth of M&Ms. You got the big container there, David? See, David couldn't settle just for the small pouch. He had to go with the large economy size.
Hey, David, are you going to eat those or just for display?
Yes. Would you like some?
No.
This container is only 1.3 kilograms.
I think because I got to take a stress test and a blood test at the end of the month, and I don't want my HbA1c to be high.
Well, but what I have to do is eat these over a long period of time.
Yeah,
because
that's what.
Chuck's saying enjoy them for him.
Yep.
David, Chuck's saying enjoy them for me.
Well, yeah, it's the thing is that since Chuck's diet has changed,
Well, yeah, I hope so.
M&M sales are way down.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure.
If we don't watch it, they're going to go out of business.
They're going to go out of business if we don't all chip in and buy M&Ms quick.
Yeah. So I went out and I bought my supply that'll keep me going for the next 3 years today. So if you come by at Halloween, guess what you're getting?
Yeah. You put a handful of M&Ms in a paper bag and put a tie wrap on it.
Yeah, and I think what Anita's cat wants to get the M&Ms out of the bag and chase them around the floor.
I think the best use of that M&Ms is doing those photos with all the colors that we saw during the review. That was fantastic.
That was cool. That was really neat.
Yeah.
Another thing in the news, and then I'm going to go to a comment that Gustavo sent me in an email, and I'm going to comment on it, and I'll have an interesting response to one of his queries. But
Okay.
the Nikon 180 to 600, everybody's hearing different things. You know, Nikon rumors said, oh, it's mid to end of September. And then in the same listing of things, then they say, oh, Nikon Japan is saying it's shipping on August 31st. So they got one spot that says August 31st. Oh, there's a kitty cat, Mr. Stewart. There's the cat.
Yeah, and that's so Anita can say good night to Chuck.
Oh, Chuck, Chuck, hold your cat up to your screen so they can get in a fight. Chuck, take care, man. Thanks a lot for coming on. We miss the heck out of you. I'll tell you right now, really do.
Yeah, we sure miss you, Chuck.
But you know, these rumor things, you know, it's the date's constantly getting pushed out, and well, that's good. My credit card is happy; it's not getting pinged with the bill yet. And then, of course, they talked about the Z8 service advisory, strap lugs, and that has some content creators very upset about the attention that's getting by those who like to bash brands, irregardless
Yeah.
of what brand it is.
Yeah, exactly.
They're claiming right now, best of their knowledge, there's only around six people that have had that problem. Now, if you were to go by what you're hearing on all these other channels, you would think it's 6,000 cameras
Or more.
It's around six cameras, people.
Around the world.
Just Nikon being
Around the world. How many thousands of Z8s do you think have shipped?
Tens of thousands
of Z8s, and six of them have this problem. And I give Nikon a lot of credit for not saying, oh, it's not an issue. Nobody's had the problem. We don't know what you're talking about. Hey, they've come right out and they say it's been reported that some people have had this problem. And even though it's only a handful of people, they're taking it seriously. They're having you a methodology, how to check your camera, what to do to see if your camera is a problem with that, sending it back, getting it fixed for free, not paying for postage either way. They're doing all the right things. And for people that want to just bash a brand, I could come up with a list of whether it be Canon or Sony or anybody, all these problems they had with their cameras when they came out. And you know what?
They didn't tell anyone.
You could go on forever. They all have an issue. They do the best they can, and they can still have something pop up. And it's more important is how they react to when they do have a problem, and how quick do they respond, and do they take care of the customer. And if they're doing that, you gotta tip your hat off and say, I'm not happy, I gotta send it back, but at least they're taking care of me. They're not telling me I'm full of baloney and I'm making it up.
I tell you, my concern, Jeff, is that if this thing is something that they have to operate inside the log of the strap, they have to open your camera. Sometimes I don't want them to open my camera and start filling up with the insides. I know they are I personally, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait for a long time. When my camera need a cleanup, then I send it, and then they do the two recall or whatever they call service advisor at the same time.
So if you want to see if your camera is affected, you can go to the Nikon USA website. From the top screen, you select support, product advisory, then you go down and you select technical service advisories for the Z8, and it's going to show you where you can look up the serial number, and it'll show two technical service advisories because you had the two issues with the camera. So there's two service advisories, and if you didn't bring your camera in for the first issue, you bring it in for the lugs, they're going to check and see, make sure it doesn't have a problem with the lenses not being able to lock on to your body or what have you. So they're gonna check everything out before you get the camera back.
Exactly.
And I want to congratulate and welcome. I don't know if he's here. I got to make sure I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Congratulate our friend Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover. He's now a proud member of the 800 Club. He just got an 800 PF. So I hope that he enjoys many years with it and enjoys it. And I know he just got it. And
great lens.
He's going to get out there and have a great time with it. It is a great lens.
Indeed.
And let's see.
I was using my 800 for shooting portraits yesterday.
Oh, you're doing what Matt Irwin did.
Well, yeah, is that, and sometimes they're portraits of birds, sometimes they're portraits of people, but you don't have to get close to your subject.
When you get in a scooter.
And
the helmet.
I'll tell
I'm not
you,
getting a scooter.
me on him and his buddy there that shoots with him, when they do the videos, and they're literally going through between two buildings in an alleyway at a pretty good speed, filming while they're flying through on the scooters. tip my hat off, man. I tip my hat off to Matt Irwin and his buddy, because that's like a death-defying feat. You know, you only got maybe 3 feet between the buildings or something, and you're squeezing yourself through there with all your gear, and you're filming, and you're flying through in between the buildings like they do in the alleyways and stuff. That's pretty darn impressive, I'll tell you.
He does love his scooter, though, doesn't he?
Rakesh is saying, he loves a scooter. Rakesh is saying the latest rumors is ZF will have IBIS and 1/8,000th of a second shutter speed. Hey, I hear it takes pictures by itself too. I don't know. It's too many rumors, man. Too many rumors. He's saying, Rakesh is also saying the old 800 5.6 FL refurb is $89, $99, $95.
I had that lens. That's a good lens too, but it's big and heavy.
Yeah, I would not get that with what the new Z version can do for less money, a lot lighter. I'd have to get a refurbed old one for a lot cheaper than $9,000 for me to even think about it.
Agree.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, this is great, Jeff. Jeff, here I'm gonna do a pat. Pretend this is your back.
Oh.
2 photos published this week in the federal government report for Wildlife Preserve, where he does a lot of photo work. Congratulations, good job. You know what? Share those two photos for the photo review. And speaking of the photo review, yeah, you don't get too excited. You like the special sound effects here. When we did the photo review last month, we got an early start. Okay, we had a record-setting amount of photos submitted. We had 63 images. 63 images. I don't think we ever had more than 30 before. 63 images.
Did you get through all of them?
We went through every single image, all 63 of them. So I'm going to put this up on the screen now ahead of time, because the next photo review is going to be on September 2nd. That's the first Saturday in September. And you can send more than one photo if you want, but you don't have to. But send one photo minimum, obviously. Can't send 0. I guess you could send 0, but at least send one. You can send a few if you would like. Send it to that email that you see in this notation, selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, no later than noon, 12 p.m. Eastern time on September 1st, which will be Friday, the Friday before. Anything that comes after that, I'm sorry, but I'll just put it in a bucket for the following month, because the time you spend putting the photos in order and tying it in with the commentary takes quite a bit of time, and I don't want to be doing that shotgun style late into Friday evening if I can help it. So provide the photo information, the camera body, the lens you use, your f-stop, your shutter speed, your ISO, any pertinent information about the photo that you want to share, because I don't have the phone hookup like Chuck did. I'm low tech, he's high tech. He's got the master control panel. I've got no control panel. So therefore, any commentary, you're welcome to ask for a link to come on the panel and talk about your image if you so desire. If you're shy and you don't want to be seen in public because you got a bad haircut or whatever, then provide the information when you send the photo, and I'll be more than happy to rattle off whatever story that you want to tell about your particular image. And I like maybe some people want me to pick a topic for a photo, and I don't want to do that, because I want to keep it where you send what means something to you, and because if I say take an astrophotography shot, Well, maybe 2/3 of the people that watch the show have never taken an astrophotography shot. I don't want to pin them in a corner and make them try to go out in 2 weeks and take an astrophotography shot, or say, gee, I want to submit an image, but I don't have a 20 millimeter lens. I'm going to go out and buy one just so I could do the astrophotography shot. I don't want to be the cause of anybody spending any extra money on camera gear. I'll let you do that all by yourself without any prodding from me. So submit whatever you wish to submit. Color image, black and white, any type of image that you want. I mean, we had an image taken with I forget the year it was. I don't know if it was a 1921 Brownie. We had our first underwater pictures that were ever on any of the shows that Chuck had done. I don't think anybody ever submitted an underwater photograph, and it was a phenomenal scubarazzi. It was a phenomenal photograph. And it's great to just get the variety. So let's just keep it that way. Make it generic. Make a note of this date. And you will there will be reminders in the subsequent Saturday shows. And from that, let's see if I had anything else. I'm gonna look up some questions or subject topics that our friend Gustavo brought up to me a week or so ago, and did not really have the opportunity to.
Yeah, and I sent you an email, John, because Jeff. I think a very important photographer here from Colorado just passed away, John Fielder, today, and he did a great thing by making his life work available.
Now, what was his specialty? Was it wildlife?
Oh, landscape.
Landscapes.
Landscape photo. He was a nature photographer, landscape photographer. So I will encourage the community here to look for John Fielder photography. He was fantastic. And he did. He has his own gallery at one point here in Denver. I've been doing this for 50 years, and have published so many books, unbelievable. And one of the things that I add in that email that I sent here with the people in the panel is he published a book about places to go on photography in Colorado. When I first moved to Colorado, that was in my car all the time. Go to a town, I would check what is there available. It's and also there was a series of recent interview. I think there was an article because he was quite ill the last few months. So there was a series of interviews in CBS. There was an interview also done by Colorado National Public Radio. So check him out. It will inspire you. Those people that do wildlife photography, and particular people that do landscape, and those that want to visit Colorado, they need to check his website. And he made 600,000 photos or something available to one of the institutions here in Colorado.
Thank you for bringing that up to everybody's attention so they can check out his work. And sadly, for many of us, we'll be checking it out after he's gone.
Exactly.
But I'm sure the family is still going to monitor any comments. You check out his work and you leave a nice comment and leave a thank you for what he's done for the photography community. I'm sure it'll be appreciated by the family.
I sent you I don't know whether you received them. You have a photo of a park which I visit regularly. I have photographed on, which is was very dear to him, Roxborough State Park. That you may want to check if you have it available. You may want to share here. It's a spectacular place, very accessible here in the Denver area.
But
No,
it's sad when that everybody will remember there was I didn't know him well. I mean, we picked on each other because at the time I didn't have a mirrorless camera. I was shooting with my D850. So there was a gentleman that used to go to the park 7 days a week, went to the park. He lived in Florida and he had a place down here in the Myrtle Beach area, and he would, go back and forth. And he was when he was here, he took pictures at the Huntington Beach Park every single day, 7 days a week. He would be there like clockwork. He would give candy to the park attendants that would check to see if he had a pass, for him to, drive into the park. He would give them candy. I'd be taking a picture, and all of a sudden a piece of candy out of his truck would be flying at me. He says, "You guys look hungry," and he would throw candy at us so we'd have something to munch on. I mean, he was a gem of a person and a wonderful guy. And unfortunately, he passed away long before his time. And he was an exceptional wildlife photographer, birds. And you remember, these people that maybe you didn't know them very long, but they'd give you time to answer questions when you were just learning and starting out, and would have a little fun with you. And he used to like to pick on me because he'd say, "Oh, Jeff, you're scaring away all the birds with the noise from your D850." And I think he was shooting a Sony A9 at the time, and you didn't hear anything from that, So he used to blame me when a bird would take off, that it was my fault. And so we always had fun about that. But it's important to remember the people that live in the community that contribute to the art of photography, because realistically, there really aren't a lot of us.
Absolutely.
Do it. There's really not a lot of us.
Yeah. But this guy was like the Ansel Adams of Colorado, correct? I mean, so many publications, and every single corner of Colorado he had photographed, and it really, I mean, that's why his photos will live forever in this archive, correct? And all sort of camera. I mean, he will go to the 14,000 pics and photograph with, big format cameras,
field cameras, yeah,
field camera, and those, I don't use that type of camera, but those slides that were, like square, like 4 inches long. I mean, incredible amount of photography, incredible photography, and beautiful. Check him out.
Here's a funny comment. Okay, Greg, you asked for it. Let me get his comment up here. He's trying to get me to select a topic that justifies acquisition of a 100 to 400 at 4556. Okay, Greg. Let's see. One area where that works good is school sports, sporting events, soccer games, stuff like that. Okay, something where the field isn't gigantic. High school sports where you can go up and down the sideline.
Plenty of light.
Nice and light. So that's one place you could use it, and it's still it's good for birds. If you get birds that like to, it's that time of year and they like to hang out near, close to shore. There's nothing wrong with that lens for birds that are close to shore. Gives you enough reach. I mean, where you're going to run into issues if you're trying to pick up a bird far away that's a bird in flight and you're trying to get it far away and grab onto it early. But if you're doing mostly shots that are, the bird is 20 feet away or 100 feet away, that 1 to 4 is going to work fine for you. So but it is a great activity lens for sporting events or outdoor concerts, stuff like that. Okay, track and field events. There's a lot of use for it. And I have it, and even though, I'm lots of times I'm using longer glass, I'm not getting rid of that lens. It's a great lens. I'm not going to get rid of it.
Also, focus is down to 1 meter.
Yeah, because I don't want to do. I could pick on somebody right now. Let's just say I'm not going to sell it and then buy it 6 months from now and buy it again. One thing that a few multiple of things here that Gustavo thought would be a good subject discussion was on a Z9 or a Z8, are they going to come out with in RAW format, the ability to do a pre-capture release like they do in the JPEG files? And I was on a chat, and this was shortly after the Z9 came out. I was on a chat that Paul's Camera was doing out in California.
Okay.
And there was several Nikon. There was like a Nikon ambassador, and then there was maybe someone else that might have been in Nikon, a sales rep or marketing or something like that. And that comment was brought up, and they just said at that time, and that was obviously quite a while ago, they said they were looking into it. Now, the only thing, and we've all mentioned it. I think I mentioned it. I know others had. Like Olympus was one of the first camera manufacturers that came out with that feature. But the thing to make note of, though, is all the companies that came out with that feature ahead of time, they're APS-C or micro four thirds cameras, and they're like 24 megapixel files. So the files are much, much smaller. And I think that is the problem, is with a 45.7 megapixel camera, is the file size may be too large for them to be able to do it. And that's the only reason why I think we haven't seen it yet, is they're struggling to try to see if they can somehow make it happen with that
high efficiency RAW.
Well, it's still 30 megs, though.
Yeah.
Still 30 plus megs. That's still a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So it would be nice to have it, but time will tell. And it's been a while now since the Z9 came out, and we haven't seen it yet. So I don't know. But it's a good point to make, and it is something that a lot of people would like to see, because I personally don't shoot a lot of JPEG files. So, but that's just me.
Yeah. But we haven't seen any newer update on the Z8 still in its original software, correct?
Correct. And we didn't see a few things that are in the Z9 that came out, put into the Z8, and we didn't see the skin softening, wonderful skin softening technique in Z8 get rolled into the Z9. And I think some of that is intentional. I think some of that really is intentional, even though a lot of people would disagree with me and say, well, it would be nice if everything was the same. It'd be easier for their firmware guys if everything was incrementally the same from both bodies, all the time. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it will eventually get to where they each have that same stuff, and then from then on, it increments the same. But maybe right now they're using it as a little bit of a marketing ploy for those that want something that's in the Z8, it's not in the Z9. It drives up the Z8 sales, and the other way around, it drives up the Z9 sales. So maybe they want to just kind of like milk the sales dollars for a little bit longer, and then eventually, when things flatten out or stabilize, then maybe that's when they'll make it the same, and then from then on out, keep it on track with each other. I mean, that's my guess, but
I was hoping to be able to take the setup file from one to the other.
Yeah.
It's just sad I can't.
Yeah. The other thing that now that I introduced for the C9, the ability to look the distance in the viewfinder, correct? When you move the manual focus, you can see the distance. And actually, I would like to have the ability to limit the range of the distance that I want to focus inside the camera, correct? No, most of the telephoto lenses, as you guys know, have this kind of 0 to infinity or
Right.
10 meters to infinity.
Yeah.
Those setups are rather limiting. Sometimes you want 0 to or minimum focal distance, let's say 5 meters to 10 meters. So that ability to inside the software of the camera to be able to put those limits, that could be very useful. Okay, I understand also that is available in the OM1 system, so it's not like it's not possible.
But
So
the same thing is, though, that's a micro 4/3 camera.
well, but I think that's an autofocus feature.
Yeah.
And we now can see the distances in the camera, correct? So I think there is still opportunity for improvement via
Oh
software.
yeah,
Correct?
yeah. I mean, I think there's still improvement that they need to make to the autofocus system.
Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
you still have a situation where many times if you get a bird flying at you, you try to pick up on that bird and it gets lost with the background. It still happens.
Well, but if you can limit the background, correct, from 30 meters to infinity, don't focus on this setup. That will help with that
Well,
process too.
I actually got to where I'm using my thumb to rotate, go into manual focus mode,
Oh, absolutely.
and try to
All
and
right.
get close, and then lock on it, and that's working pretty good. And then a friend of mine and I just set my camera up for it, because it depends on the lens that you own, is to use the memory set function
Yes, no,
and
definitely.
program a distance that's maybe the same distance away where you're trying to pick up the bird in flight,
Yeah.
so that if the bird is, say the trees are, I'll just make up numbers. Let's say the tree's 300 feet away, and you want to focus on the bird when it's 150 feet away. Set your recall, your focus memory recall to something that's 150 feet away, and then when the bird hits that spot, hit that recall button, lock right on it, and then you can continuously track it from there, and it won't get lost with the background because you're not allowing it to focus any farther than that.
No, indeed, that is an essential, piece of tool that you have in your camera,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Your memory set button, and then the recall. So all my long telephotos, one FM button is assigned to memory recall, the other button is assigned to calling that focus.
Yeah.
So I will recommend. So
Yeah. Now,
but I want to hear from the other guys here, because I keep a rolling list of my wish list, correct? But if you guys think about those things,
Yeah.
what do you want to see?
Yeah. What is there anything on the Z9 or the Z8 that you feel is that you really, really would love to see them throw in there on the next firmware update?
No, both pretty good cameras. Both do the job quite well.
I have a weird one for you, and I think I've mentioned it before. And Gustavo, will relate to this, and Roy, I'm sure you will too. And David's getting more into doing birds, so he's going to turn into a quack just like the rest of us. Ha ha ha! And John, I know, dabbles with birds once in a while when he's, you get those beautiful eagle shots in Mongolia, man. So I mean, you're doing birds too, whether you want to admit it or not.
They don't count.
No, they don't count. They still fly, don't they? They're birds. They count. But if you're tracking a bird in flight, it's going to dive for a fish. You might be because of the sky, you might be exposure compensation wise, you might be plus a stop and a half, plus 2 stops to be able to get the bird to come out, so it's not pitch black. And then you have the opposite problem when it gets near the water. So what I would like to be able to program a button. So let's say I set my exposure compensation to plus 1.5. So when I'm following that bird in the sky, I'm plus 1.5. I want to hit a button. So maybe at the touch of a button, when it goes to hit the water, I'm either at 0 exposure compensation or maybe minus a half or something like that, so that I don't have the opposite problem where the bird is blown out. Okay, because sometimes when the bird hits the water droplets are in the air. The water droplets pick up the sunlight hitting the water droplets. The next thing you know, the bird is if you got a bird that like an osprey that's dark and white, the white parts are too bright now. So
Definitely.
it would be nice to be able to say, okay, I want to be able to pick one setting and then have click a button and be able to program it to either go down X amount of stops or go up X amount of stops at the push of a button. So when that bird is diving down, I know when it hits the water, I'm not sitting there trying to spin dials and spin my exposure compensation fast enough to make up for what I think is going to happen. I pretty much know what I need to set it for, but I can't always do it fast enough.
Yeah, I think that's a good one, Jeff.
You know?
I like that idea. I mean, and also your subject, correct? Talk about ospreys here. Sorry, we are making people aware of those things. But I think John had to go.
You taking off on us?
Yes.
It's lunchtime. Oh wow! Now that you said that, you're going to make me hungry. I'm going to have to get a snack.
Okay, you guys. I'll see you next week.
Hey, thanks a lot, John, for stopping in. Say hi to Diana for us.
Okay. Bye, David. Bye, Gustavo.
Take care.
Well,
but yeah,
Jeff, I have a solution for you.
Yeah.
What you do is you get a gimbal that you can mount 2 cameras and 2 lenses on, so they're coax, and you can have one that's plus a stop and a half, and one that's minus a stop and a half, and then you just track with both at the same time because they're both on the bird, and then you just keep going. That's a solution, It's only about maybe a $50K solution, but it will work.
Yeah, no, for sure. But in a serious note, I think that's a good suggestion, Jeff, because, for instance, correct, you talk about an osprey. Osprey under a relatively bright light, it's almost impossible to expose it well in the white plumage, correct? You have to, I mean, a bighorn sheep, the rear of the bighorn sheep, or Jeff and Leslie here with the back of the white tail. I mean, it gets blowed out for sure. So those subjects, you're going to dial it up, down. So having a single one of your function button, think, and then you got a -1.
Yeah.
Then you're okay. Now you have your white birds, right? And then they're going to be, or a polar bear, whatever. Let's say for us mere mortals, photographing egrets, correct?
Yeah.
So we just go +1. I think that's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah. I think that would be cool, and that would not be hard to do. That's strictly a firmware thing. That's all that is. That's strictly firmware. You don't have to add a
because
nothing.
I mean, we all use the EV compensation button, okay? But then you have to press that and then do the dial. By then, the opportunity is gone.
Now, the one thing I did do on my control ring, on a lot of my lenses that have a control ring, I have set that up for exposure compensation.
That's a good idea.
I could change my exposure compensation quicker.
Oh, that's an excellent idea.
So I know some people don't like they might not like where the manual focus ring is, and they want to switch it and make it so the control ring is for focusing or whatever. But I like using the control ring for exposure compensation.
Exactly.
I think that works.
No, I think Jeff and Leslie Wildlife mentioned something. I mean, that is the nature of photography. The wrong setting for the wrong animal, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And well, it's
So-
like that image that that Ava did, and I'm very proud of her, and I freely admitted it on the photo review. Is that how many times your camera is set up for a certain subject matter, but then something else appears in the corner of your eye that's interesting that you want to get, that you would use a whole different setting for, but you don't have time to change it. So
Second camera.
so you
Second
so
camera.
you take it with what you got. I mean, you still get the right exposure, but like in her case, she had very high ISO, but her picture was a perfect example. With that gecko on that vase, was a perfect example of how well the noise reduction software works nowadays. I mean, it's phenomenal. It really did a great job on her image, and I've had it do great stuff for me as well.
yeah. No, but Roy has a point here. That is actually the good use for a second
Yeah.
camera. I tell you, for years, in going to photograph in Yellowstone, okay, every time that I encounter a wolf, okay, driving, the wolf will appear. I have been shooting landscape or something before, so my camera have all the settings for all the wrong settings. So it's but I'm going to try. I think Jeff and Leslie saying that they also use the ring for Evie. That sounds like a good suggestion. It's I'm going to give it a try.
Well, Gustavo, this would be another feature that it would work. Is if you have a button that automatically changes you from one set of settings to another.
That's
and
right.
Back again.
Exactly.
David
Now
Banks.
They actually do have that, right, Roy?
Called David
Exactly.
Banks.
No,
Yes.
Don't they have a? I've never dove into it to do it, but everybody, some people that talk about the operation of the Z9 or the Z8 say there's a way to hit a button and have it go to a certain
Yes, you can program all the buttons, but the old
mode.
Z6 and that, they've got user buttons too.
Yeah.
User
Ooh.
settings, which is like a cheap version of Databanks.
And data banks, unfortunately, aren't instantaneous, though.
No, they're all menu driven, which drive me nuts.
Yeah.
Unless you program it to one of the buttons.
Yeah, like I use the menu banks to
Yes.
go between my normal pictures and
That's
my
right.
low light, because it's got everything all set up for that. But it takes a while to change, and sometimes it's just as fast for me to change the exposure.
You hate menus, the buttons work better.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the sacrifice you make, and like some people, and there's as they say, there's two sides to every coin, right? So some people will say, I don't want a full frame camera. It's too big. It's too clunky. It's too heavy. It's too this. It's too that. But one of the biggest advantages of having a larger body is you have more programmable buttons. And when you get a small camera, you may only have 2 function buttons that you can program, and that's limiting. Too limiting for me. If I had someone said you got 2 function buttons to use, that's all you're going to ever get, I'd be like, no, that for wildlife photography, that's just not going to cut it. Between wanting to have different autofocus modes to choose from at the blink, at just like that, or what have you. You got to have the extra capabilities, and so that's why I'm probably always going to have a large camera, a large bodied camera. For me
I think
personally,
the 850's got the best layout so far.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
the-
I mean, if I was doing street photography, I wouldn't care. If I was doing street photography, I wouldn't care. Give me two.
You want a small
bucks,
camera for
I'm
that,
good.
so you're not conspicuous.
Right, right.
Well, the way that I get around my low light photography and everything else is I've got special cameras for that.
Yeah.
That are.
Yeah,
that
my
got-
solution is to turn the lighting on.
Say again, what?
I
Craig,
turn the lighting on.
here's a good question. Let me show it here. Oh, did I show it? And the answer is no. Is there a way to link photo and shooting banks? I can't think of a reason I'd change one without the other. It's a two-step process. I need them linked. Yeah, there is no linking. You have to. So what I do, like when I name my photo banks, say photo bank A, I call it landscape. Then my custom bank A is called landscape. You know, and I match them up. A is this name, and custom bank A is the same name, and B same thing. B, C, D. I'll
Mine's the
match
same,
them all
except
up.
I leave A as a default, so I can reset it at any time without messing up all my settings. I only reset the other three to specific uses.
the problem is that the camera banks and the way the camera is set up. In my case, it changes gradually, correct? So every now and then you have to, I have made all these changes, or need to save it again, correct?
Well, that's another feature that when you that would be nice that you're covering. It would be nice that when you change a bank that you've defined and you go and you make changes to the bank. I mean, right now, you got to remember what you changed to go back eventually and change it back to what you want it to be most of the time.
That's why
And it would be nice.
default.
Yeah, it would be nice if when you change a bank, before you shut the camera off, your camera says, do you want to save those changes that you made to the bank? And if you say no,
Exactly.
it goes back to your original setting that you started with. And once again, that would just be a firmware thing. That would be
Like Mossman was telling us at that time, and it would be better if it goes back to the iPhone, correct? So you can save them on the iPhone with the
We can save
with,
to the cards. You can take that
with
card.
Roy's favorite software, SnapBridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the other thing that I'd like to see is that when you save it to the bank, that you can put a date on it.
That's right.
So that I could have this month's bank, or I can have last month's bank, or the month before, or something like that. You know, because every so often you save and then figure a couple of days later, or maybe 2 minutes later, is I boogered up. I want to go back to the old one, but I can't.
Exactly. And that's why going into the phone will be great, because I format the camera, the cards every day, correct? I mean, every time I load it, I do a full format. You don't save it in your computer, you lose the save settings, correct?
Yeah. Well, what I did, Gustavo, is I wrote a DOS routine. You're probably old enough to know what DOS is.
Okay.
That backs up my cards.
Oh.
Yeah. And what I probably should do is put something in there so that I can put a date onto the file name for the backup. But that's not simple to do with DOS, you know. But
Josh used to call it touch.
Touch.
Touch used to change the date for you. I go back in further. I go back to CPM.
But anyway, I don't quite go back to the hammer, chisel, and the stone.
I'm lazy too.
Rock art.
Yeah, good point here that Jeff and Leslie says that that on some of the Nikon cameras they had the U1, U2, U3. I'll put it up here.
That's what the Z6 does.
he can always go back to the baseline. If he wants to save the new
Yeah.
settings, he can. If not, he still has his base settings that he started off with. And I wish they would do that with the menu banks.
Well, if you get stuck, you can always press both the green buttons and reset your camera.
Yeah. Another. This was an interesting thing that you you had me thinking on this other comment, Gustavo, option, and I'm going to tell you why it might not be as good an idea as you might think it is. This
Okay.
option for auto shutter shield deployment when a lens is being removed from a camera.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that might not be good is because you've got all those contact points between your camera body and your lens. So
That's right.
Nikon is assuming, and I think that what they want you to do is to make sure you've turned your camera off before you take
for
the
sure.
lens off. Because,
for sure.
because if you want to have the shield deployment when you take the lens removed, then that's basically implying that you're doing that with the power still on. And if you do that, now think about it. Certain pins are going to have a voltage on them, probably because for the stepping motor power.
Yes,
That's right.
they can be live.
If you put the lens on now, and as you turn it, you may end up, because
In the wrong
it's
place.
live, you may be putting voltage on a terminal that doesn't want to see a voltage.
Exactly.
So I think that's why they probably won't do that, because they want the camera dead. They want those contacts dead before you put a lens on. They've already taken safeguards knowing that people might do that by accident, but they probably wouldn't want people to do that all the time, because maybe it could damage a lens. You never know.
They'd have to have
Oh,
a
no,
sensor
but-
in the
Yeah,
lens
but it happened to me all the time, correct? It happened to me. I mean, I do, and I know Roy always tell me, switch your camera off. Of course I do that. But every now and then in the middle of the action, you quickly, and then, my sensor was on. So you want to safeguard a little bit for occasional idiotic behavior.
Yeah.
Right?
I think they got around that by having the contacts just far enough apart so that you can't touch two at the same time.
Oh, okay. So they don't align when you take the lens off.
Just wait, I will have to check. But
No, but what happens is when you're turning the lens contacts are hitting the rows of pins as you turn it.
yeah, but just wait. I'll get my camera and I'll look at this.
So you don't necessarily want, as you're turning it, you have live contacts there. That's my thought anyway.
They could put a sensor in the lens release that would disconnect them all.
That's what I want.
Yeah, if you had it, that's true. If they had it where you push the lens release button and it kills the juice to the pins,
exactly.
then you could do that.
Okay.
And then you can activate the shield at the same point. So,
but when you have a look at your lens,
Yeah.
these are all flat bars here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it bigger, Jeff.
Yeah. And they have a space in between them.
Yeah.
Okay. You look at your camera, and these are all pins.
Correct.
And they have a space in between them. But the space in between the pins is greater than these contacts that are there. So you can't touch two at the same time.
Well, I'm not talking about two touching at the same time. What I'm talking about is as you're rotating it, you may have signals, different signals on each of those camera pins. So if your camera's left on and now you put the lens on, as you turn it, that first contact on the lens is hitting that first pin. Well, but in real life, when you put it on all the way, it's on the last pin. It's not on the first pin. So you want to have a way of killing the power to the pin. If you take the lens off when it's powered on, you want to be able to, you hit like Gustavo suggested, and Roy, when you hit the lens release, if you have the power on and you hit the lens release button, it kills the power while you take the lens off.
But I guarantee you, Jeff, I mean, you as an engineer will know that, and David, that the one that had voltage for the motor, that's the one that is on the side that when it rotates, it goes out, cannot make contact with anything, correct? That's the way you would design it. That the one, because the one that had data, that's probably not that bad, but the one that had voltage for the motor, that one is the one that needs to be protected,
Yeah.
correct? You don't want that voltage to go into the circuit board of the autofocus or whatever.
Well, they could get a way around that, as that being the last one that connects.
Exactly.
But we don't know what they did.
Yeah. Now, Craig is saying here that turning off the body also sets the VR and prepares it for lens removal.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it does something with the IBIS,
Yes.
So yeah, it's probably a little bit more complicated than we may think it is.
Exactly. I believe I one time wrote it to one of those Rishi talk, and he said, like, Roy, switch your camera off. Yes, of course I know, but
oh yeah. As they say, state the obvious. Turn the camera.
exactly.
Sometimes you take the lens off while it's live just to keep the settings in the lens where it's last used, so you can fiddle with it that way
Exactly.
and stuff around with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll tell you, hey, Joe Stroud just popped in. No, he's just working on a shoot. Yeah, Joe, I mean, you're working your tail off, man. Thanks for even just stopping in the chat to say hi. Appreciate it. One thing that I'm having an issue with, and because I don't have I have my D850, but I don't have the wide selection of lenses for bird photography on other than my 500 PF and a 70-200. That versus what I have for my Z mount is I don't have a second mirrorless body, and the thing is I'm having a lot of problems with specks of some kind ending up on my sensor, even if I have not taken the camera off the body. Yeah. And I one time, and this is no lie, and if Nikon's listening, listen careful. I cleaned the sensor. I cleaned the rear element of the lens. I cleaned around the mating portions of the lens body and the camera body. I cleaned the front of the lens meticulously. And I put the lens on, and what I do is I stop my lens down all the way. I go in video mode. I go in DX video mode. That is where you will see the most microscopic piece of crud that could possibly be on your sensor, is to stop it all the way down, go in video mode, go in DX mode, and go point it at the sky. And if you will see a spot, if you have a spot on your sensor, you will see it there. And I guarantee you that 9 out of 10 times you see it there and you go to FX mode, the spot will probably go away. And if it's still there when you go to photo mode, it will go away. And you don't see it when you're taking a still image. You only see it in the rear viewfinder when you're DX, you'll see it every time when you're in DX mode, stop down all the way, looking at the sky. So I cleaned this sucker. I cleaned it. I spent an hour cleaning it. I got it perfectly clean. Put the lens on the camera. I know the lens is perfectly clean. I check it again. It's perfect. Look at the sky, do everything. And there's not a speck anywhere. The next morning, before I went to take a picture, I go and I pointed at the sky and I had specks all over the sensor. So explain to me how I could get crud on a sensor when the lens was never taken off. And it was just sitting on my bed, waiting to get used the next day. And and I don't want to try to like create a rumor or nothing, but the only thing that happens from the time it was good to the time it wasn't good was that sensor shield opened up. So is there a coating? Is there some kind of coating on the sensor shield where the sensor shield is wearing and fine particulate particles are coming off that sensor shield and landing on my sensor? I don't know, but I'm ready to call Nikon up and say, I can't deal with this anymore because I've been cleaning that sensor almost every time before I go out and shoot now.
Turn the sensor shield off for a while. See if it makes a difference.
You know, I mean,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to make a note of that. It's driving me crazy. I mean,
don't want you going crazy, do we? There's
well,
enough of us already.
No, but I'm not going to ask you what you're doing on the bed with the camera there. But anyway,
well, that's part of my don't ask, don't tell policy.
Because I was thinking maybe you're bouncing around so much and you knock some dust off. But obviously, that's not the problem.
Chosen by Design is commenting that maybe it is a shutter lubricant. Well, there's no shutter. There's only a sensor shield.
Yeah.
Sensor shield lubricant, maybe, right?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Might be just a little bit of dust that's got in somewhere else and it's just spreading. Always
yeah,
and
the sensor shield to me is a help, but it's not a cure, because I'll tell you, when I do see a spot in my viewfinder and I say, okay, go in and use a dust removal system, it never removes the spot. Never. Not once. It never.
That vibrating sensor never gets rid of them.
Yeah.
It's not a dead pixel, is it?
No, because eventually I clean it again and then I look through it and it's perfectly clean again and it's fine. But it's just I'm cleaning it way too much. I don't want to be cleaning a sensor that often.
In particular, Jeff, you're using it for video, correct? Because you have one little spot, very easy to take it off.
Well, yeah, you won't see it. You won't see it in the still. You'll see it in the video, and when it's in the video, you can't get rid of it because it's in every frame. You can't go in. You know, if you really want to be torture yourself, I mean,
as well. Must be sticky dust.
I just say the bird had dandruff.
No, and this is the kind of thing that when you see it in the video, you cannot not see it, right? Your audience,
once you see it, you follow it around. It drives you nuts. It drives you nuts. Exactly. I had one where I had like 2 spots, and I just said, I can't stand it. I'm deleting the video. I don't care. I'm not going to use that clip. Just toss it. Get rid of it. You know, sometimes you get lucky and you have the bird is in the foliage or whatever, and the spots get buried in the foliage. You can't tell it's there. You know, that's a good day when the spots are hidden in the foliage. You can get away with it. But
exactly. I think Chosen by Design mentioned that I think that's true. That it's probably a fluid something because the blower doesn't get it off. If you have something like a loose piece of, polling or something, typically you can blow it off.
Yeah.
But this one that looked like a little smudge is typically something that is a fluid that has come into the sensor. I agree. And Mr. David Moots is in the house too.
Yeah, David. Hello, David. Oh, yeah, I'm jealous. He's never had to clean his sensor. I probably cleaned my sensor 30 times or more.
I'm not that often.
Yeah, Jeff, I've got a similar problem with my Z9. I think it's some oil on either the sensor or the sensor shield that I cannot clean off. And I can only see it when I'm shooting the sky, and it's a very pale color and I can see it in some places. But that's the only time. And I've tried 3 separate occasions to clean it off, and it is still there.
Well, they
Still comes
sell,
back.
if you buy the kit that B&H sells that has the, you know, the properly sized swab, they actually they have 2 versions. They have a general cleaning solution, and then they have one that can remove oil. So they have two different formulas of the liquid. One has a green cap on it, and one has a red cap on it. So get the one that specifically says that it will remove oil, and that'll work fine. That will get rid of it. But the problem is it keeps coming back, you know. So it's like, I don't know what to do, you know. I mean, I'm not going to make a. I don't want to make a. And the thing that frustrates you is that you know, it's the old thing. You clean it, the spot isn't where it was, but now it's over here. You know, you clean it again. Oh, now it's not there, but it's over there, and it's like, you know, so that makes you think it's not oil because it's moving. You know, I mean, if it was a liquid residue, it wouldn't be moving around. You know, so you kind of think it's a particulate of some kind, but oh my God, so frustrating. Absolutely driving me crazy. You know, but and I've bought everything. I've got the, you know, I mean, I've got the blower. I start with the blower. I've got the old visible dust static brush. Okay, that you could brush across the sensor. You spin it, it charges the bristles. You go across it, the dust gets attracted to the brush. I've got the, you know, the standard. I got the 2 different cleaning solutions with the wand that you wet it on one side and drag it across. I've got, and I bought lately. I bought it I think it's from Pentax, or it's for a Pentax camera. It's like a little gummy bear. It's sticky. And DP Review, they recommended it. It hasn't worked good for me at all. It's like a gummy bear. You stick it on where the spot is, and then you got to take the little gummy bear and stick it on a sticky piece of paper. You get, like, it looks like a little bunch of a notepad, and you got to stick that on the sticky paper to take the particulate off the gummy bear, so you don't go and put the dust spot back on when you go and touch somewhere else on the sensor. So
Bad idea.
It's like, I've tried that. That doesn't work. The best cleaner is the liquid with the wand. But I don't like doing it all the time.
Well, Jeff, with the sticky one, what you got to do is put it on and move the handle back and forth.
Oh yeah, that'll fix the sensor. That'll fix it good.
No. You just move the top of the handle back and forth. So what it does is it changes the angle of the sticky part on your sensor, and that'll pick it off. But you got to do the exact same thing when you go to clean it. And I find that I use that first when I go to clean stuff off, and it works well.
I found they all leave the sensor sticky though.
Yeah, but that then you got to use your swab afterwards.
Yeah, but
Was used in the first place.
Well, because I try not to use the swab unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah. It's just a pain, and the sad thing is the you know, having to do it so often, it tells me there's something that's not quite right, because I don't hear of anybody else having this level of problem. But like I said, if I took a photo, or I put it in photo mode, I stop down the lens, I point it at the sky, I don't see anything. Okay, stop it down, point at the sky in regular standard shooting mode, it's fine. Put it in video mode, DX, you see the spot. It shows up in your video. You put it in photo mode, You point at the sky, stop down. You don't see nothing. You take a picture. You don't see anything in the picture. It's fine. It's you go to video is when it shows up. It's like, oh my God. It's like it makes you pull your hair out.
You don't have that problem. You got no hair.
I have to start. I use nose hairs. I pull out my nose hairs.
You'd have to stop spraying with WD-40.
Yeah. I'm lubricating the camera. I still think I have a mechanical shutter in there. I'll just spray it with some WD-40.
No, it's that stuff you put on your head to slick it back. That's what's getting on your sensor.
But man, that is frustrating. But if anybody else has had that same problem repetitively, let me know, and
I'm going to keep a lookout.
That way I can talk to Nikon technical support and say, like the camera strap lugs, I could say, I'm not the only one.
It would be nice to have like a service center nearby that you can take the camera personally, correct? And I think that's something that Nikon should do.
Well, you used to go to Nikon events and they'd have all their technicians there. They'd
exactly
the camera and
exactly,
it'd be wonderful.
That would be great
anymore.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had a Nikon event in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I don't think it's ever happened.
Well, but with that product that you have, if it happen to be that within driving distance, you will go there.
Oh, absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Because
I'd say I want an explanation for this. Well, like I said, I need to call them up and just say, and know what they're going to say. They're going to say send the camera back in, and then I'm going to be
2 weeks without your camera.
2 weeks without my camera.
Exactly.
So, another thing you mentioned, Gustavo, was option for keeping the same exposure compensation between what you had set for your camera and when you switch to video modes, it stays the same.
Yes. Wayne told me that I was nuts.
The only problem with that is when you're doing the video. I mean, I don't know who created this rule, and as they say, rules were meant to be broken. But the presumed correct thing is your shutter speed should be twice your frame rate. So if you're shooting at, a 60th of if you're shooting at a frame rate of 4K 120, you should be at 1/250th of a second shutter speed. So, so if your shutter speed is locked in now, when you have your EV setting set for, your EV was set for -2 in photo mode, you might not have been shooting at 1/250th of a second. So now if you carried that over and you're trying to follow the video format and setting it for 1/250th of a second, that EV value, you may not want to use that EV value, or you're going to have to change your f-stop to get things to look the way you want it to look. You know what I mean?
And that's probably true, correct?
Yeah.
But remember, the camera goes from photo setting to video setting. It tried to come to something that is reasonable for video, correct? And it's an exposure thing. The EV is an exposure thing, and typically the exposure will be similar. Talking about what you were talking about, white birds or black birds. That's what I find it. I had to not only go to video, but then I had to remember, I was shooting -1, so I had to go and put in the video the -1. I want to have that to be more transparent. Now, obviously, if it goes outside, where the video can operate, then of course it's you have to make extra adjustment. But since I'm not as proficient as Wayne and somebody like you is on video, I find that I have different EV compensations, and that drives me nuts. Correct?
Yeah.
Because I do use a lot of, I shoot mostly manual focus on my photos, correct? Sometimes auto ISO, sometimes not. But but I use the EV compensation for exactly that. Correct?
Right.
It's too bright, or
Right.
so I got my finger there all the time.
Yeah.
Going up and
Yeah.
down.
Or like I said, put it on your control ring, man. It's a lot easier.
Exactly. No,
A lot easier.
I got. You make my day today. You and Jeff here.
Oh, is it daytime yet? Well, not yet. We got,
No. It's dark now. Everything here.
but the there's so much stuff. Like I haven't tried the auto capture stuff yet. You've been doing wonderful stuff with auto capture, and so like I said, though, I don't have the fortunate situation to have much of anything that I can set up in my backyard to trigger on. But I could find something. I mean, I could, get down low and get the ducks that are in the pond and say, okay, fool around with it and say, when you hit the center of the frame, you're coming this direction, film it, and just fool with it. I want to be able to do that, fool around with it.
No. You I think next spring when you get, the nest of the woodpeckers or something like that, that's a good time for you guys to experiment, for you to experiment there in your local park. It takes a little while to understand the fully, correct? So no, maybe one of these Saturdays I come prepare and have some notes to give some hints to the people, because I haven't tried the auto capture video yet, but I have played a lot with the auto capture for the photo.
Yeah.
And you guys were talking about windy days. That's not a windy day is not a day to do auto capture for sure.
Yeah, another limitation.
Exactly. No, and little stupid things, but when you're in the middle of the battle, you don't want to be dealing with, correct? So, like this issue that you can turn certain focus areas off, that actually work only on the complete frame autofocus. If you go to one of the other settings like C1, C2, it doesn't work. But what works is that your area, C1, C2, that's the only area that is active.
Right.
Correct? So they don't explain that to you, but you try and then correct? So using your different, C1, C2, small area, you have already quite a lot of control of where the auto detection is going to happen. Okay. So I think I encourage certainly the people here that are doing wildlife photography to try. It's a wonderful tool.
Yeah.
But require a lot of learnings. Correct.
Well, you're a patient man.
Yeah, the first day that I tried it, so I had a 256 gig card, and in half an hour I filled it.
Oh, exactly, because most likely, there was something, a little wind or something, and you didn't realize that you were going to trigger.
And I was only shooting 5 frames a second, and I figured out afterwards is I better watch some of Richie's videos on it.
Exactly.
And but what you have to do is really pay attention to what he says, because sometimes he'll gloss over stuff extremely fast.
Exactly.
And things that he doesn't mention, that's what you really got to watch for, because
yes,
that they are important too, and it may be because they don't work.
No, absolutely. But but still he has a limit of what he can do in a video. So I watched it 3 times and I still find myself surprised with certain things that were working or not. And also the issue with different cameras, correct? The adapted lenses, the no-Z lenses will work differently. And he mentioned that, correct? That the proper Z lenses. But I think Tracy mentioned that it should come into the C8 as well. I'm sure that will be one of the things that should come into the C8.
I think it's going to take a long time to come to the Z8 because of battery life.
Yes, battery is an issue.
Yeah,
For sure.
because your battery on your Z9, he was saying, is only going to last 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. So it may come with some limitation.
Say again, Roy?
Or 2 or 3 days, or it's going to be for ages anyway.
No. But what was on auto capture, he was saying it's only going to last 3 or 4 hours.
Z8's better than that because it's on USB port.
Yeah. Then you'll have to use auxiliary power.
That's right.
Yeah.
On the C9 full charge, Roy, auto capture on the C9 full charge, correct?
Yeah.
It's only a couple of hours. So you can imagine with the ENL 15C in maybe 20 minutes, correct? So
yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised. I would have thought within. Well, when did the Z8 actually come out? What month was it?
May, I got mine.
In May.
Yeah.
Okay, probably not long enough. I still think they'll come out with a new rev of the ENEL 15 with a higher capacity at some point. Same size, but more capacity.
Can't fit too much on a little battery like that, though. All mirrorless have the same problem.
Yeah.
Pity the dummy battery doesn't work on the Z8. That would be nice.
I've got a dummy battery and it doesn't work.
I've got 2 of them. Neither of them work. New one, the old one.
Well, I even have some EL15s that don't work on my Z8.
Yeah, the first ones don't. There's dummy battery.
Yeah.
I didn't get around to putting a Z6 to start the show today. I was very slack.
And it doesn't work for your C8,
no,
right?
The dummy batteries don't work in the Z8. They don't take version 1 of the EN15s either. Only the later ones. It doesn't like any OEM ones. Only genuine Nikons. And I've heard a few people, they've got fake, genuine Nikon batteries that don't work as well.
Yeah, the Watson batteries, which I'm not a fan of. I had one of those screw up my my D850 something awful till I put original Nikon battery back in it, and then it was fine.
I bought 2 batteries from a genuine shop, quite a big shop here, and both of them were fake. They just looked like the Nikon ones.
Wow.
Yep.
And they come in Nikon packages and everything?
Yeah, right? Nikon packaging and everything. The little shiny thing looked a little different, but I thought they were genuine. I sent them off to Nikon to check them, and they said they were fake.
Wow.
So you can't be careful enough.
Another topic that I appreciate, Gustavo, you sending me some additional things to talk about is there's been a lot of talk on multiple channels. I know Vahagan's had a few conversations about it. Other content creators have had discussions about it with the theft of camera equipment, with photographers getting targeted, having their gear stolen. What can you do about it? And that could be like we could end up talking about that the whole rest of the night. But in the context of what Gustavo mentioned in the email he sent to me was a security feature that would render the camera useless if it was stolen. Remote disabling of registered cameras and lenses, or location tracking of cameras and lenses. They could do something. They could do something. Even like, I have my keyboard on my Apple computer for fingerprint control, right? So you can have when you first turn on your camera, it reads your fingerprint. If it doesn't recognize your fingerprint, it doesn't work. And you can and you can have it where you have to do that every time, unfortunately, you probably have to do that every time you turn the camera off and turn it back on again. But
to sleep, or
people may not want to pay what it would cost to put that technology in the camera. But that would be the only
I think a key like
the technology isn't there. The technology is there right now.
No, the technology exists, correct? That's why
exists, but the thing is, what would it cost, and how much would they pass on to the consumer?
exactly. But that's add to the cost,
Yeah.
correct? The things that I'm talking about, certainly with cameras that have Wi-Fi, if you leave your camera with your Wi-Fi on, what is Roy showing us here?
It's a key
Then
fob to the car. If I'm near the car, it unlocks. If I walk away, it locks up again. See, just a key. That's all you need in your pocket. Then you can just use your camera normally.
exactly. No, and even with what Jeff was suggesting here, with a sensor type of that have a fingerprint of something. Obviously, a security code that is fiddly, but something like the iPhone, fingerprint sensors, that's fast
Drive
enough.
me nuts, though.
It drives you, but it doesn't have to be, if it doesn't have to be all the time. It has to be, it can last for a few hours without having to reactivate your camera when you are using it. If when you start another session, when you change the battery, it will, unless you have your code or you have. So I think, honestly, guys, they need to start thinking about that, because that's the way, you may not recall, but that's the way a few years back, iPhone theft was a big issue, and that had disappeared, because an iPhone or any other type of phone is a brick if you're not the owner, correct?
Yeah.
So they need to do that. They need to do that with the cameras. Now with the lenses, it's a little bit tricky, correct? Because the lenses.
All the lenses have got serial numbers internal, so that can be read by the
Exactly.
camera. So that could be disabled
Exactly.
at the same time.
Exactly, and that's what I say, Roy. When I get my camera, a new camera, I get a new lens. That's the first thing I do. I go to the website and register my equipment with Nikon.
It
Correct?
doesn't work.
So
They only allow 256 items.
When you got 556 items like Roy, you're out of luck.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. Good problem to have, right? But you need a special license.
But Roy's idea is really good too, and a lot cheaper. Is it's like a car. You got a key fob for your camera.
Exactly.
And if your camera searches your camera searches for the signal from that fob, and if it doesn't see it, it doesn't work. And if somebody steals your camera and they try to get the fob, you make it really, really hard for somebody to buy a replacement fob. You make it like Apple, where you got to go through. Okay, what's your mother's maiden name? What's your you have all these different things in there before they'll give you another fob. So unless the guy knows can read your mind, he's screwed. The camera is useless now.
Exactly, and that's what I was trying to say on my message there. I think we need to put within the community, put pressure on all the camera manufacturers to do that, because that's the only society. I mean, we cannot change society, correct? Society is what it is, but we can make it difficult by having these type of features. I mean, we got the example of the iPhone, the phone industry, correct? So I think we need to lobby to a degree those features to be in all the cameras, in all the lenses. There is no excuse, correct?
Of course, the only thing with I guess the only negative with the fob idea, and I like the fob idea, the only negative is that if the thieves know that that's what the camera manufacturers did, then when they go to beat you up to take your camera, they're going to say, and give me the fob for the camera.
They're not that smart. Most thieves are pretty thick.
They grab and run, correct? That's typically their mode of behavior.
Smash and grab, or grab and go, whatever.
But I think honestly, for sure, what we need, I think that's something that we need we talk constantly, because it's up to the camera they can do it. I guarantee you, they can do it.
Yeah, the fob method will work better for corporate cameras. Yeah, that more than one person uses it. Yeah.
Hey, Mozman has joined us lowly people, and here's his thoughts. As soon as they put security software in cameras, that's the last camera I buy from that manufacturer.
As long as it's not intrusive, I don't mind. You like a fob idea is okay, but I
Exactly.
wouldn't want to use fingerprints or anything complicated that
Exactly.
has to be done over and over.
Yeah.
Or a key.
No, yeah. Insurance is good, correct? For sure.
Well, the trouble with insurance, and I could tell you a story about that. It's not happy. It didn't end good for me.
Exactly.
Is I bought a house, paid for the inspection, which we all do, paid for the inspection, came up with a few things. Those few things got fixed. Well, the inspector didn't do a very good job. And the weasel words that all these building inspectors or house inspectors put in their contract is they're not liable for anything that they don't find. So in my case, I had the whole side of the house was clad in wood, was all wood, painted wood.
Mm-hmm.
And the person who owned the house was a landscaper and shouldn't have been, wasn't qualified because he had plant beds all around the house. And he put so much mulch there that the mulch was in contact with the wood siding on the house. So not only did it rot some of the wood clapboards on the garage side of the house, it rotted the sill plate. It rotted some of the studs, had termites and all sorts of stuff. So I made a claim on my homeowner's insurance, and they covered it, and it got fixed. They had to cut the studs, put cripple studs in, tie everything together, new sill plate, replace the outside siding, repaint that part of the house, the whole 9 yards. So the insurance company paid for it. So then, I don't know how many months down the road, somebody broke into my house. They took my large screen TV off my wall, and I had a locked camera case in my office on the first floor of the house, and they took that. So they stole over $20,000 worth of camera equipment, and so I go to make another claim. Insurance company says, you make another claim, we will not insure you anymore. Whoa. And you will not be able to get insurance from anybody else because you make that other claim. You're going to have a mark because you already made a claim 6 months ago or whatever. So basically, before I moved down here to South Carolina, I moved down here without owning any camera equipment because I had to eat it. I had to take the loss. I couldn't make the claim. I had to keep insurance on my house.
Of course.
So everything I owned, 30, 40 years worth of stuff gone like that. Couldn't get any money from anybody. Out of luck.
Your mortgage company required that you keep insurance.
That's right.
Correct? So
right. You got on a mortgage. You got to have insurance. You can't let that lapse. So they get you by the what, right?
Yeah, but I think we can do stuff. The camera manufacturers need to do some stuff too. Correct. So I let me show you here. Right? And I know this is not a solution, correct? But I actually don't like the small rig too much, but you can see on this is the Z8, correct? And I have it on the C9. I have this little thing here, correct, with a air tag inside. Am I going to go behind, chase the person that takes my camera? No, but at least it adds a level of security that I know where my camera equipment is, correct? So now, can they take it off? For sure, they can take the whole, small rig device and off you go. But we have to make it a little bit difficult, correct? So for sure, this is one thing that I recommend. It's pretty obvious, doesn't look nice, but at least you know where your camera is.
Yeah. What they got to do is they got to miniaturize those air tags.
That's
So they
true.
got to make them like the size. They got to make them like the size of a hearing aid battery. Is what they got to do. They got to miniaturize it so that you can hide it pretty much anywhere. That nobody.
I could build them into the cameras too if they wanted.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is a. I mean, these cameras are connected all the time, correct? If you take certainly the C9, unless you put it in airplane mode, it's trying to communicate with your phone. It's all the time.
Too often.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that was the issue, the discussion point there, Jeff. That I believe that there is way for camera manufacturers to make the cameras less attractive.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, the technology's there. I think it's just a matter of they got to get a strong message from the photographic community to make them look into it, and then they have to do. Obviously, they got to do a cost analysis and see if it's going to add so much cost to a camera that people aren't going to want to buy it, and then they won't do it. But when you're looking at the scale of how many cameras are selling in tens of thousands of cameras, and you take the cost of doing that and you spread it out over thousands of cameras, I wouldn't think that the price of the camera would get marked up incredibly high where people would not be willing to pay the difference, pay a little extra.
Well, Jeff, the actual size of an AirTag is only a little bit bigger than the battery. Actually, it's smaller than the battery. And that you could put anywhere on the motherboard.
Oh, now I know what to put my SD slot.
Put it in your SD slot.
And, your micro SD slot on your ZF.
Well, you'll probably find that a micro SD card is the same size as an AirTag.
Maybe that's what it's for. That micro SD slot will start a new rumor. Hey, Nikon rumors, the micro SD slot on the ZF is for a security feature.
But you see, Jeff, there are always good engineering solutions to a problem, right?
And bad ones.
So I mean, they can design a compartment that is integral to the camera that take the AirTag, correct? I mean, it's not like they don't talk with with Apple and other people, correct? So
well, see, Gustavo, I could go right on the motherboard. Yeah, that's in your camera. It's built in. Of course. And it's small. And the cost to be rather minimal, because if you have a look at Apple and their markup, I bet you an AirTag cost Apple less than $2.
Oh, 20 cents.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I remember, and David, the cameras already have the Wi-Fi. The cameras already have the GPS, correct? They already have in the motherboard a lot of the components that are required. I think it's mostly they have to be a desire, and to tell you the truth, they can make it a markable feature, correct? For the camera.
Hey, Gustavo, you got to watch out. You got a giant tiger behind you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cat Day appreciation here today.
Yeah, because your tiger behind you may make my tiger over here mad.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because Maribel was complaining about her cat having problems, so. but because it was seeing Anita's cat, so.
Oh, it's funny. I didn't use the memory recall feature until I just programmed that into my camera recently. Hi, Kitty.
Make an appearance today.
Hey,
His camera
this is
shy.
Mr. Andy
Mr. Andy.
here.
Say, I want my little friskies.
Catnip.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
He's a big boy.
yes, it's a Romanian.
Oh,
Yeah, really happy too.
Gustavo,
Yeah.
did you live? In your where you grew up, where you lived? Were you near Bonaire?
Yes.
So did you ever go diving in Bonaire?
No. Didn't that time,
Yeah.
as a young person, you dive where you can afford it.
Yeah.
Not
Now,
yet.
is that still considered a prime diving location?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there is this change of island, correct? Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, the which used to be Dutch colonies, correct? They are independent. They are in a chain of island, and there is a smaller islands that belongs to Venezuela called Los Roques. That was a fantastic destination also for scuba diving. But in Venezuela there were no shortage of places that you could scuba dive, correct? So the place that I used to go actually was I was born in Caracas, I was living in Caracas. It was like a couple of hours away. So and you drive actually into a coral reef from the actual beach, correct?
Yeah.
So
So you just
so
do it.
yeah, so it was easy accessible. Now you could go to other places in the country where there were other type of uh, location, but the one that I have within a driving distance was great, correct? And it's the same like what we do nowadays with um, uh, photography, correct? You get to know your local park or your local diving place,
Yeah.
and you could take somebody and say, "Hey, if we look under this rock, you're going to find a lobster. If you go under there, there is a colony of angelfish." You get to know the environment. That's essential, correct, for all this pleasure that had to do with nature.
There was no, I thought of you the other day because I thought that you were from that region.
Yes,
I wasn't sure where you were born. Um, and I was reading an article about Bonaire, and I thought, gee, for some reason my mind just said, I think Gustavo grew up near that island.
It's still, I mean, from Caracas to there was, it's an hour flight,
Okay.
correct? So,
Not that
but
close. Yeah.
but indeed it was accessible, and these islands you can drive also from Caracas, or you could go in a boat. But remember that portion of the Caribbean Sea is pretty is in a a regular good yacht. It will take you 12 hours to go with a boat from the port in close to Caracas. Okay, so it was not available for everybody. You needed to, and at that time, you had to pick the places you want to go and do. But it's I believe it's still a very good destination.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was watching now I'm going to change subjects because we're the only two probably in this whole chat that scuba dove.
Exactly.
Scuba dive. I think it was. I don't subscribe to a lot of channels. I got maybe 33 subscriptions out there or whatever. I think it was Scott Keys. I think the photo channel. I think he recently had a topic about is it worth going on basically a photocentric trip or and he has or photo workshop. And there were a lot of comments on that. And I made some observations and some comments on the video that he did. And I know some people. I've looked for 2 years to potentially go on a trip somewhere, and and I wrote this in my commentary on his video. I says the problem is, it's like here in the United States, you have the Better Business Bureau, and if somebody has a complaint against the company, you could go to the Better Business Bureau site. You could see if there's any open actions against the company. You could see, you know, if they're A+ rated or how they're rated or whatever. I says the problem with all these companies or individuals that do photo workshops or photo tours, whether it be in the States or out of the country or in national parks or in Costa Rica for the birds or whatever, is they will all have a section on their webpage that says, oh, and here's the comments from the people that went on our tour. Well, obviously they're going to pick all the best comments, right? If somebody didn't like the tour, they're not going to put that comment on their website. So you're getting a slanted perspective. You're getting just their viewpoint that they want for you to see to get you to go and sign up with them. And it's frustrating because, you know, the old buyer beware syndrome. You know, you're interested in maybe doing something like that, and my logic and desire to want to do something like that, whether it be I would like to go to Costa Rica to get pictures of the birds, I would like to go to the national parks, but one, I don't want to. To me, it's not cost effective for me to say, oh well, I could figure that out on my own. And I'm going to go to a certain place, acting as if I know exactly how to get to the hot spots, and then also do a little walking around and exploration, versus, okay, at least the first time going to a location. Let's say I was going to go to Yellowstone. Well, I've never been to Yellowstone. So maybe I want to do a photo-centric tour because, one, the photographer is, you're basically getting right where the picture, the places are to get the good images right off the bat. The guy knows where if it's a good person, he knows where the vantage point is best for certain subjects. He knows how to get there quick. You maximize your time, you maximize your photo opportunities. You're not trying to figure out how do I get there? Or am I going to hire a guide on my own who I really won't know if he's good or not when I get there, to save money and not pay for that tour? So my mindset is such where I would rather pay at least the first time, get a feel for the place, know where good places are to go, and then if I really like it that much and I want to go again, then maybe the second time I just go with someone else, or maybe I hire just a guide and I go with that guide, and I'm not in a big group, and it's, you know, or whatever. But that's kind of like my thought process. But you have no way of culling out the good ones from the bad ones. And now there are certain professional photographers who do, you know, people that I admire, like Art Wolf or Franz Lanting or people like that, who I wouldn't give a second thought on going on one of their workshops, because their standing in the photographic universe is outstanding, and they can't afford to put the screws to you. So I wouldn't have a problem with that. But the trouble is when you go on workshops with people that are at that pedigree, you're paying a premium price that you may not be able to afford.
For sure.
Yeah.
So my criteria, I think we all face that, correct? As soon as you step out of your local area that you know, then you face that. But my criteria here in the United States, it's very difficult for me to justify going in one of the photo tours. I will take the chance of going by myself. Okay, mostly because the photo tour also restricts you. Correct? You have to set to a schedule. For instance, when I go to Yellowstone, correct? Which I have been going there for 20 years. Okay, I see the photo tours. I mean, they have a schedule.
Yeah.
Because there are people that have to see the great majority of the species or the majority of the sites within 3 days. I will find that restricting. Correct. If I go to Canada and I go to Banff or Jasper, I will not. I will not go. I mean, if I go and visit David, yes, we can go together. But I will find restricted if I go with a photo tour. Correct. Now nowadays, for places like United States, certainly in Europe, certainly in Canada, you get pretty good idea where to photograph. I mean, when we talk about John Fielder, correct? You buy that book, you say, oh, there is this landscape. You have an idea where to go. Now, when you go overseas, correct, Costa Rica, which I'm considering myself, correct, I made uh, that is a little bit tricky, correct? And I agree with you. Maybe I will be inclined to try to take a photo tour with something reputable the first time, correct? Because I had certainly for me, I had the advantage that I speak Spanish. Actually, I will find it restricted because I immediately will start, you know, talking on my own language, correct?
Yeah.
So, but on the other hand, those areas are a little bit tricky, or a safari in Africa is a little bit tricky, correct?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
those require a little bit more structure. So those I probably, but I got the problem that you probably have, and many of us here. If I go on a trip like this, I had to account for my wife, correct?
Yeah.
And my
That
wife is
can
not
be a
doing any
problem.
photography, correct? My wife is not doing any photography. She can endure me taking some photos, and she certainly go into all this national park with me. But then the structure of a photo tour certainly will not work with her, correct? I understand your dilemma, Jeff, and I think it's good to share these issues because we may learn from each other. And again, there is a lot of research that can be done, but certainly here in the United States, correct? If I go to Myrtle Beach, I can. You have shown sufficient videos that I probably can do it on my own. Obviously, I will not do that. I will go and visit with you. But what I'm saying is, it's safe, correct? It's safe. And now, is it effective? Is your time probably? Can you guarantee you go to photograph everything? Probably
Right.
not.
I mean,
But on the other
time
hand,
you went to, let's say the first time I'd go to Yellowstone, if I went by myself, let's say I had a 1 week window. And one,
you ask me, and I write you 3 pages, and I tell you exactly what to see everywhere.
right, but I'm just saying, if I had a 1 week window, going
Yes,
somewhere I've never been before, somewhere I
yes,
have no idea how it's laid out, I'm
yes.
not going to see half of what I want to see in my mind because I just don't know where anything is.
I guarantee you, Jeff, with your skills, you will see a lot of what you want to see. 80% of what you want to see.
But
I mean,
like
if
if I want to go to Costa Rica, that's a whole different ballgame.
that is different. That is different.
I would
And
I would
also,
never know who a good guide was or a bad guide was.
exactly.
That might be too risky to just say I'm going to do that on my own because it's not like
Exactly.
oh I see the jungle, I'll go walk out there and I don't realize that there's 50 species of poison dart frogs ready to kill me.
No. Well, that actually will not be my concern, correct? But the logistics, correct,
Yeah.
of
And the
going between
language.
one park and the other park, finding which one is a good lodge versus a not so good.
Yeah.
That's where places like Costa Rica are a little bit tricky. I'm going to try next year for sure, and I may go on my own. But I certainly in Costa Rica I have certain advantages, correct? And I will research it. But certainly, if I go to Canada, I mean, look. The first time I went to Jasper, which David, I like Jasper a lot better than Banff. Correct? Banff is too
Too
close to a lot of tourists.
Yeah, I don't like Banff either.
Exactly. So I hope you don't get offended, but
No, it
I,
doesn't
I,
bother me.
exactly. But I spent 3 days in Jasper, and by then you started to know all the good trails where you're going to find elk or where you're going to find. Uh, it's like that, Jeff. Certainly, with your level of skills, some place like the southeast here Colorado and Rocky Mountain National Park, Yellowstone, the Grand Tetons. And I tell you the other thing, Jeff. Places like that, you know where you go? Where you see the other photographer with the same camera equipment that you have.
Well, one thing that I find that works well, because I went to the Isle of Skye, is
Exactly.
a number of years ago, is I hired a photographer for the day, for the first day that I was there.
Exactly.
And I got a GPS on my camera. So every place we went and we took the pictures, I knew exactly where it was so I could go back. And then when I was there, I figured what time of the day is ideal to be at this location. And so,
Exactly.
and so that when I went back, as I was planning on going back to every one of them, is I was there at the proper time of the day to get the best pictures of that.
Exactly. And Jeff, for instance, next year, for instance, on January, I want to go to the Rio Grande Valley, okay? Because there's a couple of species that are neotropical that I want to photograph, okay? There is a couple of ranches that cater for that, and there is a couple of local, like you say, guys that you can contract, and you take it for a day, correct? But I cannot do it more than a day because my wife is not going to take it, correct? So the photography had to be balanced also with having family time in case traveling with your wife, correct? But that suggestion from David is good. I had done that South Padre Islands, okay? You can find there is always local photographers. So like research, but certainly I tell you this was not a joke. The great majority of, for instance, if there is a grizzly or with cubs in Yellowstone, there is a permanent group of photographers with 600 millimeters, 800. They stay there, and then you just drive around, and when you see them behind the camera, you stop. Correct.
You're one of those annoying guys that follow them around.
Exactly. In the past, that actually is no longer possible. There was a lot of radio communication. Okay, actually, people were intercepting the park rangers. So if they know there is a bear jam in so and so, correct? Then you go there, but now everything is digital, so there is no way of understanding. But the photographers themselves, they have their own network, correct? Now I don't do that. But I tell you, you spend somebody with your skill 1 week in Yellowstone. Okay, maybe you don't bring a mountain lion or something like that is super exotic, but also in the case of Yellowstone, it's the right time of the year. Correct? There is like about 3 weeks at the beginning of the spring, which are exactly the time where all the wildlife photographers are going to be in Yellowstone. Right? It had to be a little bit on the cold side before what is Memorial Day, Labor Day? It's one of those, correct? And those are the prime time to be there, correct? So, Jeff, you don't take a guide in Yellowstone, and I can write you exactly the places, because the animals, as you know, like in your local park, they are not distributed uniformly within the park, correct? And there are certain roads that are specific. Most of the people know where those are. There are certain part of the park. Now you have to balance it because you still want to see the thermal features and all that kind of stuff. But in places like that, it's the same in Jasper, correct? There are certain roads. You want to see elk, what you want to see mountain sheep, and I guarantee you the same is Alaska. Now, Alaska, there is some complication, correct? Which has to do with transport, again, logistic, correct? Going to a particular park requires some special logistic. Then Alaska, you may want to go with somebody else, correct? Unless you live there and then you know the local transport and all that kind of stuff. But certainly in the United States or Canada, Europe, I will go my own.
Yeah. Well, the thing at some point in time, my wife and I were hoping that when she retired, that we would get a small camper and go to the national parks, and then or even just stay at a lodge or something at a national park, and that way she could, because like when I used to do scuba diving, or if we went like to a resort in the Caribbean or someplace where I could do scuba diving, the deal was okay, because she likes to hang around the pool. She enjoys the pool. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be back by noontime. Go do my diving in the morning. I'd meet her for lunch, and then the rest of the day I was doing stuff with her, and that worked out fine because she just went to the pool. She did other things. I'd show up. We had lunch together. Then we would go and do some things together and have dinner together, and that worked out good. And it'd be at the same thing with the photography. It would have to be, go somewhere where she has activities to do, shoot for half a day, meet up with her, do other things,
the same here. Yeah, same. And actually, that's what I do in the national park, correct? She goes with me all most days, but after a week of waking up at 4:00 in the morning, I think after the fourth day, it's tough on her, correct? But
here's a good comment here from welcome to Gregory France. 6:17 in the morning in Cape Town, South Africa. Wow.
Exactly, Gregory. What are you doing? Go.
Yeah, go, man. Go. Shoot. Take it easy, David. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Have a good night.
David, he's going to see the Perseus.
Everybody say good night to Mr. Stewart. Thank him for joining us on the panel and keeping me out of jail.
Yeah. You guys have a good night,
Yeah, you too. And enjoy your shooting.
Yeah.
Shooting starts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shooting starts. Yep. Have a good one.
Okay.
Hopefully the cat won't keep you up the rest of the night.
No, I'm not going to give it a chance. Okay, bye.
Take care.
Bye. Yeah, I told my wife if I wake up at 3:00 in the morning or something, and we go outside and see whether we can see some of the Perseus meteor showers.
Yeah, that's happening at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, Roy has a very, very pointed comment, which is so true. Which is why I see. The thing is with me is like I've never traveled other than business trips. I've never gone anywhere without my spouse. Okay.
Same here.
So for me to say, oh, I'm going to go somewhere for a week without you, and I'm going to have a great time without you, guilt sets in. I don't feel good about it. And that's another reason why I probably haven't pulled the trigger either, because she may say it's okay to go, but I feel guilty about it because I know she's going to be home with the dog and taking care of the dog and not exactly having a great time. And it'll be harder on her with me not being home. And I'm out there having a good time, but my guilt's going to make me not have a good time. So I end up doing nothing. But at the same time, like Roy says, man, you don't know how long you got on this earth. And it's like,
Exactly.
I've always been the adventuresome type of person. And my wife is just the opposite. She is content with where we live and enjoys where we live and gets all the satisfaction that she wants where we live. And it makes it, and she doesn't have an interest in photography, so that makes it harder.
Same here, Jeff. You're not alone. We are all in the same. Certainly, those that have been married for so long, we are in the same boat. If I'm going to go for vacation. If business like this business that I just did,
Yeah.
I do, but I'm not going to even tag that many days to my business trip to do some photography. That will not work, and she will remind me that will not work for quite a while. So for sure, but that mindset that you have for the scuba diving, that's the right mindset, correct? Now locally she do like the animals, correct? And she like the if we go to Yellowstone, she has her own binoculars, and
She wouldn't do it. She has no interest in creatures of any sort.
exactly.
Other
That's
than
okay.
me for some odd reason, but she has no.
Yeah, but Yellowstone has such a it's a tour destination, correct? There are so many things,
Yeah.
and then sometimes, for instance, if I go if that morning she doesn't go with me, correct? I go early in the morning, like you do in your home, and go and pick her up for breakfast at 10 a.m. By then, the light is already gone. What you needed to do, you did it already.
Right. Yeah.
So and then you visit the regular, the geysers, and you visit the thermal pools and the visitor centers, correct? So Yellowstone for you and your wife will be no problem because there are so many things to do, correct? But places like Costa Rica is a little bit tricky, correct?
Yeah. Going on anything out of the country is
Yeah. I have, in the coming years, hopefully, touch wood, I will be healthy enough, but I have certainly Costa Rica, going to Chile. I want to see some of the mountain lions. I have photographed mountain lions before stage one time, but I know mountain lions in some of the park in Chile are possible, correct? Also Argentina. My Argentina trip, I already experienced as a business. I know, I can handle this, correct? So
good night. Ava's taken off. Thank you, Ava, for stopping by, and hope you had some fun with us crazy people.
exactly. Talking about life.
You're talking about life and the challenges of life. Yeah, we're going to become Dr. Gustavo, Roy, and Jeff will be back in a moment to answer your questions.
Exactly.
Feel like we're like Dr. Phil giving advice here, Well, it's tough because when you get some people it's interesting. Some people meet because they aren't married. They meet. They're both photographers. They meet each other. They get married, and they both love photography, and they travel all over. And it's not a problem. They both like the same thing. But
What's I thought of that?
There are a handful of people that are in that situation.
Oh no, we know Jeff and Leslie and David.
Yeah, Lee and Raymond.
Exactly. Right? But I guarantee you one thing: they still have to negotiate. Correct?
Yeah. You sign. If I let you do this when you get home, you got to do this. Payback time. You get back. Payback time.
Exactly. But for sure, definitely, Jeff, you will enjoy some of those places, and certainly here in the West. I mean, this year the other place that I want to go is I want to go to back to California, which I go that I had done several times. Right, I know the places where to go photograph, but I do those whale watching tours. Those are fantastic, and and you can research the companies, and it's easy to know which ones are good, which are reputable. Correct?
Well, Jim, the real Nikon lover, he sent me an email the other day, and I'm trying to find it because I won't. Oh yeah, he went to I guess it's a national. I asked him about it's a national park in California, and come on, and we went to Bodie Ghost Town
Okay.
in California, and it's all, basically a town that was abandoned,
Oh,
and it's just all old buildings, and
Love those places.
Jeff, we have so
uh,
many of those here in Colorado, correct?
yeah,
I remember Colorado.
and that looks so cool, and like a great opportunity for photos, and he
Oh.
sent me some wonderful photos, and I hope I know he's still on here. I hope that he chooses to send some of those photos in the next photo review, because he got some really nice shots.
Jeff, here in Colorado, with the mining industry here in Colorado, from the late part of the 19th century, there are so many places that you could go. So many of the so-called ghost towns. Actually, there are books about ghost towns of Colorado, correct? And they typically are in the mountain passes. That guy that I mentioned, John Fielder, I mean, you buy that book, you don't need anybody. You get wonderful places. Now, there is one that I would recommend to somebody like you, is actually in close to a place called Ridgeway, correct? In the fall, not only that you have one of these old mining towns, which still have, like Main Street with saloons and that kind of stuff, correct? It actually still a working town that they have kept it originally, but it has a railroad, small gauge, steam locomotive that goes from that place to Durango and back. The most wonderful trip. Right? You will enjoy it tremendously. Right? There are so many places to explore. Right? But certainly on Colorado, that is, and people go there particularly during the fall, because then you have the fall colors as well. Right? So it's
That's what I miss about living where I am now, is having lived in New England most of my life.
of course.
The fall foliage was not necessarily raking the leaves in my yard, but the fall foliage was beautiful. It was so nice, up through New Hampshire and Vermont, and it's stunning, and I miss that a lot, because down here in the South, you have a million pine trees. That's all you have.
Exactly.
Pine trees. So you hardly see any trees that change color, they have leaves on them. Handful, but nothing compared to
the East Coast colors are much better. Actually, much better than even here in the West. In the West, we only have mostly aspens, correct? Aspen and cottonwoods. So if you want to go for the colors, I think the East Coast is much richer, but the landscape here are more magnificent, in my opinion. Okay. So actually, that is a good topic for a future discussion, which is preparing for the fall season. What are we going to photograph? Where are we going to go? Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's I like Maine a lot. Maine is a lot of fun. I went to Arcadia National Park in Maine, and now that my wife and I did on a whim. I just said, let's go to Arcadia National Park in Maine, and we went on the you could buy a book about Arcadia National Park. I mean, I forget, it was I'm thinking Rockefeller, but it might not have been Rockefeller, but somebody rich and famous that basically had all these stone bridges built throughout the island, and every bridge is different. And it was meant for horses to go over, and they have you can have horse carriage tours. You go on the horse carriage, and you get to see all these different bridges with all these different kinds of stones that were used and patterns that were used to make the bridges, and you get some great shots of architecture. you know.
Exactly. No,
And then you have the Cadillac Mountain, which is like one of the tallest mountains in that part of the country. And you go on the top of Cadillac Mountain, and you can look. You see the cruise ships that come in between some of the islands, and from Canada. And they're in the waterways of Maine there, and that's gorgeous. And you have beautiful rocky beaches and landscape photos to take. I mean, really, really, really nice. Plus, then you have all the all the old all the fishing boats and all that you could take. So Maine is a phenomenal place to go for photography.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, and like you said, now that is a place you could go and figure it out on your own. You don't have to pay anybody to do that.
Exactly.
And there's so much that you could take. I mean, it's a great place to go.
Acadia National Park is one that I haven't done, but for sure that's also my bucket list.
Now, there is a photographer out there that does trips, and sometimes you have to use some of these guys because there's an island out there where the puffins go.
That's
but
different.
It's limited access.
Okay.
And if you're not authorized to go and bring people there, you or I just can't go there on our own.
But that's good.
So you would need to tie in, with a certain person, maybe for that one day, and pay a fee to be able to go and take pictures of the puffins. But that would be worth it.
I would do that. I would do that.
I would do it too, because where else are you going to see puffins? You'd have to go to Alaska, or Iceland. Yeah.
There are some places in the UK here that we have some people that you can see them too, but Iceland is a place. But you have to go also in the right time of the year, correct? You have to go during nesting season. So I think research, is key to this. But actually, part of that, this is where this community is also good, correct? Having this discussion, because guarantee you here among the, I don't know how many people are regular, 50, 100 regulars that we have. Somebody knows about some area that we want to visit and will be giving you advice, correct? I mean, look at Jeff and Leslie.
I'm trying to think of his name now. He doesn't do YouTube anymore, or not much, or he doesn't do it with photography. What was his name? Something Stu Blue.
Yes,
Stu Blue. Lives in Utah. So you have Arches National Park. You have all those different parks there that you could go see, which are amazing in themselves. Of course.
Oh no, it's I go there regularly as well. To there are like the four corners area. Between Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and there is like 5 national. That's the other thing. We have the national park system here, correct?
Yeah.
If something gets designated a national park, trust me, it's going to be spectacular no matter what, right? But for sure that area, I tell you a funny story about it, because my wife and I love that area there, correct? I have a Jeep, so there is million trails that you can go off-road, and nothing crazy, but just a dirt road that give you to a place. Our son have visited so many national parks, and we miss it. Our base when we go there is a place called Moab, correct?
Yeah, Moab.
So we go to Moab, and from there you have access to all these parks in trips, correct? Arches and Canyonlands, and okay. So every spring we used to go there, and my son, no, please, Moab, no more. And they say, you will regret that one day. But that area of Utah and Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico, that has the highest concentration. I would recommend that to anybody, right?
Yeah, there's just certain places that I would definitely like to see that are in the continental United States. I wouldn't have to go international or anything like that. And I think that hopefully, if things work according to plan, which is God only knows whether that's ever going to happen. But if things went according to plan, and my wife retires in 2 years, and we're able to just hop in the car and go somewhere and go to some of these places, like you said, I mean, as long as it has a pool and a few places that she could get to.
Exactly.
I'm only going to shoot either in the mornings or in the late afternoons anyway, and the rest of the day we could do whatever she wants to do.
And this is the reality. With all that we like photography here, correct? There is no substitution to seeing it with your eyes and putting it on your brain the image, correct? So for instance, arches, balancing rock in arches, or dead horse plays on Canyonlands. You have to see it. They can show you. You can see 1,000 pictures, but the day you're there, sunset, and you're looking at balancing rock, getting red because of the last rays of the sun. That is what it's all about, correct? The photography at that time is secondary, correct? You prepare because we're a photographer, but it's being those places. Don't, Jeff, you need to do that.
Yeah, it's well, I said there's so much, looking at America as a whole, and you just say there's so much in our backyard that we don't get to see, and then maybe when we're younger, we're doing trips to Bermuda and trips to the Caribbean and doing stuff like that, and going on a cruise once in a while or whatever, and then now that I'm older, I mean, and I want to see America.
Exactly. No, I want all. Correct. I want all. Yeah. Correct. So certainly, I mean, the national parks are guaranteed. Right?
Yeah. Now the thing is, I hear stories that some people plan a whole trip, and they spend a lot of time planning on a trip, and sometimes they get there and they get turned away. They can't. There's no room at the inn. They can't stay. They can't get a spot. Well, they're almost too popular now.
That is true. So for sure, national parks, for instance, a trip to Yellowstone, correct? And let me tell you, and I go every year, correct? So I probably will be trying to, because I skipped this year for other reasons, some health issues, correct? But we couldn't go in our regular time, right? And I go the last 2 weeks of May, right? I will start getting my reservations December, okay? So certain national parks over a certain time, you need to make a reservations. And I told you now, even the local parks, you need to Rocky Mountain National Park, now that we have the elk season, correct? You need, even if you have your annual pass for the park, you still need to register the days that you're going to be there, because they are starting to limit the number of cars entering into the park. And that is actually now permeating even into national forests or state parks. So we, unfortunately, there is more planning. But one thing, Jeff, one thing we have after you retire, you can go when people are working, correct? You can go when there is school is in session. Okay, so we have to turn retirement as an advantage.
You got to go when everybody else can't go because their kids are in school.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
But, so what kind of national park do you have, Roy, there close to you? What?
It's Dandenong National Park. It's literally across the driveway from our house. Okay. If I walk out the end of the driveway, I'm in the national park. They can't stop me.
And what is the highlights of the park?
It's quite a large park. It's full of wallabies and different lyrebirds and all sorts of things.
Excellent.
If I wanted to put my life on the line, I guess the best place to go is Australia, because everything wants to kill you there.
It's not that bad. Actually, my auntie's up in Queensland. She says there's no more sharks in the bay. The
Yeah.
crocodiles ate them all.
Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of sharks did you have there?
They had lots of hammerheads and bull sharks and
Oh, really? The crocs killed the bull sharks?
oh yeah.
Wow.
Some of these crocodiles could be 6 meters long, about 6 yards long.
Wow. Wow. That's not, bull sharks are nasty sharks.
Yeah.
And hammerheads are too. That's
bull sharks
now,
come up the
was
rivers.
that was that like a place where the sharks would go to breed?
Not really. It's just a common place, and
Yeah.
we've got a fair few sharks in Australia, but the bull sharks come right up the rivers, so they're usually a problem.
Yeah.
Till
Right, the
crocodiles
thing is
ate
that-
them all.
We have to convert you into a birder so that you go and take more photos. That's our secret plan, showing you all those bird photography here so that you
I'm
You-
trying to learn how to bird, but
you try more.
I'm not good at it yet.
It
I'm
started
still
with that
learning.
kookaburra in your deck there.
Hmm.
You have to
You
get
saw them 2 minutes ago, did you? They
Yeah,
were making
exactly.
such a noise. I was trying to scare them off.
you need to get that quintessential kookaburra with a lizard in the mouth and all that kind of stuff, correct?
Hmm. Lovely birds.
Yeah,
though.
you talk about annoying birds. I have a bird, and it's becoming very popular down here. And I think where it originated from, they kind of got chased out, probably due to construction, interfering with their territory, that type of thing. And but they look like they're like mockingbirds, but they have a black mask on their face, so they're called loggerhead shrikes,
That's a
And
super cool.
and they are nasty birds.
Oh,
and
no.
and they actually they impale their prey.
Exactly.
So if they get a grasshopper or a cricket or something,
Even a mouse.
they will find a stick or something sharp, and they will impale the insect on it, and they will go get more, and they will feed on them whenever they want to feed on them. They're very brutal, and they actually, one of them has chosen to nest, make a nest the last couple of years. And my neighbor's on his house, he has some lattice on one side of his house with plant life, growing up in it. And this bird's decided to nest there. And our yards down here are literally the space between the side of my house and the side of his house. Once you take into account our flower beds or our plantings, there might only be 4 feet of grass between my property and his property. So when I'm cutting my lawn and these birds have had their babies, I could be, I'm guessing, 5 feet away from their nest, and they get very aggressive. They've dive bombed my dog when he goes out to go to the bathroom. They've come after me when I'm cutting the grass with the lawnmower. They are nasty, nasty birds.
Oh, that's a great. I know you included in one of your videos long time ago.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Oh, they are wonderful. They are wonderful. You need to look for the angle.
Well, I mean, I think I had a picture of one that had a big bug in its mouth.
Exactly.
It was actually on my fence in my backyard with a huge bug in its mouth. They are cool for that. You could, if I wanted to watch them all day long, I would get plenty of bug in mouth shots of that bird. But they're not. Yeah, Real Nikon Lover says their nickname is called the Butcher Bird.
Look at that.
The Butcher Bird. There
He's
we
about
go.
a meter away.
Yeah. Those type of crows, they have a nice kind of bluish color.
That's a magpie. They're different to crows.
Mm.
They're about the same size, but they're much more colourful. They've got totally different personality.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice.
Are they noisy? Do they make a lot of
They can be very noisy.
Very noisy.
Got a nice song though.
No, those are nice. Yeah. And unfortunately, when I was living in the Far East, I did not have it was a short assignment, so I couldn't visit Australia. But Australia, come on, that fantastic place too.
I had a cousin that lived there for a while, and then he moved to New Zealand, and he got married and had a kid, and then they got divorced, and the kid stayed in New Zealand, and then he moved back to the States, and then he married somebody else, and then it was kind of weird when the child got old enough to leave on her own. She went to the States and lived with him for a while.
So Jeff, do you have that? Did you check your email? You have that photo that I sent you from that local park here. See if you can have it. That's actually I got some friends that came to a conference here in Colorado that came from Tokyo, and actually I took them yesterday to that park, and it was funny because we saw some people from the local state park coming, and they were doing some bird inventory, but they were using the special type of boots because of the rattlesnake. I said, no, we have seen like 4 rattlesnakes already. So my Japanese friends were a little bit concerned. Because the first time I tried to send it to you, it was too big, as usual with my photos.
Yeah, you know what? I probably read it and looked at it, and I don't know where I put it. It'll probably take me too long to find it, but I'm sure I have it in here somewhere. I have so many emails; it's absolutely incredible. You would think I am in business to get emails.
Just I know. Cleaning emails is our job nowadays.
It's almost like I'm popular or something, which I don't understand. I'm popular with every place I ever buy anything from. That's the problem.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, they all love you. You know, they all want your money.
Yeah, that is to be one of the favorite places from this guy, and you know it's 10 minutes from a little bit more than that. That's like 20 minutes from central Denver, correct?
I have a cousin, and I haven't talked to her in years since my dad passed away, but I have a cousin that lives in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, Colorado Springs has a lot of great things nearby.
Now, is that part of Colorado? I hear that part of Colorado is actually fairly warm, from what I heard.
In the summer, but
because where it's located, you know.
No, that you Colorado Springs. I mean, it's the same than Denver. It's just the thing is, you know, we are all in the margins. The big cities are between the Rocky Mountains and the prairies, correct? They're all located along that. But they all have similar weather. The thing is, obviously, Colorado Springs, one place I think Seaway mentioned it the other day that is very famous, which similar to the one that I sent you in that picture, is called Garden of the Gods. Okay, which is when you have all these red rocks. Actually, that picture that I sent you was of the red rocks, but it's not the Red Rock Amphitheater. Is actually another.
What does Roy have? What does Roy have? Wait a minute.
I'm just changing lenses for the birds.
Oh, okay. I see a big thing in his hand. I go, what's he doing? But yeah, I mean, there's oh man, I tell you, there's like I said, I'm just hoping that in a couple of years we're able to just hop in the car and take off for a month at a time, you know, just drive.
Exactly.
Just drive.
You have to just do it before it's too late.
Yeah.
You have to wait for your wife to retire too.
Yeah. Well, her job right now is like, ooh, not good. Ah, good.
So if you leave it too late, you'll miss out.
Yeah.
But Roy, you need to put some bird feeders, and then you get your. The only thing
Wife
is
doesn't like me doing that. There's too many birds already. I did that a while ago, and we had birds all over the place. And then the cockatoos came and ate the house.
exactly. Imagine.
Oh, do you have cats in the house to eat the birds?
No, you're not allowed cats here because we're up near the national park. You're not allowed to have cats.
Really?
You're allowed them inside, but not out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cats are a big problem in Australia, correct?
They are. They
Yeah.
hunt everything.
Yeah. The cats are So I presume close to a national park, there will be a big no-no, correct? Because they eat all the smaller marsupials, correct?
Everything, yeah. They wipe them out.
Yeah.
They're just too good at hunting. Saw a fox. He shouldn't be there either. Actually, there's deer up in the top of the hills, I found. Which surprised me. What are they doing there? We don't have supposed to have deer and things like that.
Oh, climate change, right?
Must be. Immigrants.
Yeah, the immigrants. You got immigrant species moving into Australia.
Bad enough with the cane toads.
Yeah, I heard about them. Cane toads.
Hate them. Ugly things.
But we, right now here, it's like the temperature is just so hot that you can't function. You can't go outside. It's 100. It's one of those. It's been this way for. It seems like over a month, where it's like feels like 108, feels like 110 every time you turn around, and you're lucky you can cut your grass, and then you cut your grass and you feel like you just went 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. You get in the house and you're like, you can't do nothing. You're like, your body is just totally shot.
Yeah.
Well, they say the sun's gone into overactive mode, so that might be making it hotter too. There's also all the flares and everything.
But that limit your time that you can be outside, correct?
Oh yeah. I mean, if you go to take pictures now, you're at your location at 6:15 a.m. and you're gone by 8:30, 9 o'clock because it's too hot. You can't stay any longer. You're done.
You're not used to it. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's like
I love the desert. I'd spend ages out there if I could. Very cold at night though.
Well, what's weird here, like my wife says, well, you said Connecticut was the same. I go, yeah, Connecticut could have 2 or 3 weeks of 90+% humidity, mid 90s. It could be really, really hot, and it would be like maybe for 2-3 weeks stint, and then it would drop down considerably, and then it could come back again a few weeks later, but you would always get a break. And then if you had a heavy thunderstorm, it would knock the humidity right down. At least the next day, the humidity would be knocked down. But what I'm finding living here is you can have a thunderstorm every day or every night, and the next morning it's just as bad as it was the day before. The rain does not get rid of the humidity at all. Sometimes it actually makes it worse. So it's relentless because it's every day for like this year anyway, for like it's going to be like that every day for like a 2-month block of time every single day.
So Jeff, you probably there where you are in Myrtle Beach. In the summer, it's like, I know in Florida, for instance, you get a big thunderstorm during the kind of this type of a year every afternoon between 3:30 and 4:30.
Oh yeah, Florida. When we went to Florida on vacation, it was like same time every day for like an hour.
Exactly.
You couldn't see the road, type of rain. Here, lots of times we'll get it, which is a good thing for me taking pictures. The rain usually doesn't hit till the afternoon or the evening. We don't usually have it in the morning. We usually get it in the afternoons and the evening. So in terms of taking pictures, that's good. But at the same token, you're miserably, the humidity just knocks the wind out of you.
That's what real Nicolau is saying. The humidity is the same. That is the advantage here in the Colorado. It's actually super dry, correct?
Well, like Arizona, right? Arizona's dry heat.
But except that we are a little bit further north, correct? So
yeah.
But this is and we are a little bit higher altitude. So this is a high altitude desert, correct? In a way, although this year, where everybody have been having a lot of bad weather, actually here we have a reasonably good weather with a lot of rain, more than usual, right? But remember, Colorado, Denver, which is and Colorado Springs, and all these cities are almost a mile high, correct? And then you have the mountains. So these are the high plains.
So are you so high up that it's hard to breathe? The oxygen is air is thin.
Or if you come from sea level, definitely the first thing we do here, it's like I just was in a conference, still the remnants of my my work, which are still hanging around, and we tell the people, hey, don't rush, drink a lot of water. There is 20% less oxygen than sea level, okay? And certainly we have a couple of roads that go very high, so there is a place that probably next week I'm going to go again. I'm looking for pica and mountain goats, okay? And that road goes to 14,000 feet, which, okay? Over there, definitely you feel it, correct? Even for me that live here at almost 7,000 feet, you go another 7,000 feet, and then you step out of the car. So somebody coming from sea level, I mean, there is no problem. Just you have to be conscious and be, move slowly. It takes, but after 3-4 days, it's okay. And here also, you have in the Walmart, they sell you these little bottles with oxygen, correct, for the people that if they have a little bit of altitude sickness, they can take a little bit extra oxygen, and it's nothing. It costs like one can costs like $20 or something like that. But yes, altitude can be an issue.
We don't have that trouble here. Australia is very flat.
Yes. Yeah.
Very, very flat. Very few hills.
Here, Roy, I can drive these couple of roads. You mentioned Colorado Springs, correct? There is Pikes Peak, correct? That's also another also called 14er, correct? There is a road that goes there is a cable car and also a road that goes there 14,000 feet. At 14,000 feet, yes, that's
higher than almost anything else here.
Yes.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough money to go in a cable car in that high off the ground. There's no way, no amount of money in the world would get me to go on that. It's just like in Costa Rica, they have a tour. They call it I think it's called something like visiting the clouds or something, and it's a hand. Like you would see in an Indiana Jones movie. It's one of those bridges that goes across that just has ropes and planks of wood going across the bottom, and they show people walking across from one landmass to another. And I look at that and I'm like, if I went there and that was part of the itinerary, I would stay at the hotel that day. You would not get me to walk across a bridge like that. It just ain't going to happen.
And your wife doesn't appreciate when you jump up and down to show how safe it is.
I would not jump up and down, and you would think I was, because my knees would be shaking so bad. It would be like I'm jumping up and down, but I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm somebody that can that goes up 3 steps on a ladder and my knees start knocking. I just can't do it. Now, but I could scuba dive and go more than 100 feet downward. That didn't bother me, but I'm not going to go 100 feet up, but I'll go 100 feet plus down, which kind of doesn't make any sense, but I don't know.
You're lucky there's 100 feet drop from our balcony.
I just can't deal with that.
Yeah. See, real Nikon lover here made a comment about. Actually, I do appreciate what he's saying. If you drove from Kansas, or actually not far from where I live, you go a little bit into the plains, and then you approach the Rocky Mountains from the plains. You can put yourself in in the mind of the people going across the continent, correct, and seeing the Rocky Mountains suddenly emerging from the horizon. It's impressive. So the so-called pioneers coming and homesteaders, that would have been incredible, facing that, coming in their wagons and suddenly seeing the Rocky Mountains emerging from the horizon. So it is something. I like it if you go in a dirt road. From the highways, you don't get the same feeling, but from a dirt road, you get an impression. Okay, this is what these people saw 150 years ago.
If I'm high up, but I am not physically like on the end of a cliff looking down. I'm just at a high elevation, and there's like hundreds of acres all around me or whatever, and I just happen to be high up. I'm okay with that, but don't put me near the edge. Don't put me near the edge, man.
Yeah, I love going to the outback with no one there.
Mossman, you have to join to make your point.
Yeah, we had him hyperventilating here.
Exactly. No scuba chat. We're talking about natural parks,
travel photography and locations and stuff like that. But there's Mossman's like creaming himself with his move and everything, and we all know how much fun it is to move.
Oh, for sure. Like a hole in my head, I need to move.
Just about finished here.
Yeah.
Moving.
Yes.
In Australia, there's not cell phone doesn't cover anything apart from the cities. Once you're outside the city, you're on your own.
So you get good signal there.
Once you're outside the city, a few miles, you don't get much cell phone.
Okay.
Wow.
So you have to be careful.
Yeah, that traveling the outback is a problem, correct? People have to be prepared.
How far away are you from medical care?
I'm about 25 miles from Melbourne, centre of Melbourne at the moment.
That's not bad.
It's closer as far as I want to be. I've got the
Exactly.
city looking on one side, and I've got the national park on the other. So if I can get out the house, I'll be right.
So you don't, Roy, you get regular wallabies, or you get also red kangaroos? You don't get red kangaroos?
Mostly wallabies. We get echidnas.
Okay.
We've had lyrebird. What else we had? We get lots of
lyrebird
and different birds, parrots.
Okay. But not the red kangaroos are more in the desert, correct?
Yeah, they're more in the plains.
Exactly. Yeah, that lyrebird, that's the one that I think it was last time that somebody was commenting that they learn all sort of, they are mimics.
Yeah. I was watching one day, and it makes all these clicks.
Exactly.
And you realize it's copying the cameras.
Exactly.
It's such a funny bird.
You're like, oh, that bird sounds like a D800.
Exactly. You have Sony birds and Canon birds.
Now we've got deer up in the hills, which is really strange.
And those are introduced too, correct?
Someone must have introduced them somewhere.
Okay.
off some sort of weird farm or something.
And the national park where you live is one of those parks that to prevent non-native animals. Have they fenced the
They
park
try,
already?
but it's such a big park. It's pretty hard.
Okay.
Well, now were the cane toads introduced from a different location and got into Australia, or did you always
South
have?
America.
I think they came from America somewhere, but all across the top of Australia, they're a real big problem. They're killing everything.
They came from South America.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the Americas. Supposed to eat the insects. Instead, they killed everything else.
Yeah. And your snake, you see, our snake in South America eat the cane toad, but probably the snake, they don't like them there, correct?
They probably can't eat them here because they kill them.
Exactly. Because they issue Jeffries that these cane toads that have some glands in the back that secrete some sort of venom as well.
Any predator that eats them just dies.
Exactly. And so the animals learn not to eat them. The ones that are
smart.
They are not not the ones that didn't evolve the defenses against that venom. I guarantee you the rattlesnakes and the boa constrictors, they probably they don't care, correct? But the ones in Australia didn't evolve with those particular cane toads, correct?
Very wrong.
Wow.
Yeah. No, but I think
introduced and foxes and cats.
I tell you one thing. I will not be concerned about the snakes in Australia. That doesn't bother me at all.
Most snakes run away when you walk near them.
Exactly.
A few of them chase you, but not many.
Well, as they say, all it takes is one.
Oh, for sure. But you see, Jeff, you when you are born in those places, correct?
Sorry?
Then even today, I go into the high grasses here around the area. I'm looking to the I'm looking where I'm stepping. Correct? You don't want to step.
Yeah.
So
you
develop a way of moving around that is appropriate for that environment. Correct?
Yeah, you don't wear shorts unless you're stupid.
Exactly. I tell you that, Roy. When I live in Africa, correct? You have all these people from. Sorry, I'm not going to sound okay here, but coming from England and Holland and all those people. So they come to the tropics and they go to Africa, to where I was in East Africa, and they want to wear shorts and stuff like that. And said, "You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You know, look at how people dress. You put long pants and you protect against the insects. So you have to, dress appropriately, correct?
Yeah, you do. You have to be smart.
They used to, in the place that I have, the expatriate community, they used to do like running into the jungle kind of every Saturday. I was in the jungle every Saturday as photographing, and they were running. I tell you, a lot of people got a lot of nasty cuts and infections and stuff like that. Some even had to be evacuated. Okay, but
when he's running, you're going to run into some animal or something it doesn't want to be running to.
The grass will, cut them.
Everything.
Exactly.
That reminds you, we'll get the grass cut here. It's about 2 foot tall at the moment. Time to get it cut.
So you have lawns in Australia, then it's not all just rocks and dirt.
I've got lots of that too. You've got a very natural garden here.
Yeah.
In the tropics, certainly in the Americas, I'm more concerned about mosquitoes. And the little insects are the ones that really bug you. The snakes and the big animals and the people, correct? The people are you always have to be concerned first and foremost of the people. And then from there you go down. Then insects, mosquitoes, and all that kind of stuff. Hey, by the way, that's the other thing, correct? Places
like are a problem too. They're very aggressive.
Yeah,
they go feral very quickly.
Yeah, or using repellent with your camera, correct? I remember I used to have a A90 that when I used to go a lot to Florida, correct? Or we lived in Florida for a little while. I almost took all the rubber because of wearing so much of the repellent.
We
Correct?
don't get mosquitoes here very much because we're up on the hill and there's not much standing water. So we've got
Okay.
ponds and things, you get these mosquitoes.
Yeah, they come through our neighborhood with
Fog.
fog machines, and they spray.
Exactly.
Used to be DDT once, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
One that about Australia, Roy, that you probably can tell us a little bit about that. The real Nikon lover mentioned something. I come back on that one, but one thing that always
I'll put it up.
concerned me about Australia is on the desert part when you get all these flies, correct? That they're trying to get into you. That can be very annoying, correct?
That happened when we brought in cattle, because cattle leave dung everywhere. The flies came with it. Until then, Australia wasn't very big on. There wasn't that many wild flies and that, but they are very annoying.
Yeah. No.
Most of Australia's desert, though.
Exactly, but and that comes in a particular time of the year. All those flies.
Some areas are worse than others. Summertime is worse.
Okay.
Depends on where you are as well. I think the birds eat most of the flies up here.
That's also important with the mosquitoes in Alaska, correct? There is time of the years in Alaska is almost impossible because of the number of mosquitoes, and you have to wear like netting, not because you don't want to be bitten. It's just because they go into your ears, into your nose. It's more about an annoyance than anything else. But
we had more flies and mosquitoes down in the suburbs than we do up here. Just something about it. More birds, less insects.
Going back to what Rian Nikon Lower is saying here. Yeah, I find those places very solemn too. Correct. That's part of the complicated history between the settlers and the
natives and
Native Americans here. And for sure, those places are. I have visited some of those places, including Sand Creek Massacre area, which
we got someone joining us here, guys. Here we go.
Hey,
there he is. The myth, the legend, Mothman.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm exhausted.
Looks like you're in a tent.
You feel like you went 12 rounds with Tyson or what?
No, just tired. I'm all right.
Don't you love moving?
Yeah, I do actually. Actually, I like moving. I just don't like doing the work that goes along with it.
Hey, Scuba Rousey, we were talking about you earlier, commenting about your underwater photography from the last photo review, and commenting that was the first that I know of underwater photo that we've ever had on the show. Even when I was on it with Chuck on his show, I don't remember ever seeing an underwater shot. So that was greatly appreciated that you sent those photos in that you did, and everybody loved them. They were great. So thank you for participating.
Nice change.
And yeah, we're still here for a little while. I don't know how much longer we're going to go, but.
And Tim, you're still in the same geographical area there of.
I'm still in this. Yeah, I'm still in the same zip code.
Okay, good.
So yeah, it wasn't a big move, which was nice. I didn't have to like pack everything up and moving across the country or anything. So
exactly,
that part was nice. But what I was moving today was I had movers to move most of my stuff, but I had the storage unit, and it was just filled with boxes. So I wanted to clean that out. So I did that today.
So how long are you going to be living out of boxes?
Oh man, I don't know. Half of my garage right now is boxes. The other half is my car. So just to tell you how many boxes are in my garage, there's a lot.
Hey, as long as you don't find yourself in one specific box, you're doing well.
Just think of how good it'll feel when it's finished.
Yeah, as long as I don't end up in a box when this is all over.
Exactly.
If you find a box that looks like it's out of a Dracula movie, then get the hell out of there.
Well, I wouldn't have moved that here, so that would have stayed in storage.
Mazda, we were just talking about Jim sent me some wonderful shots that he took at Bodie. That was really cool because I said to him, I says, is anybody there? You know, can you walk into any of those buildings? And he said it was a park. And I was blown away. I mean, he said a lot of the buildings you can't go in, but you know, he went into like the saloon and some really cool areas where he got some wonderful shots of, like, you know, an old piano or organ or whatever missing a key, and you could see the bar and all the dust, you know, on it and everything, and really cool shots, really neat stuff.
There is a place here in Colorado, Jeff, called Boreas Pass, correct? Which is, again, but remember, everything in the mountains is about mountain passes, correct? That's where the railroad had to go. That's where the miners had to go, correct? It is funny for landscape photography because you go there, even now, you know, 100 years after, all the trees are chopped, you know, like 2 meters from, like 1.5 meters from the ground. And they say, why is this at all the? It's because when during the winter, they went and took the trees to build cabins, correct? But there was snow in the ground, correct? So they had to chop it at the level of the snow. Oops. And so now you go there, wonderful grasses and flowers, but then there is like a forest of trees that are like 1.5 meters from the ground. I tell you, those people in the 19th century, certainly Colorado here with all the gold mining, all those mining town, and the same California, correct? The gold rush, correct? It was the same motivators, and then they're fantastic places to go. Okay, every mountain pass, every place that they took the railroads, great places to go and do photography.
Since Scuba Ozzy's mentioning it, I'm going to throw this back up because we probably do have some people in here, a different audience with
yes,
getting closer to, maybe we're getting some people from England and Germany area coming in Africa. So let me put up, because I did this ahead of time to, you know, just so everybody has plenty of time. Throwing up, you know, the next photo review is going to be September 2nd. That's going to be the first Saturday in September. You could send one or more photos, and there's my email address, and send them no later than 12 o'clock noon Eastern time on September 1st, which is the Friday before the show. And same conditions as last time. Anything that shows up after 12 p.m. is going to be put into a bucket for the following month. So we're not doing once again, I'm just going to keep I'm not going to restrict people by picking a topic and then everybody's got to go out and shoot something they never shot before. So I'm just leaving it wide open. You can just pick, you know, whatever your favorite photo is from since the last month, or something that's 20 years old, or taken on a camera that's 100 years old. I don't care. Black and white, color, doesn't matter. And that way, you know, it makes it an even playing field for everybody to participate, and people don't have to feel uncomfortable trying to shoot something that they've never shot before, even though it's good to kind of make you shoot something you never shot before at the same time. It's a good challenge, but I want you to do the challenge on your own, not feel that you're forced to do the challenge. So we will just leave it wide open, and you can send them to me anytime between now and September 1st. And, you know, I'll do this. I'll try to, the middle of the following month, start putting this out so people can send stuff early. That way I'm not bugging you the last week saying we only got 10 pictures, folks. Let's get on board here. We had 63 images last month, was phenomenal. outpouring of images. They were wonderful images, and what was great was we had first time people shared their images ever on that show, which that's the most fun when you get someone that's willing to now show something that they've never shared with someone before. That's cool. That's really good. Enjoy that. And Chuck did, for those that came late, Chuck was here early on in the show, and his wife was in the show as well. I think they were here for what you guys guess, a couple hours.
Yeah,
roughly a couple hours, I guess.
yes.
So he said hi to people, and people responded back to him and said hello to him, and that's all good. I think he enjoyed coming on and visiting.
Very promising.
So let's see what else we got going on. Is there now Tim, was there any photo centric events going on in your neck of the woods now?
Well, it's funny that you should mention that, because I was just about to bring up the fact that I now am surrounded by hummingbirds, which is something very unique to me, because I've yet to get a good hummingbird shot. And since I moved in, I see them every day out the window. I went up the other day with a camera and I got a couple shots, but my shutter speed was too low. So I know what's going to happen. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to have everything set up right, and they're just not going to be around. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm positive. I'm hopeful that I'll get a decent hummingbird shot soon.
Need to put some feeders, Tim.
Yeah.
Gustavo, when he mentioned that to me over the phone one night, I said, "Well, you can now be a challenger to the Gustavo hummingbird contest, and you're going to have some competition now, because you can't get it from me because I don't have enough of them around me."
No. But I mean, there is a channel actually I subscribe from a lady that is actually trying to photograph every single species. I don't know, you have come across the 300 something species, and she have like 100,000 subscribers. I mean, she's a big YouTuber, and I can tell you what the name is in a second here when I check on my iPhone. But she lives in a place called Studio City.
Yep, I know that is.
I mean, she has like 200 hummingbirds in her. So because she's in she have been feeding the hummingbirds for, I don't know, 15 years. It's amazing. Now they got a particular area there. So you may be in the past of some of those. So you have a lot of those.
I definitely have some plants in my yard that they really like. So
exactly.
there's a couple trees that are flowering that they really like, and then there's a plant that's not lavender but looks like lavender that they appear to like. So
yeah, but you need to put those are the good places to photograph. But in order to keep them, you need to put the feeders. And the feeders are easy, Tim. So 3 part or 4 part of water, 1 part of sugar, and you. I can recommend a couple of feeders. You put it there. Then they, because remember, one characteristic of the hummingbirds is what I call sight fidelity. Correct? They have a tremendous sense of. If they don't eat in a couple of hours, they die, correct? So they have developed a system to work in the tropics that they know. They have like a schedule. They go from this flower to this flower to this flower, and almost you can clock them, correct? So we, by providing feeders, we add to that schedule, correct? So once you start feeding them, and that's what happened to this lady, correct? They make these through generations of hummingbird part of the migration route. I'm sure those trees in that property where you are now are they know this time of the year are in flower. So you complement that with feeder. Obviously, like Jeff was saying the other day, I don't like to photograph them in the feeders. I like to photograph them around the feeders, correct?
Yeah.
Actually, one of the tricks that we do, people that do this thing, you take the feeders down when you want to photograph them because you force them to be where you want them. So, but
It's a
so
good idea.
I teach you the
Gustavo pays them off with sugar cubes.
exactly. Hey, we were talking about that, correct? You have to pay your models. I pay my model with the feeding, correct?
He goes to the restaurants and he takes all the little sugar packets, off the counter, puts them in his coat, walks away, sprinkles it down on the ground. We know, we've heard about you.
Exactly. So no, Tim, that's fantastic.
Do they like stevia? I use stevia mainly.
No. Actually, those other so don't use any food colorant. That's actually very bad. It's just cane sugar. That's the one that they like, and that proportion: 3 water, 1 sugar cup. You have to boil it to make sure that it's sterile. Okay. And then you put it on the feeder. I get you into it, but not now.
Send me some links of
exactly
hummingbird recipes 101.
Exactly, but the good thing for you, Tim, is that obviously you are now in the fall migration, and of course where you live there are some residents. Correct, you can start anytime, so you don't need to hurry up to start. But definitely you. Catching the next spring is when it's going to important for you.
When I say I see a lot, I see like 3 or 4 at a time, and I see them like all day long. So
exactly,
yeah.
Now this Monday I took a wonderful picture because I have been experimenting also with film flash photography. I told Jeff the other day on certain occasions. I got a very good picture this Monday. Because they have this fidelity to a particular site, certainly they defend their flowers, they defend their territory, correct? A lot. So you probably what you see is actually one bird that take a perch, and this is the other thing, Jeff, as you know where they're perching, correct? So you're going to photograph in the perch because that's where they are looking for. Trying to get all the birds to go away. And the ones that you got there, the ones that I have here this time, these rufous, they are mean. You have no idea. I mean, in the tropics, I have seen these little hummingbirds chasing hawks and eagles. Hummingbirds, they are incredible.
It's like a little chihuahua.
Exactly. Exactly. But so that's probably what you have there. But if you like that type of thing and you like that challenge because it's a challenge, correct? It's a wonderful subject, correct?
Well, we hope everybody in Jersey is buttoned down and in a safe location right now.
Yeah, tornado alert in Jersey.
Alert in central.
I didn't know they got them there.
Not very common. Wow. Not common to have a tornado there.
No, that's not good.
And tornadoes at night, not good. When you cannot see them. Oh,
here we go. So now, if you're not already a portrait photographer, Jim, you're going to need to become one.
Exactly.
You will become the and here's the bad news is when everybody knows you have a camera and you know how to use it, then you're going to be expected to constantly take pictures of the kids like from here on out. So if you really don't want to do that, pretend that your gear is broken and you don't know when it's going to get fixed. That's your only out that you're going to have.
And in a way, the challenge is photographing toddlers and babies is the same like wildlife photography.
And congratulations, by the way.
Indeed, congratulations.
Babies are slower.
Oh, Rakesh is saying first time he's seeing a tornado in 11 and a half years.
Yeah.
Funny weather.
Yeah, you hope that you never see one.
And probably the infrastructure there is not set for that type of
it's not
weather events, right?
No, I mean,
It's like
you have, well, let's put it this way. You have, I mean, on the Jersey coast or in Jersey coast down into Connecticut, I mean, we've gotten pretty good hurricanes,
yes,
but the hurricanes have done significant damage to the shoreline areas, and a lot of those properties still have not been rebuilt because of the, let's just say, the practices of the insurance company. I'll word it carefully so I don't get a lawsuit on me. But there are a lot of people never rebuilt their homes or weren't able to get the money to rebuild their homes, and then those that did, had to elevate them. Had to elevate them up so they wouldn't flood out or what have you. So things are. We had a tornado right opposite, across the street from where I worked, which was right next to the main airport in Connecticut, Bradley International Airport, Windsor Lock.
wow.
And I worked across the street from the airport, and we looked out the window and we watched the tornado do one of these, skip across the road, take out every other house. I mean, boom, 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 right next to the company. Now because of the type of work that we do and or did many decades ago, we basically, our lower level of our building can withstand a bomb attack.
Exactly.
So there's no issue with us getting somewhere where we would be safe from something like that. But it actually, and this was a long time ago, it actually damaged the Bradley Air Museum, where they had a lot of old and vintage aircraft got damaged, and they ended up moving the airplane museum somewhere else. It's relatively close to where it was, but it's in a different location, and they had to repair. They spent years and years and years trying to repair all these vintage aircraft that got damaged.
Wow.
I mean, it was
sad.
horrible.
Well, of course, and the disaster in Maui, in Hawaii. I mean, that is incredible.
It's very sad.
Yeah, that's incredible what is happening there.
Here we go. All gear on sale now. So you don't have to take pictures of the grandkids. Sell it all now. Going out of business sale. Yeah, let us know. We can snap up some good deals from you. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, weather is definitely changing, although some would like to never admit that that's true. But too much of the country is in the 100-degree plus range for a long period of time here.
Yeah,
Not uncommon for Phoenix, but it is uncommon for a lot of other areas.
The water temperatures are what's really concerning.
Well, yeah, you get when the water gets too hot too, it's gonna kill the coral reefs.
Yeah,
coral reefs cannot handle and when you say drastic change in temperature, a drastic change in temperature to coral reefs can be as low as 1 or 2 degrees. It's not like, drastic change doesn't mean it's 10 degrees hotter. It only needs to be a degree or two, and you'll wipe them out.
and all you need to lose is one species at a coral reef, and it affects everything.
Yeah, then you got the snowball effect, and what this fish used to eat at the reef isn't there anymore, and everything starts to die off. The food chain gets all totally interrupted and screwed up.
and I never saw that kind of. We talk about the diving issue. This kind of a coral reef bleaching thing.
Yeah.
I never experienced, because my days when I was doing a lot of scuba diving, that didn't happen. Correct?
Well, I saw that. I saw areas of the large elkhorn coral
Okay.
that were bleached, totally wiped out.
Wow.
And you didn't see any living coral until, let's say, you got down where you would have a steep drop off. Like a cliff. You're 100 feet down, and then all of a sudden it just drops off, and then right in that drop off area you would have some
Coral.
some of the
probably slightly
coral and the fans, and certain types of coral and anemones would show up in that one location. But everything that was, let's say, in that 20 feet of water area from the surface was totally dead.
Weren't there parts of the Great Barrier Reef that had been bleached and they were successful in bringing it back though?
They're trying to, but it's not changing much.
No.
Most of it's still dead. And in the Pacific, you got islanders that fish by using dynamite that blow up the reefs. They just shatter them.
Fish by dynamite.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh my God. Well, yeah, the fishing pole ain't good enough anymore, man. You got the guy sitting there like the crazy look on his face. Yeah, like the TNT, light it up. Yeah. Sounds like something out of a bad movie. Bad movie.
We gotta live somewhere, I suppose.
Well, where I saw a huge difference in not having dough for a lot of years and went back to, I told this story, I think, before, that I went to Turks and Caicos Island chain, and I was in South Caicos when I was probably 18 or 19 years old. And then when I was about 50, no, let's see, would I be 50? Let me see. No, maybe 40. Maybe 40. I went back, and there weren't any sharks left. All the sharks were gone. When I went there when I was 19, you'd had 100, 120 foot visibility from the boat straight down in the water, and you would see dozens and dozens of sharks every single dive. They were there, and you went in anyway because we're crazy people. So I went in anyway. But then, fast forward, a couple decades later, couldn't find one. They're all gone. All the Asian ships, shark fin soup, cut off the fins, throw the body in the water type of thing going on. And when you wipe out your major predator that preys a lot on the weaker fish or fish that are struggling, that aren't doing well, just like an alligator or a crocodile or a lion or whatever, they're going to go after the weak ones. They want to expend the least amount of energy to get their food. They don't have to want to work too hard for it if they have a choice. And so now you just you wipe out the sharks, and then you have way too many seals. And then the seals eat
everything.
Yeah, and then the seals go and they eat all the crustaceans. And now you don't have any crabs. People are saying, "Oh, where's the crabs?" Well, the seals ate them all. As we say, either the trickle down effect or the trickle up effect, whatever you want to call it. You wipe out one key element of the food chain, you just mess everything up. And I tell my wife, my favorite saying now is when I get when I get upset about what somebody does, I give her the look, and I think I told Tim this. I did it again today. I gave her a look, and I just say, humans. I just say humans. That's it. And she knows I'm disgusted about something that somebody said or did, because I can't, sometimes I just can't believe what we collectively do on this planet, and I just sit there and say humans. I'm waiting for the aliens to show up. Like in the day the Earth stood still, where they create the ark and they take two of everything, but they don't want us. They're trying to save everything else from us because we're killing everything else. Someday that'll probably happen, not in my lifetime, but
all the shipwrecks from World War II in the Pacific are disappearing. People are scavenging them because the metal's worth so much, because it's pre-atom age metal. It's good for instruments and things.
Wow.
Wow. So they're like Truck Lagoon. They're cannibalizing everything.
Yeah, all the ships are just all the old wrecks are disappearing because people are dredging them all up. It's a new problem.
I know there was an industry of dealing with old ships and in India, I believe, correct? There's some areas that specialize on taking all not wrecks, but actually ships that are out of commission and doing some recycling of the material, correct?
Yeah, because the thing is, because it was melted before World War II, there's no radiation in it, so it can all be used for instruments. Metal in the wrecks, so it's very valuable to all the Chinese and Indonesians and dredging up all the metal.
I'm throwing this question up for you guys because I don't have the 28mm lens, and I think Tim does. I'm not sure. Roy, you probably have it too.
I have it, yeah.
He goes Ray.
So, what are your comments? He wants to know if it's good.
I can't compare it to the 40 because I don't own the 40.
That's the 40. That's a really good lens, apart from the aperture flutter, which isn't a big deal for most people anyway.
Now, what about the 28?
28's a good lens. Both are very good lenses. I like the price of the 40 more. It's only got the plastic mount, which is normally a no-no for me, but because it's only a 40, it's not a big deal. If it was a longer than 50, I probably would never have bought it because of the plastic mount.
Yeah, I bought the 40. I wasn't overly thrilled about the plastic mount. I bought it, but I use it mostly for sometimes when I'm filming myself for one of my videos. Sometimes I'll put the 40 on and just use it inside the house, to do some filming. But it's a nice little lens. It doesn't cost a lot of money.
It's good value compared to the other lenses. It's probably better value.
The 28, like the 28 has the SE version, right, Tim, as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you got the
60 version.
Yeah, you want the special edition version that I think came out with the ZFC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's when I got it.
So you got the special edition version, Jonathan. If you want something that has a little more bling or style, then you could get that.
I was a little disappointed that they weren't bringing out a new SE lens with a ZF.
Yeah.
Pardon, my battery's just died again. I'm on the Z8 because the ZC was busy.
Tim, what's the lens that you bought? That's the PZ lens. What's the range on that?
I forgot because it's been so long since I ordered it, and I still don't have it. Isn't it like 18 to 35? Let me look up my order here.
Yeah, I don't have a comment on the 26 pancake. I mean,
it's 12 to 28.
Oh, 12 to 28. Okay, so they got it. They got the power zoom lens, 12 to 28. Jonathan, that you might want to think about. The 26 pancake, something tells me I think Matt Irwin might have talked about that lens.
Z-Wade did a bunch of videos with that.
Yeah, so you could check out Z-Wade or Matt's channel and see if they have
That's a fantastic lens. It gets really good reviews.
The 26 pancake?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's be expensive what it is.
I like my pancakes with pecans on top and whipped cream, but boo. Well, what do you want for 1:48 a.m. Eastern time?
I like my pancakes on a side plate with my eggs and bacon and hash browns, and I never get to them.
I thought you were going to say you like to keep them separate because you don't like them touching each other. You don't want the syrup. You don't want the syrup to get on the bacon or anything.
No, but you know when you go out to you get one of those big breakfasts somewhere at a diner, and it comes with a side of pancakes. I never get to the pancakes.
Sorry, battery problems. I wasn't ready for today. I was disorganized. So I'm running off batteries.
Yeah, 12 to 28 is DX, correct? DX lens, 12
Yeah,
to
it's a
28.
DX. Yeah.
I think that's the only DX lens I ever bought.
So what's on? Jonathan is saying, what is on sale right now? Haven't looked at the Nikon site lately. I mean, I was probably on it in the last week, and they had certain lenses on sale. I don't know if they still have anything on sale or not.
Well, everything was on sale for months and months.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're, kind of crazy sometimes when they have a sale. It's like, what's going on? Are they got too much inventory?
Canon stuff too. That's been on sale for months. Certain cameras and lenses.
I see Rakesh always tell us about those kind of refurbished lens from Nikon. They certainly have very good offers.
Yeah, they had 10% off some of the refurb lenses when I looked the other day, certain ones. I don't know if they got a sale. I'm going on their website now to see if they got just a general sale on the mirrorless lenses in general. But I do not. So far, the only lens they got the 28 2.8, the non-SE version. The 28 2.8 is a whopping $20 off, $279 instead of $299. The 40 f2, which is a nice lens, is also $20 off, $279 instead of $299. And let's see. That's the only glass. The only glass they have on sale is the 28 2.8 non-SE version and the 40 millimeter f2 lens. Those are the only two lenses that they have on sale right now. They do have 10% off some of the refurb lenses. That is strange.
I like the 40 f2 though. That's quite a nice lens for the money. Smooth. Well made.
By the way, Jeff, I did enjoy that FM3 video.
You stayed awake for it? That was pretty long.
No. You see,
spoiled by the other two cameras with it.
By that time when that camera came out, I was already on the digital path, correct?
Yeah.
So in a way, as I mentioned in my comments to you, it was like a retro camera, correct? But with all the like with this ZF-C, correct? It's a retro camera with all the new features.
The inspiration,
so like the last Mohican.
It was the inspiration for it.
I was not aware of all the features you mentioned there, so it certainly was a great education for me. Not that I want to buy one; I'm not collecting, but
it was it was really an engineering marvel with the hybrid shutter.
Well,
fitting it on a body that small was their hardest challenge to do, was to do the hybrid shutter, and that's what makes it so special. Is that your battery goes dead, you could still shoot at all your shutter speeds. There isn't any other Nikon camera that did that, as far as I know. Roy could correct me if I'm wrong.
Many of the older ones did that, but the FE after that didn't. It was controlled by the battery.
So I haven't played with my F3 HP, which is the camera that I used to have, correct? And then when they first integrated motor drive cameras, I moved to that and didn't use my F3 HP that much. But Roy, you probably remember, is that on fully manual? They have one shutter speed. I think you could shoot 1/60 and 1/125, either one of the two, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I know the F4S would only do 1/60th of a second if the battery died.
Exactly.
The FM does 1/90th if the battery's dead.
I mean, I did appreciate that a lot to have that option, correct? But the fact that that FM3 A that you showed have all these different mechanical, that's incredible. From the,
That's
I
when
mean, as
Nikon
a
got
as
it
a
right.
machine.
That's when they got all their economics right. The FM
Wow.
series was absolutely brilliant. But then things moved on and things changed, and everyone wanted more.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the sad thing is the year after that, the D100 came out. So once the D100 came out, I mean, they didn't make the FM3A very long, maybe 4 or 5 years at the most. 5 years at the most, if I remember right. Because the market dried up at that point. Everybody was getting mirrorless cameras.
If you're
No,
shooting
I
film,
do.
Digital SLRs.
Yeah. So I was at that time I was shooting the N90, which was not a great camera, but it has an integrated motor drive, and it was in the kind of prosumer that's typically what I was used to do. And I remember, the company that I work for had bought some D1s correct. So I was aware of the D1s because I have used it in our laboratories, but they were super expensive, correct. So when the D100 came out, and I took the first pictures of my son at the time in the swimming pool, they said, "This is over. Film, go away. I don't want you anymore."
It's so much easier, isn't it? If you had to shoot film, an FM, any of the FM.
Wow. In great conditions too.
Yeah, I had it handy, so I figured I'd show you.
Oh, brother. For sure.
I have to get Gustavo to autograph his.
I will.
Yeah, that's why I got it.
I will.
But yeah, it was good find on eBay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I may go and buy me another one. I have to copy, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, there was only one on there. It was I waited a little bit to get it, but I'm sure they're around.
This is what I will never tell you a lie, because Tim will go and check you out, and then you.
If he thinks you're BSing him, man, you're in trouble.
Exactly.
He could search anything on the internet quicker than anybody I ever met, because he could. I'll be talking about something, and I've been trying to find this or find that, and I could just hear his fingers wearing the keyboard away, and he's like, "Wow, they got one here. I found it here. I saw this area." And we got into a weird search the other day, realizing that they hardly make any chimes for doorbells anymore.
What?
Yeah.
They're all wireless. They're all wireless. Of
course.
A wired chime system for a doorbell. Your choices are very limited, and they're pieces of junk. They're all just white pieces of plastic, and
exactly.
You can't find any of the nice ones anymore. And if you do, they want $300 and up for them. So it's crazy.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's like one of those things that are disappearing that you didn't realize were disappearing.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. The door camera is killing those as well.
All the ring doorbells, and all the modern stuff. Then they just
put the rings. They're so easy to hack. You can look in people's houses and things with the ring one.
That's true.
I put a picture. I put a picture of somebody's back end towards the front door. So if they can look in, they get a shock.
Turn them off for a lifetime.
You go and buy some mannequins from the store. Put them in your hallway. Oh, shame on me.
Until it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
They would never look at you. They would never look at through your camera again.
Turn them blind.
Oh man, I'll tell you.
A big security problem with those cameras.
So the question, guys, is it going to be collectors of ring, the old-fashioned rings for the houses. Correct?
It's amazing what they and some of the ones they make now that they claim are like chimes, and they could be short, like like this, or they got some that can be like 2 feet, 3 feet long, or whatever. They're like, the prices are crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah, $300, $400.
Yeah,
for a doorbell.
So I decided that even though I can't hear my doorbell unless I'm next to it, I'm going to live with it, what I have, because I wanted to replace it and get something louder. And I just said, no, I'm not paying that kind of money for a doorbell.
$300.
It's not worth spending that kind of money that's for something that's used mostly by people that you don't even want to use it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I could buy a $20 door knocker and put it on the front of the door, make them use a door knocker.
Do that, I would.
Yeah,
Get doorbell just go away.
The issue here is that we in our drive we have one of those kind of electromagnetic alarms. That if there is a car coming in, it has it gives us a beeping sound. That is the bigger trigger for my dog. So we are fighting him all the time because he thinks he has to defend the house. So every time the FedEx come or the mailman, it's driving him crazy. So we want to have a quiet time. We have to disconnect it because otherwise the dog is going to be, they conditioned to go on barking with all this chimes that we have. The worst is when they put it in the TV, a similar sound, and then he goes, he comes to the TV, he goes running to the door.
This is what I was finding out too, reading reviews. It'd be funny. Amazon had a chime, and it had a score of 4.0, but then in the bottom they actually had a triangle with an exclamation point in it and a warning. This item gets returned frequently. So I don't know how you get 4 stars if they put a warning at the bottom telling you that it gets returned frequently.
Yeah, most ratings are just bogus.
So I said no. I mean, it looks like it's all junk out there anyway. I'm not going to bother with it. But it was funny when I took the cover off. I accidentally hit the spring-loaded, the plunger, to hit the plate. And so it sounded like the doorbell went off, and the dog is barking. I'm 5 feet away from the dog. He's on the stairs looking at me, and it goes ding, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I said, shut up! It's me. I did it. It's me. And then I hit it again. Ding. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Jeff, I think that these people that put it in the commercial, they are really, playing with people, correct? They're making people mad.
But Nikon keeps pushing out the data there. 180 to 600, they're going to be making people mad if they go into October or something.
Now September.
Yeah, now it's supposedly, well, like I said, they have conflicting numbers. Nikon Japan saying 831, and then down below, it's mid-September to end of September. So as is all these rumors, flip a coin, baby. Figure it out.
The question
I say don't worry about it until it's September 1st.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, so the question for you, Jeff, is that I don't know you know, but there was a big problem when the CA came out. Because and I was in the situation, actually for me turned out to be good, because I have ordered the CA into different places, correct? But when the CA came out, all the people that ordered directly to Nikon, which you have done for the 180 to 300, and so do I, correct? That morning, the banks canceled all the, they did. I don't know what they did, but all the bank refused the transaction, correct? So the first thing I got that morning have been canceled because your bank didn't accept the transaction, correct? So they did it, and people were saying, hey, this shows that Nikon, the company is selling, doesn't have the software and the stuff to interact with the bank in appropriate way. So we need to watch out that the day if the order get canceled, because immediately you have to call them down. No, I still want my lens. Now, in my case, because I ordered twice, I canceled that one and went and picked it from the local store. Correct. So for me, it was a salvation, but indeed, it could be an issue because this item, as we know, is going to be in high demand. Correct. So either if they didn't upgrade the software, we may have the same situation.
Well, well, luckily this isn't a $6,000 lens, so I would
No,
think that most credit card companies are not going to say flag it and say, "Oh, that's an unauthorized purchase. We're not going to let you process the payment." But
no,
it
no,
might
but
not be a bad idea to call your credit card company and say, "Oh, I got a X amount that's going to get charged through Nikon USA in the next 30 to 45 days. Don't block it. It's
exactly.
okay. It is really me." And so I should probably do that so I don't have a problem.
Because it did happen. It did happen, and it happened a lot to a lot of people with the CA. By the way, Nikon corrected it, and then they gave you the option. Hey, you still want it, correct? So your order was not truly canceled, but it was something, the way they deal with the credit unions and the bank, that was different, let's say, than another type of retailer.
Yeah, so it's a shame when you have to make all these advanced phone calls and make sure your credit card company doesn't decide to screw you.
Exactly. See, Kubarazzi, I think Mr. David Stewart is exactly now he's doing that tonight.
Yep, he left early to go do that tonight.
Daytime here.
Probably that you need really dark skies. Okay, so I'm sure that David is not only doing it but heading to a place away from Calgary where he can see it.
Yeah, David will go into some really out of pretty far away areas to try to get away from the effect from city lights and everything, because he can't have any of that. The light pollution, he can't deal with that. He has to drive wherever he has to drive to try to get the best shots. But he has not been happy with what he's been able to get for the most part up to this point in time in terms of the aurora borealis. It's just been, the weather has just been too cloudy, not cooperating with him or whatever. So I think he's hoping that in the next month or so that things are going to start getting better.
Well, I mean, and he probably need that smoke from the fires there in the Rocky Mountains of Canada to go away a little bit. Okay?
Yeah.
Terrible things, forest fires.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys had it awful, and the whole world got to see all the koala bears getting burned up on the tree.
That was heartbreaking.
That was was awful. That was awful.
You'd see them just walk into the fire and just sit down to die, and that was because they just can't run.
How did they ascertain how much of the population got killed? Did they figure it out?
A huge part of their population died. They'd say that billions of wildlife died from one type or another. You had forest fires here 200 miles across.
Wow.
Australia's very dry and flat. We either get forest fires or floods.
One extreme or the other.
It's all continent there, Roy.
Very interesting place.
Yes.
I've spent time in many places, but I like it here. It's interesting.
But you got big contrast there with New Zealand, correct? Which is very
Yeah.
geologically active and very green, correct?
That's very green, yeah. I think it's invaded by hobbits, though.
Hobbits.
Hobbits and sheep.
Do they have like a sign that says Frodo lived here?
Yeah. And sheep. There's more sheep than people in New Zealand. Supposed to be. I've never been there. That's one of the few places I'd like to go, but that's very green and mountainous and snowy, and I can't remember seeing snow since I was a kid.
Well, that's one thing I don't miss at all is snow. Now, I mean, not that I wouldn't necessarily go somewhere, Yellowstone in winter or something like that, but I wouldn't want to be like, okay, I got to deal with it for the next 2.5 months. I don't think so. I'm done with that.
No, the shoveling, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of shoveling and and then of course the worst year that we had in decades in Connecticut, my snowblower died and I was shoveling by hand, and I had the mounds on the side of the driveway were so high that I said, if we have one more storm, I won't be able to throw it over the top. I had to go and start chopping down the walls on each side of the driveway just so that I would have room for more snow. I mean, it was awful.
Those mountain passes there in California, Tim, were crazy this year, correct?
Oh yeah.
That they were, they were like canyons of snow.
Yeah.
The houses.
Does it snow in California? Does it?
Oh,
in the mountains, yeah, big time.
In the mountains.
Yeah, Mammoth Mountain. Just they were skiing there until like last week, I think.
Exactly.
Record snow this year in Mammoth.
We get a couple of weeks of snow every year here, but you have to go to very high mountains, and most of the snow is generated by machines that pump out the snow.
Yeah.
No, California. Actually, that's a good thing for California when they get a lot of most of the water in California either come from the Colorado River, which also requires snow, or the Sierra Madre, correct? They need to get a lot of snow in those. Now those mountain passes there, Roy, are very high. They can.
We don't have very high mountains here. We've got a few small ones.
They're so small the kangaroos can jump over them.
Just about.
So Roy, have you been there in Australia when they have this kind of heavy rainy season that there is like an inner sea that gets into the middle of the continent?
Oh yeah, Lake Eyre. Every 11 years, this desert turns into a lake.
Exactly. That's weird.
Very strange
weird
country.
in a sort of good way.
Yeah.
I mean, all the pelicans and everything go and migrate to that inner,
just for the
like an inner sea, and they do
magically. All of a sudden, there's fish in there too somehow.
Oh, and sure, shrimps and stuff.
I think it's about the size of Texas. I think the lake's about the size of Texas.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's fun to just sit there and watch the water spread across the land as it fills up. Then you start moving.
Well, I got 2:12 a.m. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go until 2:30, and then we're going to call it a night. So we're going to give it another 18 minutes, and then we're going to call it a night. We're down to 18 people in the chat. So we won't go till 3 a.m. this time. We'll quit a half hour early.
Sounds good.
And then you guys can all pick on me and say, "Oh, gee, you wimpy guys, you don't want to stay."
Nice tough Chuck.
Come on, Jeff.
Well, I'm we're half Chuck.
Yeah,
we're half Chuck. We only do 5 hours at the most. We don't.
You're the only one that making an effort here. For me, it's only 12. For Mossman is 11. Roy is next day in the midday. So
gone 4 o'clock here in the afternoon.
Tea time.
I know I have to plant some I have to plant some plants in the morning before it gets too hot.
I got a tip of the day. You know, this is going to be gross, but you know, you got oil on your fingers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you leave fingerprints. If you run your fingers over the mount of your camera, it lubricates it. So if you've got a stiff mount, run your fingers over it.
Okay.
And on the back of the lens.
I wouldn't
There's almost no oil there at all, but
I wouldn't talk about having a stiff mount too many times.
Be nice. But if your lens is a bit stiff, sometimes that helps.
So
Lubricates the mount.
Do I hear a gong going off in the background?
Nothing good happens on YouTube after 2 a.m.
No,
You'll get censored.
No.
that may be the solution for the
Z8
C8 recall. Exactly.
Yeah, the gong.
Well,
The gong
my
show.
Z8's not a problem.
We're going to change the name of the show to the Gong Show on YouTube.
So Tim, in the last 15 minutes here. So why elaborate why you don't like to have security features in the future cameras?
Well, number one, I don't think it'll actually help. I mean, cell phones have security features. Everything has security features these days, and it doesn't stop people from stealing them. And it's just an inconvenience. I can't think of a way that would be implemented that it wouldn't like just be somewhat obtrusive. And I don't like the fact that, you know, it would actually be a way for a camera company to lock you out of your own equipment. And it's also a point of failure. You know, what happens if you can't get into it and you need to use your camera? So for those reasons, I wouldn't want to deal with it, honestly.
Drive me nuts.
I go for me somebody hack the cameras.
Yeah.
Well, you know, down south they got car dealers down here. You buy a car, they give you a gun. So they'll have to start doing that with cameras. You buy a camera, they give you a gun.
There you go.
I don't know. It worked for the car dealers down here. People went and bought cars so they could get their free guns. You know.
Just put laser sight in your hot shoe. People will think you have a gun.
Yeah.
And then somebody fired you back.
Well, that photographer that got shot because the policeman thought he had a gun.
Yeah.
I can believe it. I tell you one thing: when you go with the long telephotos and you try to photograph the deer, they think that you got a gun. Okay?
Yeah.
You used to get these camera holders that had a stock to them like a gun.
Exactly.
And that would be,
Yeah.
deadly these days. The old Leicas
Yeah,
and
it
they had this stock, so you mount the camera on, and it looked really like a gun.
they were wooden too. They looked just like
Yeah.
Good way to
I
get
think
shot.
they still sell them. I still think they sell it to this day.
Yes.
I'm tempted to get one just for the fun of it, but I know I'd probably get shot now in my luck.
Exactly. Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Just say you know Dick Cheney. That's all.
Exactly.
Going duck hunting.
He's just
What is
a
your
bit
next outing, Tim?
I think there's an air show coming up. I can't remember if it might be next weekend. But that's probably my next outing. If I make it, I still have a lot of stuff to do around here. So we'll see. I want to make it. If it's next weekend, maybe it's 50-50, but if it's in 2 weekends, I should be able to make it. But other than that, just the hummingbirds outside in the yard, you know.
Exactly. You just need another 800.
Actually, they're so close. I don't need an 800. I could do it with a 12 to 24.
The 400 is very good length for that.
Tim has to put a 28 millimeter on now.
Yeah.
That 400 is a great hummingbird, because hummingbirds, you know, for them we move in slow motion, so, correct? So they actually don't care too much about humans because you know we cannot do anything, correct? We cannot trap them. We cannot do anything. So they are pretty confident. So your 400 4.5 is a great lens for hummingbird photography.
Yeah, I was when I was shooting them, I was using the Canon, so I was using the 100 to 500.
Exactly. Although I can tell you one thing, because I'm having using on this trying to use flash, correct? Which I mentioned that I have been experimenting, correct? Trying to use filling flash under the canopy of the ponderosa pine trees, because the light there can be quite tricky, correct? So when it's a little bit of cloudy, I know the hummingbirds, there are some that perch in particular places, so I had to bring some light, and have been experimenting with that. I still find somebody, we're not talking about the 100 to 400, which I love, that lens I love. Jeff, I still like to put the 500 PF. That 500 PF, it's like you use another lens and you're happy
like
with it.
It's like an old friend. It's an old friend.
Yeah. No, I don't know. It's for once, I tend to go towards the higher, like when Rakesh was asking about the 40 millimeters, I say to ask my opinion, you have to have another 0 to begin with, correct? But for sure, the 500 PF it still focus very fast. It still have the kind of proximity to the animals that I like, correct? So I still sitting with that lens a lot, correct?
Looks like Jim's taken off if he hasn't already.
Yeah, Jim, have a good one, man. Thanks for putting up with us. Anybody that's still here should get a medal for putting up with us for this long. I'll have to come up with some cheap medals that I could send out.
Get some of those gold stars that teachers used to hand out.
Yeah, we'll send out a package of stickers for you.
Yeah.
But it's like I said, it's been a whirlwind couple weeks here with the rumors and all the people jumping on the bandwagon with the ZF, and
I never listen to rumors.
Changes.
Did you talk about those ZF photos that look like they're blurry, like they were Bigfoot?
Yeah, I think that was like an alien abduction going on, and the person happened to have a camera in their hand, and everything was blurry, and that's just such child's play BS to get views. It made me sick. It's like, stop it already.
Don't even watch them. Ignore them.
I'm like, it's just dumb.
I agree.
And somebody will say, "Oh yeah, but I zoomed in and this was this color and that was that color and that's a ZFC, that's not the ZF or whatever, and it's like
people were claiming they detected a flash of red like between the digits of the hand, and
it's like I don't know. Just guys, just wait until Nikon releases it, and then you get the specs, and then you can moan or groan and moan or be happy, one or the other. It's just getting ridiculous. And everybody's got to get on the bandwagon, and I'll throw out a few specs, and everybody wants to talk about it a little bit, but I don't really like to talk about it. It's just such an overkill at this point. And
I'm surprised we're not seeing like pictures of cameras with wraps on them like they do for when they have cars out there that they're testing. They have the geometric wraps on them, so you can't see the body lines.
Yeah, somebody will say, "Is that the new Nikon?" And they'll say, "Well, the shape looks like a Canon. There must be a Canon camera behind there." And then they find out it's a toaster oven. It's like, all right, forget it.
And of course, it's a form of trolling as well, correct?
Yeah, it's
just a way to get interactivity and clicks and views and ads served out. So,
well, and it's like, and I know that I'm in the minority in regarding I don't really do reviews on stuff that I don't personally own. And then even when I own it, I don't do a review on it until I've taken thousands of pictures with it, you know, and feel that I have a good feel for it and can offer an opinion that's worth 5 cents, you know. But I don't, you know, too many people, you know, they well, and Nikon does it, and they go, oh, you know, here's our new lens, Tim. You got 2 hours to look at it and then write a story about it. You got 2 hours, and it's like, screw that, man. That ain't gonna ever be me. It's gonna sit there and go through an acid test before I talk about it.
So Jeff, some of your reviews come 50 years too late.
That's true. That's true. But then again, see, the difference is, let me get my paper out here.
No, I know you prepare.
The difference is, and my pen is running out of ink. I'm not trying to make any of that.
Exactly.
That's the difference. That's the difference. And when the Bucks is doing the talking for you, you'll talk about anything, even if personally you're sick up to your eyeballs talking about it, and you're going to keep talking about it because you're chasing that dollar sign, man, and you're in that mode. And then you're not being true to yourself anymore, because you sold your soul to the devil. At that point, you're done. But to each his own. Everybody has a right to do what they want to do.
Well, and for sure, the people that make a living, that's fine, correct? It's a form of living for them. But,
yeah. I mean, it's legal.
Exactly.
It's legal and it's legit, but sometimes it definitely is uncouth, as they say. It's a little bit.
Well, but Jeff, I mean, it's, obviously for you it's a labor of love, but there's particular YouTube on this last one. I mean, how long were you preparing the script with all the descriptions of the talking points that you needed for each of the camera? That's a lot of preparation, correct? You want to be factual.
Well, yeah. The talking about I like cameras. I like the old stuff. I like the new stuff. And the thing is, it takes me, no lie, it probably takes me, when I was trying to do that video, I had to reshoot one of the camera discussions 3 times. I had my dog all of a sudden have a barking fit. Then I had the phone ringing. Next was the phone ringing like crazy. So that screwed up my recording. It will take me 3 times longer to do a video talking about 2 or 3 old cameras than it will to do a 30-minute video on nature.
Exactly.
I mean, and it'll get 30% of the views that the other videos will get. But like I said, it isn't about the views. It isn't about the.
I liked it.
It's about sharing. It's just sharing. Sharing. Either you like it or you don't like it. You turn me off. You put it on pause. You come back next week and you watch the other half. Whatever you want to do. But
I like the gear reviews you do. I always learn something.
Exactly. But this was a good one, and also the appreciation for the how certain things were solved mechanically, correct, before all these electronics in such an elegant way, correct.
The funny thing is, all the mechanical cameras are still working. All the slightly electronic ones are dying.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's the weird thing.
You look at like some of the older contact cameras, which obviously have impeccable glass, have wonderful glass,
beautifully made. And
you look at buying one of those, and they have these LCD displays on them, and those LCD displays, get all blotchy, and then you can't read them anymore. So you really, really want the camera, but too many of them. I forget the term they use, LCD creep or whatever, but it looks like somebody took black ink and squirted it on the LCD, and now you can only read half the information, and it just propagates, and over time you can't read it at all. So you don't want to buy one that you even see it starting, because you don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah,
so
they bleed.
You try to find the perfect one, which takes forever, and then they know you're looking for the perfect one, and the price goes way up. But those are great. Those are nice cameras, and I've looked at them. I've thought about buying one, and contact RTS or whatever, and I'm like, can't find one that doesn't have that problem, and not going to do it. Just not going to do it. I mean, I had that problem with, I returned the first F4Fs that I bought from KEH had LCD bleed on it. And I specifically asked them if it had LCD bleed on it before I bought it from them, and they said no, and I get it, and it has LCD bleed on it. So I send it back. Oh yeah, you're right, it has LCD bleed on it. And I go, well, send me
what they used to be, are they?
I go, send me one that doesn't have it. No, and you know what? Is getting me upset with them is they don't clean the mirror or the focusing screen. You look through it, there's so much crap in there. They made no effort to clean it inside the camera at all. The outside might look fairly clean, but the inside is filthy, absolutely filthy. So it's like, I don't know.
So it takes you a while, correct, for you to clean the camera to know if the camera is good.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you never get it perfect. I mean, what's nice with and Roy will laugh at this, because I took one of the F4 bodies that I have, and it had some crud. I got one that has a few specks. I'm not worrying about that, but I had one that had more than a few spots on it, specs on it. So I says, well, I'm going to get out some isopropyl alcohol and an old toothbrush, and I'm going to pop the focusing screen out, and I'm going to scrub it with a soft bristle toothbrush. And the thing is, it's two pieces of glass sandwiched together, so the alcohol gets in between the layers. So then it starts to dry, and you see the film left behind. So you brush it some more with the alcohol, and then I'm sitting there like I'm blowing through I'm sitting there going blowing through it, and I got all the alcohol out, and then it looked good, but I'm like, darn, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
so Jeff, you probably remember this that's what in the laboratory, people use acetone, correct? Because it will to do the final cleaning and electronics or.
Yeah, acetone's very aggressive, and you can't really get it anymore. It's kind of a banned material from
the drug industry.
It's hazardous.
The drug industry got the acetone to be a hazardous material.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of stuff that's like hydrazine that they used in rocket engines. That is, when I worked for an aerospace company, we weren't supposed to have any more of it. And yet we knew NASA had some, because they didn't have a replacement for certain things, and they had to have a stockpile of hydrazine. And that was a banned substance. That was an EPA no to have hydrazine.
Wow.
But you have, if it's a government facility or whatever, and they need something that industry themselves can't get anymore, they will have some. They will have whatever they need to have for their purposes. But your industrial companies, once they run out with what little they may have left, they're not going to be able to buy any more. But NASA has a lot of stockpiles of chemicals and stuff that are a big no-no now. And
let's not get the stream shut down by outing NASA.
You know, but they don't. You know, they don't have an alternative. They don't have an alternative. So
we all love NASA.
Well, hey, I did stuff for NASA for years, so I got nothing against NASA. I'm just saying that it's just like when they got rid of Freon, or look, when they changed what's in your air conditioning system in your car. All of a sudden, your air conditioning stunk. Your car didn't get cold enough, right? In the beginning, you know, it took them forever to find a replacement that worked halfway decent, but with even cleaning printed circuit boards, you know, Freon was the way to go, you know. And when Freon got pulled, then they go, oh, we're going to use this other solvent, or we're going to use no flux solders and do all this other stuff. And
now they're trying to get rid of the replacement.
It just made everything in the industry so hard to do.
So in the case of that mirror that you had to take it apart.
No, I didn't take it apart. I mean, it pops right out of the, you take off the prism on the top, and then you hit the same button that you used allows you to take the prism off the top, and you turn the camera upside down, and you push the button, and the focusing screen will pop right out in your hand.
Okay.
But it's two pieces of glass, so then when you put any kind of liquid in there where you're scrubbing the outside,
you got a bit too carried away with the liquid
between the layers.
Okay.
And then you're like, oh crap, it got in between the layers, and then you're like blowing on it like a harmonica, trying to get the
and next
the
week you'll probably have all mold from your breath in it.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah. Oh, I got a piece of chicken in there in between there now.
Like a petri dish. You'll find out if you have strep throat next week.
Exactly.
I'll have some look through the viewfinder and see some microbiological critters crawling around inside the viewfinder. But it's funny. You try to get creative in trying to clean some of this old stuff, and then sometimes you go, maybe that wasn't the best way to go, but it worked. I mean, it worked. It just caught me by surprise, but it did work.
Oh, that for you certainly part of enjoyment, correct?
Yeah. I mean, it's when you can figure out a way to make something. It's just like when you have a sticky shutter, it doesn't work. The key to that, but it's dangerous because it could cause a bigger problem if you're not careful, is you use lighter fluid.
Ooh, okay.
If you can get lighter fluid in the mechanism on an old camera where, let's say, your shutter sticks at, anything below a 60th of a second, and you can get some lighter fluid in there, it will dissolve the crusty, hard lubricants to the point where all of a sudden it works like it's brand new again. Okay. But the problem with that is, depending on how the camera's made, that stuff could get inside the lens, get on the lens.
Safer.
So now you got to take the lens apart. You got to clean it to get rid of the lighter fluid that you just used.
So have you ever taken one of those lenses that has fungus and disassemble and put it together?
Yeah. Well, I had this little lens here.
Fungus can eat into the glass itself, though.
I had this little lens here. This little lens here was from an Argus camera, a rangefinder camera, and this is let me take the metal cap off. Oh, wait a minute. Somewhere on here it says what it is.
After a while, the fungus actually eats the glass.
Yeah, the white. When you see the white spores, it'll etch the glass and ruin it after a while. If you catch it early, you can use a combination of, like if you get an old camera body, let's say you're looking at the chrome and you see like specks all over it, like mold or a fungus or whatever, you could do a 50-50 mix of a hydrogen peroxide and ammonia. And you could get a rag or a Q-tip and it will remove that. It'll kill the mold and the fungus, and it'll look like a brand new camera. I've had to do that a few times.
For a short time anyway.
But you
Once
can
mold
use
gets in the lens, it's always going to be there.
you can use the hydrogen peroxide on the lens to get rid of the fungus if it hasn't really gotten ingrained on the lens. But once it's ingrained on the lens, you can't do anything about it. It etches it, and then it messes it up, and it's not really usable.
And it's actually etching on the silica,
on the glass itself,
on the glass,
or
yeah.
on the coatings, because I mean,
No,
wow.
it'll go right into the glass.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to, when you're buying old stuff, you have to look for the white wisps of the fungus, because if you can usually tell if it's early stages and you catch it early, you'll be okay. But lots of times these things, the problem is people take the old cameras, they can leave them in the case, and they put them in their damp basement. Exactly. You know, it's not in a temperature controlled part of the house. It's not in a air conditioned or heated part of the house. If they put it in their hallway closet, it's usually going to look great. It's going to look perfect. They put it in the basement or they put it up in the attic, which is just as bad. That's even worse, because then you can have the lens elements can separate because of the heat. Then you have a different problem. So it's fun to try to figure out. You're trying to figure out all this online and ask all these questions. And like somebody will tell me, oh yeah, I checked the shutter speeds, they work. And I'll say, did you check them at 1 second? Did you check it at 2 seconds? You got to go through every single shutter speed on that camera and tell me that shutter doesn't get stuck, or I'm not going to buy it. You know, but what they do is they'll buy a vintage camera. They'll have the thing will be set for 1/500th of a second. And almost every single camera, I don't care if it's 50 years old, 60 years old, is going to work at 1/500th of a second. They'll go click. They'll say, shutter works. They'll write it in the description, shutter works. You get it. You knock it down to the lower speeds, and the thing sits there. The leaf shutter closes and gets stuck, part way open or whatever, and doesn't go back to its normal state. And you're like, yeah, okay. Once again, they lied.
And sometimes the shutter speed's off as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's buying old stuff is high risk. But
a torch is the best tool for a lens to check a lens out.
What's that?
Show a torch down the lens is probably the best way to see if a lens is any good.
Yeah, so it's and it's tough. Like when Verhagen gets a deal on a lens, he's dealing with someone face to face. He can put it on his camera. He can look at it close up and everything else. But then again, he's not buying stuff that's from 1950 or 1960 or 70. He's buying stuff that's maybe 15 years old or 10 years old or whatever. So totally different story. But you start buying the old stuff, it's like definitely a whole different ball game when you start doing that. But anyway, we are at 2:42, so we're 15 minutes past our bedtime.
Yourself.
So we're gonna call it a night. We went up to 20 people. We were down to 18, I think. Now we're up to 20. So I guess if we talk silly, we actually gain people. I don't know.
Well, we don't have more then.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got off a little bit nutty. Or I did anyway. I should have 100 people watching right now.
We've got back on cameras anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, at this point, if everybody's ready, I don't care. I mean, I'm awake. I could go another 15 minutes if you want, or we can call it a night right now. What do you guys want to do?
I'm exhausted. I need to take a shower.
Exactly.
Fogging up the lens.
All right, so we're going to call it a night, everybody. Appreciate you for showing up. Thanks for visiting. We'll see you again next Saturday, and we'll find out that the ZF has a 80 megapixel sensor, and no shutter, and dual processors in it, and it'll be $2,000. So stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen.
And more blurry pictures.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, start sending your images to me between now and September 1st.
Okay, take them yet.
And that's it. So
What's the theme? Is the theme blurry photos?
The theme, the theme could be a theme. Yeah, the theme should be try to emulate the look of the supposed ZF on Nikon Rumors and see how close you can match it. That would be the photo challenge, right? We can make a photo.
That's
challenge.
a bit too easy.
Yeah. but we want to make sure that that it's Bigfoot that's holding the camera. So you have to catch Bigfoot holding the ZF. And that's the challenge, you know. So everybody go out and buy their Bigfoot suits.
So you really want to go from 60 photos to 0 photos?
Yeah, 0 photos. Yeah.
Makes life easy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, well, it would be a lot easier. We have no photos. I'm sorry, you know. But hey, take it easy, guys. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for the people in the chat. Until next time, enjoy life, capture some of it, as I say. And we are calling it